Isaac Bediako is my colleague in the Ashanti region. Isaac?
Yes, so behind me are the coordinators of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia campaign in the Ashanti region. Dr. Afenyo-Markin is already seated together with other regional executives and the entire campaign team for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia in the Ashanti region. According to them, they are going to address the media on the performance of their candidate, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, in the Ashanti region, the constituencies that they won, the percentage that they had, and what they have to tell the people of the Ashanti region so far as today's elections is concerned. And so Dr. Afenyo is ready. Doc, you are live on GH1 TV.
Right. Yeah, thank you.
The results are already in Ashanti region. What do you have for the people who voted for your candidates, and going forward, what people should expect from your candidates?
Okay, thank you so much. I'm here with the solid team of DMB for Ashanti. I'm the regional chairman, who's the campaign manager, had to go to Accra, so he's on his way. We are in to get a whole world to know that we said it, that we'll make it, and we made it. We said Ashanti was going to decide these elections, and whoever wins Ashanti is going to win the elections. And it is clear to you that DMB provisionally has won the elections in Ashanti region. Our figures are based upon the pick sheets we collected from the respective polling centers. And this, as it stands now, we stand provisionally at 59.2. And that is to say that DMB has won the elections in Ashanti region.
In terms of the numbers, can you explain to us?
In terms of the numbers, the provisional numbers for the respective aspirants. As it stands now, provisionally, the candidate on number one position, Canadian Japan, has provisionally 24.9%. Brian Champon has 13.7%. Again, I reiterate that of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, that stands at 59.2%. And Osei Educhum, that of Osei Educhum stands at 2.0. And then you have that of engineer Kwabene J. Japan, 0.2%. This sort of results tells you clearly that the good people of Ashanti region, and again, the good people of Ashanti region, rejects the politics of tribalism and religious bigotry. We don't believe in it. Otherwise, it's clear that two of ours, Dr. Yahweh Dichum and Kwabene J. Japan, all hail from the Ashanti region. But the people of Ashanti region, as far as the NPP is concerned, and our voter behavior is concerned, have rejected what appears to be a smear campaign against Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, and that was based upon ethnocentric sentiments and religious bigotry. This vote shows that we have rejected it.
Going forward, your candidate has been elected. He was your former candidate in the election 2024. And in this election, of course, a lot of things has been done against each other. Words that were not supposed to be used against each other went. After this election, how are you going to unite your party base to ensure that your main goal is achieved in election 2028?
Yeah, congratulations to our boss. The team from Ashanti region says congrats to our boss, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. It lies with him to bring unity, and we will support him in the quest to put all together in the interest of the party. But it's on condition that you show respect to him. Total respect. Respect is reciprocal. We believe in the fact that he's won the elections and he's supposed to have absolute control of the party. He's won the elections on his own strength. The last election when he won, you have all those propaganda slants against him that the system was behind him. I ask again, what was that system? We had always argued that Dr. Bawumia won with God on his side and on his own strength. Again, he has proven to the people of this country that with God on his side and with the great men that you see here and the great team across the country on his side, he has asserted himself in this party. He won based upon competence, and he won based upon merit. The NPP indeed has shown that he who deserves it will be given the opportunity to lead the party. And that is exactly what he has done. And so, Your Excellency, going forward, will strive for unity, but cannot be undermined. And neither can he be taken for granted. Just as in the past we allow leaders to have total control of this party, he is supposed to have absolute control of this party. And again, the people of Ashanti region, again, and I repeat, support Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia to have, again, absolute control of the new Patriotic Party going forward.
There are fears that the MPs that declared their support for other candidates apart from your candidate in the person of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, you're going to witch hunt them, going to unseat them. That fear is there. Are you going to do this?
We did not do so in the primaries of 2023. I was the coordinator. I'm the liaison. I'm in charge. Nobody did that, and nobody is going to do that.
We are not going to do that. No. We are not.
So that's an assurance from you, yes, the coordinators.
The primaries is run in constituencies. The honors is on the MP to win in his constituency. It is not the responsibility of the flag bearer to run your constituency. And I don't see how the flag bearer comes into a constituency of an MP.
Ashanti region is the base of your party. Yeah. Now you have a flag bearer now. Can he get your assurance that you're going to do everything to ensure that you unite the party here for him to be elected as the president of Ghana after election 2028?
We did it last, like I said. We did it last. We united all behind Dr. Bawumia. And we are going to do it again. Remember, all those in the camps of the other aspirants is a family. We are friends. We are not enemies. Behind the scenes, we click so much, and nothing has changed. And so we here in Ashanti region use this opportunity to extend the branch of the olive tree to them, the leaf to them, that we are bringing peace, and they should show love. Love must lead us, and the party is first. It's a party, the same party we all serve. And inability for your candidate to win is not the end of it. There will be greater opportunities for your candidate the next time, and the followers too. We use this opportunity to ask all fans of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia in the region to be moderate in their celebration, to be modest with their pronouncements. It's one party, and therefore we need all together to bring the votes that is much needed in Ashanti region for 2028. We can't afford to attack each other because of the victory of Dr. Bawumia. And we shall support the regional executives. Again, we will support the regional executives to ensure that there's absolute and total unity in Ashanti region.
Thank you very much. So that is in the person of Dr. Afenyo-Markin, one of the Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia's campaign coordinators in the Ashanti region, assuring them that once Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, based on the provisional results, has been elected as the flag bearer of the party, they're going to unite the party to ensure that the common objective of the party, which is winning election 2028, is achieved. Back to you, team, in the studio.
Thank you very much. Isaac Bediako is our colleague in the Ashanti region there. Very happy, as expected. Now, we have news for you. We've been talking about prophecies the whole day, from morning till now. The prophets are the center of all of this. The prophet who prophesied that Kennedy Agyapong will win the primaries today and proceed to be the president of Ghana in 2029 has released a statement. We're reading this statement from a verified account on Facebook with his name. So let me issue the caveat that this post or this statement is from a verified Bernard Nelson Ishan's page on Facebook. And it reads, the heading, Public Statement and Apology. I wish to address the inaccurate prophetic declarations I made concerning the NPP's presidential primaries. Through a book, videos, and media interviews, I stated that Honorable Kennedy Agyapong would win the primaries and become the flag bearer of the New Patriotic Party. That word did not come to pass. I missed it. I was wrong. I am deeply sorry, and I ask for your forgiveness. Because I spoke publicly with prophetic authority, many people trusted my word, and some were affected emotionally, spiritually, and politically. I acknowledge this with humility. I take full responsibility for this prophetic word. I sincerely apologize to everyone who trusted my word and was hurt, disappointed, or negatively impacted in any way. I am especially sorry to those who made decisions based on what I declared. I do not blame anyone or shift responsibility. I accept that this prophecy, as declared, failed. This moment has caused me to pause, reflect, and realign myself in accountability and discernment regarding how prophetic revelations are communicated. I remain committed to integrity, growth, and truth. To all who were disappointed or hurt, I humbly ask for your forgiveness. To believers in Ghana and around the world who felt disappointed or wounded, I sincerely ask for your forgiveness. I offer my apology to any believer in whom my actions may have sown doubts regarding the voice of God and his ability to speak to his people. I am grateful to those who have corrected me and are correcting me in love, and to those who continue to pray for me. Signed, Prophet Bernard Nelson Ishan. Mr. Adam.
So I have been vindicated.
How is it vindication?
Because I have said here that I personally disagree when men of God try to engage in politics. I personally disagree with that. I think that the way we politicize our prophecies does not augur well for the image of the church, the cassock, and the pulpit. I think I have said this over and over, but we'll accept the apology. I mean, I'm particularly humbled with the quick response that the man of God came to give. He has eaten a humble pie, as they say, to apologize to not only Ghanaians but even those who took decision based on the prophecies that he's made. Let us be very realistic in this country. We live in a country where the statistics, tells us that Christians make about more than 50% of the population in this country, and this is a Christian-centric country that whatever people say, people are so much gullible. If anyone who sits by the phone or by the media to say that he is a man of God and makes a statement in the voice or in the name of God, people are so gullible. I mean, recently during Christmas, we had this guy, Ebo Noah. He goes on social media makes this statement, and look at the way people, came out. I mean, the way he created fear and panic in the state. I think that men of God, yes, God may have spoken with them, but they have to reflect. They have to reflect in how they communicate it. I'm a communication, expert. I teach communication, and I know how to communicate, message. I think that men of God must be very, very careful, or pastors must be very, very careful the way they make public utterances, because it becomes very difficult, differentiating between what is a personal opinion or personal view of a pastor, and a view that is from God or that is spiritual. It becomes because the line between the spirit, and the flesh is very, very slim, for the pastor. So they have to be very, very careful in what they say. But I personally accept his apology, because I knew that is what is going to happen. I think we have discussed that. We said that he was going to apologize. We know it. It's very easy for them to apologize, but they have to be very, very careful. This should be a learning point to all prophets in this country, whether the issue is about politics or whatever it is. They need to reflect in what they say publicly, because whatever they say has far consequences on our fiber as one people. It has far consequences. They have to be very careful in their public pronouncement, especially about politics. Because if you are a pastor and you say you'll be going into politics, you'll be disgraced. You'll be disgraced.
Right, Michael.
You see, recently, Udimaya said something. Let me just wind you a bit. He said that, there's no need for, when two young people meet, there's no need to go for counseling. Just,
That's his opinion.
Make mistakes together and then learn each other. And I said, young man, if you are talking about yourself, talk about yourself. There are some mistakes. When you make them, well, the marriage will still survive, but it will never be the same. There are some mistakes you don't recover from them. And it's unfortunate that this revered man of God, in fact, he was one of the people I wanted to go for consultation. But now I'm beginning to think twice, because, you see, I'm just kidding. I'm just by the way. But the point is that his apology has come. We have no option than to accept the apology. But the point is that will not remedy the reputational damage. You understand? And as I was saying, for me, maybe God truly spoke to him, but God was trying to teach him a lesson. And I believe that reading from the apology, it sounds like an apology from a sincere man, somebody who is truly sorry. I believe that next time, when he hears primaries, he will not even go there. Or when he even hear that politicians are having a meeting, he will say, please,
don't bring
he has learned this. I strongly believe that he will not venture there again, because, as I said, these are the affairs of men. And men are given free will to decide and choose. So it is a very big lesson that all honorable men of God from now onwards should know that if you go that direction, it can fail you. So please, if you had gone to Ken to deliver this message to him privately, and say that this is what I've seen, this is what God has told me, so you keep on and fight. And then even Ken comes out to say that some men of God have been, but for you to stick your, and I asked the question earlier on today, that if today that prophecy had come to pass, who would be receiving the glory? Would it be Jesus or the prophet?
El Bernard.
It would have been the prophet. In such a case, God has nothing to do.
And you put your church on the line.
So please, your apology there, we will accept it. But I think that from henceforth, we should all know how to, mix politics with religion.
You know that, Joshua, for me, I like the fact that he has apologized to Christians as well, and people who, because I've seen a whole conversation on Twitter, about how, once again, prophecies have been called into question. And it hurt me very deeply as a Christian, first of all, as someone who believes in prophecies, and someone who personally knows the man of God. But he, like you said, his apology sounds very sincere. And just like Victor Kusi Boateng, he has apologized. And he has apologized to those especially whose faith would have been shaken a bit because of how this must have gone, and those who made decisions based on what he said. So that, I think that's a very humble, very good thing to do, very pastorly thing to do, very prophetic thing to do. Oh.
No, you see, you are saying as if, apart from the apology, he had some other options. So apart from the apology, what was
he could have kept quiet.
That would have been more injurious.
Listen,
no, he could have kept quiet. He
said that, well, the prophecy is for him to deliver. He's a messenger. But then as to how it turns out, I mean, you could have even quoted scripture.
You know what?
But he did not
Let's
do any
listen
of
to the
those.
prophecy again.
Oh, you want to play that?
Yeah, he has to. She has to.
But the man has apologized. You see, the sound is not even coming. Ish.
And because the establishment has collapsed, Kennedy Ohene Japan has won the 2026 presidential primaries. Then I asked the angel again, why? And the angel said, and I fought them and I made sure that the people in NPP will not vote in the 2024 elections, because I'm holding the promise that the establishment made to a man that after me you are next. But the establishment did not fulfill it, but ganged up against, and they chose someone else. And so I am angry, and if I allow them, we will go for a second term in opposition, and we'll go for a third term in opposition. So I will not allow.
Can we play the latter part again? Can we please replay? Let's replay it. There's something that he said.
Me, you are next. But the establishment did not fulfill it, but ganged up against, and they chose someone else. And so I am angry. And if I allow them, we will go for a second term in opposition, and we'll go for a third term in opposition. So I will not allow.
What he's trying to say is that if they don't make Ken win, they will go second term in opposition, third term in opposition. Isn't that your understanding?
No, that's what he's.
That's what he's saying.
That's what he's saying. But
so now if Bawumia doesn't win,
you still believe in those prophecies? And we are going to make this case on this.
But Bawumia will not win.
You don't need a rocket scientist to tell you that NPP will not win this election if elections are organized today. You don't need a rocket scientist.
Right, so we played that the prophecy. We needed to get some context, you know. So for those of you, because we know that there are people who are watching who haven't heard the apology, the prophecy in their ear, but they must have read about it or just heard us say that there was a certain prophecy. Mr. Adamu, you say you accept the apology.
Oh, I do accept the apology, but with a lot of caution to him and other men of God, that we have to be very careful the way we communicate prophecies out there, because you know it has a lot of effect on us as people, because Ghanaians, we are very religious and we are incurably religious, and so such prophecies have drives that push us around, and we become very gullible, and it affects us. You know, we should have been discussing NPP's primaries by now. Very important issues. Now that NPP, you know, are done with their primaries, what next? What are they going to do different to better the lives of Ghanaians? These are the conversations that we should engage ourselves on, not on these prophecies that do not have any, you know, basis in the spirit, etc., etc. We have to be very careful the way we say it. And when we say this, we are not saying it because we don't believe in God or we don't believe in prophecy. We all believe in God and in prophecies. We all believe in that. But we think that the way we communicate it, you know, is very problematic. If you want to do politics, remove the cassock and then get to the ground and do politics. If you are a pastor, you are a man of God, and you want to combine, religion and politics, just like Intim Fojo is doing, MPP's Intim Fojo is doing. We all know that Intim Fojo is a reverend, and he hasn't hidden that, and he's also a politician. He's a member of parliament. He makes it very public. He doesn't go out to try to mix his spirituality with the politics that he wants to do. But it appears that there are some people in this country who call themselves, men of God, or who call themselves pastors. But behind the scene, they are more politicians than even men of God, or the pastoral work, they claim to be doing. And that is what, as a society, we need to fish it out and say. And I know that the genuine pastors out there are themselves troubled or worried about some of these prophecies that people are making. And when people come on air and make this statement, it doesn't mean that they are against one religion or they are against one pastor, over there. No, that's not. We are speaking the fact, and I think that we need to speak to science. We need to discuss Musa Danquah's data, because that has proven over. There's a trend. Musa Danquah has a track record in his predictions. These are things that we can easily verify from the data. Find reasons why some of these are the conversation we need to have, and not about prophecy. Someone says, this one will win, this one will lose, and then it comes out not to be true, and we sit here, waste our time discussing some of these things.
With the video we watched, just to put the matter into context, I don't think anybody is necessarily talking about Prophet El-Bernard. In fact, I'm not comfortable discussing men of God and religious issues. I'm really not comfortable discussing that. But I don't think anybody is going at him based on this particular one.
Sure.
I think it's also based on the continuous and very energetic way that he actually went about it. And that's why we've had cause to talk about it. Because like I said, he's not the only prophet. In fact, in church, we have more than 3 prophets who also said that, well, God has shown them Ken would win. And they were very emphatic about it. But what we did not see from them is they continuing in that serious and so, yes, we'll cut Osofo some slack because now he has apologized. So, Michael.
Yeah, I agree with you. Delivering the message or the prophecy would have been enough. And whether it came true or not, we've had somebody who has more missed prophecies than actually. No, I'm talking about Nigel Gacy. About 90% of all his prophecies do not come to pass. But he's still in the business. Nobody is taking him out. So the point I'm trying
he's
to
still
make,
in the ministry.
Yeah, I mean, of course, in the ministry. In the ministry business. You see? The point I'm basically trying to make is that for him to make effort, to even write a book, to join the campaign, like he put in so much effort that we're now beginning to whether, like, you were putting in effort to make sure that prophecy actually comes through. That was where the problem is, and I believe that, as I said, we have all learned our lessons. But I said this morning that I will be very surprised if Dr. Bawumia does not win. But if he does not, it will mean that the system has been disrupted in a way. And the reason why I said I'll be very surprised is that history backs him up.
Michael, I need you to hold on for me. We're going to go on the phone lines and speak with Prophet Nigel Gacy, one of the prophets who prophesied that Dr. Bawumia was going to emerge winner. Prophet Gacy, thank you very much for your time. Good evening.
Very well, good evening.
Great.
How are you?
I'm doing very well. How do you feel, that your prophecy came to pass?
Okay, again, good evening to you, and good evening to everybody watching the TV or maybe watching us online. I feel humbled, I feel elated, and I feel that the body of Christ, the prophetic body of Christ in Ghana and the world at large have won. In that we have again proven that no man can fight a church and win. No man can fight men of God and win. We have again proved that indeed, let God be God and let all men be liars.
Prophet Gacy, when you say let God be God and let men be liars, you are not the only pastor in this country. In fact, your colleague prophet prophesied that Dr. Bawumia's opponent was going to win. How does it work? Please explain to me as a layman. How does God communicate that he tells different things to different prophets?
All right. Like I said, when you read Joel 2:20, the Bible says that I'll pour my spirit upon all flesh, and the sons and daughters shall prophesy. And in one situation, in the Old Testament, in the New Testament, one situation, one event, depending on where you belong, depending on your deepness or your covenant with God, you will see as maybe the same situation, but you may see the tail, you may see the whole situation, or you may see just a part of it. And I think that the other prophet that prophesied that Ken will win here and there. But I will tell you for free, and I'll tell you the truth, that the truthfulness of this situation is that Ken should have been the next leader of the NPP. That was the rightful will of God, which in theology we say that the perfect will of God. But we changed it because he fought the body of Christ. We changed it because
Prophet
he
Gacy,
attacked. Yeah.
You said what? Ken should have been the next leader of the NPP.
Very
In
well.
what capacity?
That is what I saw as a prophet of God. The Lord showed me that what the other prophet was saying were true, that he should be the next leader of the NPP. There is something that was hanging around him that he could have been a potential leader of his party. But again, because he fought the church in Ghana, because he has innocently touched people, some of us, we are anointed. Some of us, we walk with God. We have monument before God. So we triggered it. I will not say for other people, but a lot of pastors came to me. A lot of pastors called me around the nation. And we did things against Kenneth Japan. And I pray that this will be a caution to all of us. And this will be an alert, as it were, to everybody in power, especially the politicians, that they should not touch innocent people, especially the church, especially the prophets, the pastors, the teachers, and the other religious leaders, and also everybody.
Prophet Gacy, hold on. So you mean that, if I get you right, in the realm of the spirit, Kennedy should have won, but because of Ken did to pastor some time back, you did things to not make him win. Is that what happened?
Very well so.
What did you do? What did you do?
I think I'm speaking with Sewa, right? Lawyer
yes,
Sewa.
You are. Yes. What exactly
lawyer.
Did you do?
I personally prayed against him. I personally sowed a lot of seed on his head. I personally went before God that may the Lord look at the things I've gone through, and may his perfect will be turned into a permissive will. If you're a student of the Bible, we appreciate that when the Lord was going to destroy Sodom and Gomorrah, that was his perfect will. But Abraham interceded, and the perfect will of God became the permissive will of God. And that is what has happened. And I say that if Ken does not come up publicly to apologize to the body of Christ, to the prophet he attacked innocently, if some of us are alive, even when it's time for assemblyman, he will lose. We will make sure that he loses.
Lawyer. I ask you this as well. There are people who say that what you said wasn't God speaking to you, because it was very clear. Posters had predicted that Dr. Bawumia was going to win, and you jumped on the bandwagon and said that God had spoken to you. And I am tempted to agree, because you just said that God did tell you that Ken is supposed to be the next leader of the NPP, but for your prayer and your sowing of seed. So in the realm of the spirit, Dr. Bawumia is not supposed to be the flag bearer.
No, what I'm saying is that there is something around Ken that could have favored him to be the next leader of the NPP. But you see, whatever happens in the physical, if it's not allowed whatever happens in the physical, it must be permitted from the spiritual. And we are men that are watchers. We are men that have been ordained to shift atmospheres. And some of us, whether I like it or not, whether I like our nose or not, lawyer, we stand before God every day, daily, and we shift atmospheres. And I'm saying that Ken should eat the humble pie, go back to the drawing board, say sorry to the body of Christ, the man of God he attacked innocently and wrongly. If not, if he even stand for assemblyman, and some of us who stand for the body of Christ, the things of God, will make sure that in our inner rooms, he will not even get assemblyman.
If Ken comes to apologize to you personally, will you let this go?
I will let it go.
But you're a man of God. You're supposed to forgive.
So I have forgiven, but the scar still reminds me that we should let it be on record and let posterity know that there was a man called Kenneth Japan that came to Ghana that attacked innocent prophets, that attack people without any justification or evidence whatsoever. And when he went to stand for the flag bearership of his party, the prophet stood up. Some of us stood up and made sure that we spoke to our God, and our God honored what we said, and he lost disgracefully and dishonorably.
But
so
Prophet
this is a big win to the body of Christ. And everybody watching your TV, listen to us online. When they go to church tomorrow is a victory. It's a celebration day to all the prophets, my junior prophet, my colleagues, and my senior prophet. This is a big boast to the body of Christ that nobody touches the church. Nobody sits on TV. Nobody sits on radio and denigrate people, and God will honor that person. No, this will not be in our time.
Okay, so Prophet Gazy, I'm just wondering, I mean, and for those who may be hearing about this anger inside you for the first time, what exactly did Ken do to you that hurt you so much?
Oh, again, good evening to you, lawyer, and everybody connected. I will not go back to it. With what he did, anybody that during the COVID time, he sat on his TV, said the thing that he said, I'm educated and refined. It cannot come out of my mouth. The few that can come. How can you sit on TV and say that we drink blood? How can you sit on TV and say that we have killed women? How can you sit on TV and say that our buildings, they are pregnant women buried under our altar? And you know very well that these are not true. You know very well, and since then, churches around churches have not been the same, because we are in a nation whereby people don't verify. We are a nation whereby people don't investigate for themselves. And no mean a person like his stature, a character like Kennedy Japan, coming to throw all these things. So I think that it's a win for me. I'm so excited for the body of Christ. And it is a lesson for anybody that he or she feel that she is powerful. And the person must take it easy when you're attacking the church. The person must take it easy when you don't have any evidence and you are throwing out, because there's God and people pray to God. People pray to things, and we have God. That's when some of us pray to him, he hearkens onto our prayers. So I'm so excited. I think that today my mom will be so excited. The old lady will be so excited. My brothers will be so excited. My church members will be so excited. This is
Please hold on for me. Prophet
Right.
Gazy. I mean, some of the things that you said are not things that I can repeat, but did you do any of those things that Ken allegedly said you did?
No, never.
What does the Bible that you preach with say about forgiveness?
Shawa, if you have followed the church history, there was a man called Reverend Christopher Anoyeboa. He stood for the body of Christ. Some of us must stand for the body of Christ. Some of us must stand for the next generation coming. That you cannot just walk on the church. You cannot just, because it's church, because it's men of God, because it's prophet, you can just, no. And I use your platform, your very esteemed, noble platform, to tell him, I know he didn't get, he may come again and come and throw his jabs. This time, I will personally come after him. I will come after him spiritually, and I'll come after him physically. This time, it's not NPP in power. I can tell you for free that he's one of the major pivotal reasons why NPP lost. He is the Kennedy Japan is one of the major factors why we rally the church, the prophet, we rally against the NDC and did everything we could, which is in line with the word of God, for NPP to lose. So he should go back, his family members should go back. Tomorrow I'll be making a lot of statements in my church. Thing that is going to happen to him, I'm going to say it. So we will take it from there. But today is a joyous day. Today is a very good day. It is a win for the body of Christ.
Prophet
it is a
Gazy.
win for the prophet.
Okay, Prophet Gazy, now seeing as you have said that in the realm of the spirit, the original winner should have been Ken, does that mean that Dr. Bawumia does not stand a chance in 2028?
For now, lawyer, I will not stick to that. Let's enjoy the atmosphere. Let's enjoy the momentum. And as the days, like I said, already the Lord has shown me who the next president of the Republic of Ghana in 2028.
Why can't you share it with me?
Oh, I think that let's enjoy. Let's enjoy today. Let's enjoy what has happened. And the coming days, maybe we can cross over, connect, and I can bring that news exclusively GH1.
Okay, finally, I just want to, I'm curious. How does God deliver these messages? Is it via a dream? Does some spirits talk to you? How does it work?
Again, lawyer, thank you again, and good evening to everybody. Personally, even most of the things the Lord showed me, I was advised to be circumspect, so I didn't say it. The Lord came to me through a dream and told me emphatically to tell Ken, and the Spirit of God in tea.
Prophet Gazy, you have not answered my question. How does the message normally come? Does a tiny little voice speak to you? Do you dream about it? Do you meet a random person on the street? How does it come? Because I want to know, maybe God is speaking to me too.
Yeah, God speaks to you. So, lawyer, what I'm saying is that I had this through different mediums. The major one was through a dream. The Spirit of the Lord spoke to you, and if I'm permitted, I'll quote. He said, "Nya Kennedy here, sorry, Nisi, catch your mind, Ghana, but Dr. Baumia Nebe winning." And I've said it, if you have followed the narrative, I've said it on different platforms, unquote. So sometimes I hear it audibly in my right ear. And sometimes I see with my spiritual eye. But this, I saw it 4 consecutive times that Dr. Baumia wins. But the original intent and purpose of God, Ken could have won, but because of what he did, the Lord has overturned it for Dr. Baumia to win. And again, Dr. Baumia has a lot of spiritual work to do. Dr. Baumia has a lot of consultation. But again, where I stand, I'm not the best person to advise him. I thank God that he has dishonored Kennedy Japan. What we were looking for, what we were praying for, it has come to pass. I'm so excited.
Okay, so now, I said that it was going to be my last question, but no, but I thank you for telling me that. So I should be paying attention to my right ear from now. Hopefully, God will say something to me. But your colleague, Prophet El Bernard, has apologized that his prophecy didn't come to pass. How does that make you feel, taking accountability?
Okay, thank you again, and good evening to everybody. If you permit me, I'll ask that you grant me the grace not to speak to that. I believe that Prophet El Bernard is a great prophet of God, and I believe that as a prophet, you are a human being. You may not always get it. So if he didn't get it this time, I'll not take much to that. I think that there's an oil on him, and I think that Ghana has great prophets. And not just him, all the other people that miss it, I think that they are also men of God. I am a principal. I clap for everybody. So I will not go deep, and I will not speak deep.
Thank you very much, Prophet Nigel Gazy. Thank you, and good evening to you once again for making time to join this conversation. I'll be looking forward to that exclusive, name.
I'm always I call away. So from Monday,
so when will you be ready to give us that exclusive news on who becomes the next president?
Please let the producer speak with me behind the curtains, and we'll get that done.
All right, thank you.
And again, let me use this platform to congratulate you for being that lawyer. We celebrate you, an inspiration to all of us and the younger ones. The Lord do you good.
The Lord be with you too. Enjoy your evening. You're still watching our coverage of the NPP primaries. We have made a few projections, and clearly Dr. Baumia is in a very comfortable lead. We are waiting for the Electoral Commission to officially declare who is the flag bearer of the NPP. We will take you to the NPP headquarters where they have mounted a stage. It is set to declare and show everybody who the flag bearer of the NPP is, so that we can all go get some rest. I've been here with my colleague Joshua Kojo-Mensah. Mr. Adamu is here, as Mr. Mensah is also here. So you heard Prophet Gazy.
Please don't start with Adamu.
Why don't you want here to start with?
No, we'll start with Michael.
I'm a Christian, so let me talk to my people.
Please, mind you, Prophet Gazy might be watching the show.
I want him to watch it.
I need that exclusive interview, so be minded.
It was unfortunate that...
Please hold on.
Alaji.
Let the Christian...
I don't like it when you put it that
way. Mr. Mensah, you let
Michael.
Let me just go for you.
I don't like it when you put it that way.
Hold on. You know what? Please, Mr. Adamu, you speak.
Okay, you speak.
Okay. The question I want to ask is that...
Who are you asking this
question? It's a rhetorical question.
Okay.
Or the question I want to ask Ghanaians is that, what is so prophetic what Nigel Gacy has said. There's nothing prophetic about it. Everybody knows that Bawumia was going to win this election. Personally, I think that Nigel Gacy is riding on Bawumia's victory to get back to Ken. Because we are all in this country, and we know the problem between Nigel Gacy and Kennedy Agyapong. And I will always speak for Kennedy Agyapong in this case. Kennedy Agyapong never waged a war against the church. We need to get it. We need to speak the truth. Kennedy Agyapong never waged any war against the church. He, in his wisdom or in his own understanding, conviction, he was waging war against pastors or churches that are taking advantage of vulnerable people in this country. And this is something I think the church itself supported. Jesus Christ himself fought against people who were fighting, who were using the name of God, profiting from the from the word of God. When he went to the Sanhedrin, when he went to Jerusalem, what happened? What happened there? Did Jesus Christ fought the church when he was taking those decisions? I think we have to be very careful the way we give platforms to certain people. And we have said time and time over that within our spiritual space in this country, be it the Muslims or the Christians, there are charlatans amongst them. There are people who are profiting in the name of God, whether they are Muslims or Christians. There are people. We need to accept it. And when people are saying it, it should not be as if you are waging a war against one religious group, over the other. So that because I'm a Muslim, I cannot speak to, pastors that are accused or alleged to engage in wrongdoings. I mean, it's a very wrong premise. We are too incurably religious as a country. Religion is a private matter. We need to treat it as such. Look at how some men of God are taking advantage of pregnant women, married women, poor people in the street in the name of God or in the name of religion. That is what I think Ken fought against, and I support him for that. That is what I think Ken fought. Ken never fought against the church. He's a Christian himself. Let me ask you a question. How many times have you heard Presbyterian church priest or Catholic or any of them coming out to make such, statements? How many times?
When you say statements, what do you
mean? How many times have you heard a Presbyterian speech come out to give a prophecy, political prophecy that, this candidate is going to win against the other candidate? It doesn't happen.
But you see, Mr. Damu, I'm not a pastor, but there are prophets, there are apostles, there are teachers.
So are they not prophets in the Catholic Church? Are they not prophets in the Presbyterian Church?
Well, I'm not a pastor, so these things...
I'm happy you are saying you are not, but I know that there are prophets, and Nigel Gacy himself told you that you can even be a prophet. I mean, you hear prophecy. I mean, God can speak to you.
Yes, he said, but God
that.
speaks to us in different
and that's
ways.
what he's saying. So it tells you that it is not a specialty, or it is not something that is...
It is a specialty.
I'm coming. Maybe I didn't choose my words right, but it is to tell you that God hasn't designated some group of people that he always, or these are the people that he always communicates to, or he sent his message to. He can communicate to you too, Sewa. And that's what Nigel Gacy has said.
Calm down.
I'm down. No.
There's a lot of food there.
I mean, they should leave Kennedy. These people should leave Kennedy Agyapong alone. That he fought against the church.
Before you
he
come
never
in, Michael,
fought against the church.
I think that, I can understand the anger, to a certain extent. Kennedy Agyapong himself has made certain statements in the past that have come to, in one way or the other, affect him.
Yeah.
For some of the things and utterances that he has made in the past, there are people who have concluded that he doesn't have certain qualities to become a president. You have heard it. You were a communication
Of course,
expert.
and I agree with that.
Exactly.
I agree with that.
Because the man has attacked judges, he has attacked the judiciary, he has said things, I am not happy that the man of God has not been able to forgive him and let go, because pastors preach about forgiveness all the time.
No, he says it's forgiven him.
But the sky is there.
So anytime he says, hey, I can do Japan.
But the Bible says you should forgive and forget, right?
Okay.
No,
Michael, please
forget.
come in.
Thank you very much. Joshua
Like,
and Sewa, up till the 17th century, witchcraft and superstition was a very big thing in Europe. The Europe that we know now.
yeah.
They believed that even witches rode on broomsticks, and witchcraft was there. So I want you to understand that in every society where religion and superstition takes center stage, it's only something that shows that that society is backward.
Yeah.
It only tells you that and people are feeding into this. For me, I believe that if Prophet Nigel Gacy, I use the prophet very carefully because he is saying he's a prophet, I'll give him that due and say prophet. If his church
They will say you are waging a war against the church.
I'm coming.
What you are saying.
If his church was founded on Christ, if the foundation of his church was Christ, there was nothing Ken could have said about the church that would collapse the church. I am telling you.
But
Because the church does not belong to the church. No. So what is pain? He said his numbers, like he suffered.
No, he's talking about the fact that reputational damage.
And I'm saying the reputational damage. Ken is saying his thing. He's talking about charlatans. If you are not a charlatan, you see wait.
Michael, were you in this country when Ken was
It's
going
only this film comes up when bones are being
I'm
mentioned.
just asking.
You see,
And that's why he said
Please hold on. One
Adamu,
at a time.
and that's why he
Yeah.
said it's not only him. He said some men of God called him, and so they collectively prayed, and he sowed seed against Ken because of what Ken had done to him and other men of God who have been called.
So that means he's seeking for his personal interest and vengeance. And I'm saying that, you see, when we all know the Bible
Don't
that
we
we
all
read,
have interests?
and the Bible is telling us that when you are even coming to me to make your sacrifice, that's in the Bible. And then someone has something against you, not even when you have something against someone, you know someone who has something, go and make peace with that person before you come to the house of God. That is in the Bible. So I'm saying that for Ken to say something to you, that after many years, you are still trying to seek your own vengeance. When Jesus Christ tells us in the Bible that when somebody offends you, they tempted him with the question, how many times should I forgive the person? He said, forgive the person how many times?
77 times.
77 times, 7 times. And you just one time that Kennedy has said something to you, you can't forgive him after 8 years, and you can't even wish him well. So right now the thing is that he's thinking about what if Ken was the
Unless
best,
he apologized.
what if Ken was the best person who was supposed to lead Ghana out of our current backwardness, and then because of your personal interest, and yet Ken shouldn't even come. You see, so it is neither here nor there. Look, some of these things he's saying goes to even those who understand religion and understand the Bible. It goes to further implicate him and make that belief that he might be a charlatan. It solidifies that belief because this whole speech he just gave and everything is not based on the Bible, and it's very charlatanic. And for me, I think that it is the media that is creating these problems because you keep giving platforms, noble and important platforms, for people to speak about politics when religion and politics do not have to necessarily mix. And I'm saying that if the media begin, for example, I'm saying that in the US, if a renowned man of God should make a prophecy about an electoral outcome, it will never be headlines.
No.
It will never be headlines.
Because we are do you know the difference?
Contexts
Because
are different.
even though we are not a religious country, like we are not a Christian country or religious country, we are very religious as a people. And you both have monitored, social media, traditional media. One of the things that you actually can lose friendship, good relationships over is religion.
Right.
That's right.
So we prioritize religion. In fact, there are people who lose their sense of reasoning when it comes to religion.
That's absolutely
and there's
true.
absolutely nothing, we don't make it. Look at 31st night. Now, even if the media doesn't put it out there, the churches themselves have outlets that they will push the video and still gain prominence.
So just right by my window, there's this church. In fact, I respect the church so much. It wasn't like that. I'm even a member of that church. You understand? No? I'm a member of that church. Are
you sure a member in good
I
standing?
am a member. But the thing is that I am a very I'm a member. But now, Wednesday morning, 12 o'clock, like they're just making noise and I just said, oh no, this church is actually drifting. It's a very important church, one of the biggest Pentecostal churches here. And if the leaders of the church, they are listening, they should listen very carefully. I have attended services of that church outside of Ghana, and I see how they conduct things. And you see people, productive man hours, people are in the church and drumming. And I'm saying that, you see, let us understand the space of religion and practice it cautiously. They are making noise and people are not able to sleep.
You can't advise.
So what I'm saying is that
I mean, I'm not saying you shouldn't. I'm just telling you that.
I'm just begging the leaders of this country, because we have tabled. You see, when the Constitutional Review Committee was asking for proposals, we were asking that there should be an act that should regulate religious activities, because a lot of people are being abused, a lot of people are being taken advantage of, a lot of people are dying just because there is no regulation in the spiritual and political space.
How do you regulate spirituality?
No. In something you can regulate it. Like, for example, if they don't, no accountability. For example, no accountability. Even when it comes to the, look, let me just give you this example.
Give me a very typical, hold on,
Yeah.
give me a very fine example of how we can regulate religion. Don't talk about paying taxes.
I wrote to a particular, I wrote to the Food and Drugs Authority about a particular church called Second Chance or something. They had some sobolo and something that they were selling, and apparently I had several issues, even to the point that somebody in Canada had to say that, you know, the person was having a medical condition and was so convinced that it is that sobolo that would cure her. She finally died. So we said, fine, Food and Drugs Board, I have the letter on my phone right now. When I did the RTI, they said that, oh no, none of the products that he sells at the church it is now that they are trying to ensure that those products get registered. Okay, fine. It is about 8 months now. I'm waiting for a year, and I'll write back to Food and Drugs Board to see if after 1 year they've been able to register those products. What I'm saying is that,
is this the regulation you took? As for this one,
no, so I'm giving an example how people
I don't, even as a Christian, I do not support and subscribe to selling, holy water and all the holy,
and saying that it heals certain ailments when you have no
subscribe to that. But you see, that's the physical part of it. Which part? What you see, you're not able to answer the question.
Let me give you an example. A pregnant woman goes
that
to,
nobody should prophesy. So right now we are talking about
let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. Somebody is pregnant, and doctors recommend that the person should do CS. And then the spiritual man will say that, no, don't do the CS. You give birth by natural descent. And the person ignores that and then dies. And then you think that the man of God should go scot-free. These are the examples that I'm setting. You understand? So there are a lot of things happening.
On what grounds would you arrest the man of God?
Arrest the man of God?
Or on what grounds should the man of God not go free?
You deceive the person. So deception.
There's a new statement from Bernard, El Bernard. So there's a new statement from El Bernard. He says, accountability statement. Following my recent public apology concerning the prophetic declarations I made about the New Patriotic Party presidential primaries, I have, in humility and accountability, chosen to take a short and intentional pause from making public prophetic declarations, particularly those related to national and political matters. In the same spirit of responsibility, I have also decided to step back for a season from public teaching, preaching, and pulpit ministry. This is a deliberate and voluntary step to allow for reflection, prayer, counsel, and the strengthening of accountability in how prophetic revelations are received, interpreted, and communicated. I am not stepping away from my calling or from ministry altogether. I remain committed to personal prayer, study, and quiet pastoral responsibility, while intentionally realigning myself in growth, integrity, and discernment. I value the trust of the people I serve, and I do not take it lightly. I sincerely appreciate your prayers, patience, and understanding during this season. Bernard Nelson.
I truly respect Al Bernard's humility. He's by far better than the one you just interviewed.
Oh,
that's unfair.
No, that's unfair.
It's a fair comment.
Why is it unfair? It's a fair comment.
To you.
Yes,
that's your
personal opinion. I mean, it's a very fair comment. If look at the number of times Al Bernard is tweeting, is writing, apologizing to Ghanaians, and look at the other one you interviewed.
He has never apologized.
Look at his posture. He is rather even cursing someone that even assemblyman he will not win in this country.
Looks like that didn't worry you. You've really been.
I mean, how can a prophet, a man of God, how can he say that? That because he hasn't come out to apologize publicly. How many times have you come out to apologize whenever you make prophecy and the prophecy doesn't come through? And I know it is not all his prophecies that have come through. How many times has he come out to apologize? Wow. I mean, why are we doing this?
So I think this statement you just read, it's a beautiful one.
It's a very beautiful statement, well carved, well written, and I respect it.
Yeah, moments ago I said this, that what he wrote for me was not enough. I feel that, as he said, he's putting his prophetic ministry on the line. He should probably step back for a year or so, but he came back, and I think that is just the best. If I were the one, that would have what I would have done, so that you do some sober reflection. So this tells you that this is somebody that God wanted to what? Tame. We've seen that in the Bible. We've seen stories like that in the Bible. You see, when God blesses you and gives you the power, sometimes you get to a point where you believe. That's why I asked, if this prophecy had come to pass, who will be taking the glory? Will it be him or Jesus Christ? If it is him, then you should know that God can easily pull out. So this should go to all the other prophets, especially the one you just spoke to. That see, when you have a standard template or an example, you should. What has gone on? If you are a prophet and then you prophesy, first of all, it's needless to go about drumming it. If you happen to do that and it doesn't come to pass, be humble enough to what? But of course, even with what he's saying, the damage has already been done. So there are some mistakes you don't recover from. So we advise some of those prophets to avoid some of these mistakes, because you can never recover from it.
Well, so that's the... See, he's not just apologized, he's also provided some level of accountability and some measures that he is taking as a prophet of God. Prophet Bernard Nelson Nation says he's taking a break from public prophetic declarations, especially ones that are those that are of political nature, and he's also stepping away from public preaching and teaching for some time. He says it is a season where he's going to reflect, focus on his own growth, his discernment as well, and his realignment, because he believes that, this clearly should not have happened the way it happened. And so Prophet Bernard says he's taking a break, and I'm sure, so I don't know, does that mean that tomorrow he's not preaching?
I'm sure.
So I'm not,
usually...
Then I don't want to go to Spirit Life again. I want to go to Nigel's place. What's the name of the church?
I don't know the name.
Prophetic Hill. Yes, I think it's Prophetic Hill. Because he says he has a lot to say tomorrow. So we'll try and go there. But El Bernard, there'll be nothing, because he says he's taking a break. He's not going to preach there. Anyways, I don't know why or how we ended up talking so much about prophetic stuff and religious. Because that's what is happening, though. Yeah. Science and spirituality.
And Joshua, there's a message here. There's a message here that we should call Benefsin and hear what Benefsin has to say about Musa Dankwa's polls and predictions. We will try. IB and Echo. We will try and bring that conversation. IB.
So what is the NPP waiting for? I think by now they should be putting things in place.
For the NPP, things are very clear now.
Because it's 7. Yes, they should be declaring.
So this is not an NPP problem. And let me bring this to the fore again.
It's an electoral
Yes, easy. I have said it. One of our biggest problems is the Electoral Commission. They are very inefficient. Very inefficient, to say to the least. No, really, because this is just an election of about 331 polling.
333.
33, right?
Yeah.
Oh my God. So the EC is showing
less than 500,000 people.
No, the inefficiency is just glaringly too much. Like, for example, this morning I was talking about the fact that you have an electoral space and people are talking about sharing money. You see, I understand that the EC has nothing to do with that, but it is the responsibility of the EC to ensure that the election is free and fair. So if there are money changing hands, it's something that they should be able to address. But then they look on and let it happen. So for us to even finish this election and so it looks like the political parties even have efficient systems in place than the Electoral Commission. And I want to say that if this little elections are supposed to be trial grounds, for you to test your system and for you to be better.
Declare the winner.
Polls closed at 2 p.m.
Yes.
And for 5 hours.
So for me, I think that the EC must sit up on some of these things because when they do, we don't know when such behavior can plunge the nation into some disturbances. Because, like the last election, the stakes were so high. If not because Dr. Bawumia came in early to, accept defeat, it could have been something else. Oh, he accepted
this one?
No.
Okay, that's
2024.
right. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Because it took 2 days for the EC to bring the final results. 2 full days. So I think that if you are waiting for the EC, you might be closing tomorrow.
No, because really it is quite troubling that after 5 hours for an internal contest for just a little over 211,000 people, Dr. Bawumia and his team were able to collate results from a little over 200. In fact, 200. In fact, they only had 14 polling centers outstanding, and then the EC 5 hours later still somehow we've not been able, and that's why, well, I'm sure that when we get to the NPP headquarters, we'll get to understand what the real challenge is. If it's indeed because perhaps maybe the party wants to mobilize all the contenders and bring all of them to show that unity that the party really wants to demonstrate and say that this is what we are going after, and maybe that is becoming a problem, or the EC is unable or has not been able to get the collations and the verifications done, whatever the challenge is, because really it shouldn't have stretched for this long. That's my personal opinion.
Yeah.
And I believe strongly, Michael?
Yeah, Joshua, you see, the thing is that the EC website, for now, I was saying, even when we're having some of these elections, it should have been possible for us to be going and be seeing the website being updated with the information. And I don't know what investments the EC needs to make in its systems. The practice where the political parties even are able to collate the results ahead of the EC is something that we shouldn't be encouraging. The EC should have been the one providing the information to us, because if these parties begin to band around different information, it begins to create problems. So we should have had this information coming from the EC. Then everybody's taking their information from the EC. But now the parties do their own thing. Sometimes some media houses are even able to collate ahead of the EC.
Yeah.
And that is not something that we should encourage.
Well, quite interesting dynamics there. And so, yes, you're still watching the NPP's presidential primaries, NPP Decides 2026 here on GH1 television. We've been with you when the first vote was cast. That was around 7 a.m. all the way till now, and we are with you until the declaration is made and we officially get to see Dr. Mamudu Bawumia, as he claims, or his team claim, that, well, per the results that they've collated, they are clearly in the win. And from the results we have seen as well, and I'm sure that in a short while as well, we'll be making that projection for you in terms of the percentage that we believe that the Bawumia camp has been able to get in this particular election. But what is clear now is that, well, you heard from Kennedy Japan, who was marked as his fiercest contender. He clearly, from his submission, seems to know that the numbers are not going in favor of his bid to be a flag bearer of the New Patriotic Party. But we'll get the details for you shortly as well. We'll be connecting to the New Patriotic Party headquarters here in Adabraka and get to find out exactly what the mood is there. But as you can see on your screens, on my left side on the screens, clearly, you can see some pictures from the headquarters of the NPP. And yes, you can see Anthony Cabo there, Abeifa Cabo, Dennis Miracles Abuaji as well, and Kojo Kuma. In fact, Tim Bawumia, I can say, in the shots there. And it's quite unclear what is causing the delay in the declaration to be made by the Electoral Commission. But we are still here with you. You can also connect with us via social media, live on Facebook, live on X, and also live on YouTube at GH1 television. And earlier, the man on the screen is Nigel Gazy. Sewa Amihia had a conversation with him regarding his prophecy that has come to pass. And of course, Adamu and Michael have had their bites on that. We've spoken at length about the religion of politics, or the politics of religion, whichever way you want to put it. And he says that tomorrow he has a lot to say in his church service, especially about Kennedy Japan. He says he's not going to now hold back on certain things. He's going to say them all as he has been told by the Lord and the angel of the Lord, as he puts it. So I'm sure that tomorrow there'll be a lot of people trooping to the Prophetic Hill to get to hear from Nigel Gazy what more he has to say. But we also do know that the data has been pointing to this victory since it all started. If you've been following the polls and have been speaking to the various people, in fact, do you know who I want to speak to? Dr. Abusua, who says that he had, in fact, it was done. His polls were projecting a victory for Kennedy Japan between 52% and 56%. I really want to speak to Dr. Evans and get to understand what happened with his polls. But Emmanuel Jabin will also be joining us with some details shortly. We'll get to all of that for you. This is still GH1 Television. It's our continuous coverage. It's been a marathon for the NPP. It's 7:16 p.m. and we're still waiting for the Electoral Commission to make that declaration. And then, hopefully, officially hear from Dr. Bawumia, not hopefully, or whoever emerges winner when the EC makes his declaration. Or now it's safe to say Dr. Bawumia has won.
And then when they peruse the album, they realize that his name is still in the album. And for the decision is that once his name is in the album, which is what is the work, and for the decision is that once his name is in the album, which is what is the working document for the EC, he should be allowed to vote. So I think they took the right decision. Otherwise, this could have degenerated into something else.
Okay. Let's now take you to one of the very famous constituencies here in the country, Ododo Diodio. Mary Appiah is there for us. Mary, what is happening in that famous constituency?
Well, now, good morning to you. Over here, there's a little bit of a misunderstanding going on at the moment. Because initially, the preview was just, all the delegates were in the queue, but now they are arranging the queue according to the zone. And it has brought a bit of a misunderstanding among some of the delegates. I'm looking for there's a zone coordinator here. Okay, so he at the moment. But right now, there's a bit of a misunderstanding going on here. So far, about 396 delegates have voted. There are two zones here. There's a zone A where the executives vote, and then there's a zone B where the delegates are also casting their ballot. I have seen the presiding officer. I would like to speak to him so that he explains some of the issues going on for us. I like to say, the life of this one. There's a problem going on. Can you tell us what the issue is?
Please wait.
What the issue is? Okay, unfortunately, okay, so he'll speak to us now. Okay, I'm here. So you're live on GH1 TV.
Media, you are trying to disrupt my work. Okay. There's a problem and I'm resolving it.
Okay, so he's trying to resolve the issue now. Unfortunately, he won't be able to speak to us. But so far, 396 delegates have cast their vote. We are expecting 1,314 people to cast their votes here, but so far only 396 have done that. So that is the problem here. The delegates, I'll speak to some of the delegates. Hello, sir. You're live. Yeah, you're live. No, you're live on GH1. What's the problem? No, I like it. Okay. You're live on GH1 TV.
Problem here, you. If you go for no more, my higher power. Tell me what say. Yes, you go for no more higher. You generally almost 2 hours. You can do the job of normal line by line, go by do. Some year is too much. And the job of your way to my
Very chaotic scenes there in Odododio. Mary Apia bringing us an update in relation to that issue. Definitely we'll go back to get some more in connection to that. But they've been talking about some delays in the area, and we'll reconnect with Mary subsequently for some more. We're going to the Eastern region, Lily?
We're going to the Eastern region, and our man there, Kojo Ansah, is there. Over at Kojo Ansah. Kojo Ansah, what's happening in the Eastern region? Where exactly are you? Voter turnout so far? Numbers that are expected to vote?
Well, so in the Eastern region, we're expecting some 21,000 plus delegates to cast their ballots. And as you can see from the background, this is New Durban South constituency, where we have the election taking place at the Koforidua Senior High Technical School. And here we have two polling stations, A and B. With the A, some 558 registered delegates are expected to cast their ballot. And at B, we have 516 who are also to cast their ballot. So far, since morning, we are told, majority of them have voted, but we are yet to get the actual figure because the EC officials say they are yet to update it. So we've seen a number of people coming here to vote because this is a center where most of the former government officials in the region, as well as other party officials who are qualified to vote cast their ballot. So we've seen someone like Mr. Boache Jaco, former presidential hopeful, who came around to vote, and he advised the delegates, as it were, to ensure that they come out in their numbers to vote, and after that, the party should unite and support whoever emerges as winner for the party to capture power in 2028. Apart from that, we've seen Dr. Makasibe Yeboah, who is also a former member of parliament in New Durban South here, who came around. He also came to vote. Dr. Makasibe Yeboah essentially is the pillar for Ken Japan in New Durban South. He came around to speak to a number of delegates. We are told throughout the night there have been a lot of engagements, and he's doing that for Kennedy or Hina Japan. I've seen the member of parliament himself here, that is Ochrebefi. He is also here, and he's been here since morning. Right before you enter the premises of the school, you meet him, and he's been engaging a number of delegates. So it's been peaceful so far in New Durban South constituency and other constituencies like Bwakwa South, where the MP there, Atachia, also voted a short while ago, and other party officials. But we are yet to receive reports as to when President Akufo-Addo, whether or not he will be voting here at Bwakwa South or he will be voting in Accra. But we are yet to find out if he will be voting here in Bwakwa South constituency.
Obed Kojo Ansah, he is our man on the ground in the Eastern region. But let's hear one of the people who's been keenly supporting Kennedy Ohene Ejapon, Charles Bisi. He's been speaking. Let's hear from him.
Maybe I'm a commission, peaceful. It shows that the unity within the party is there. By the end of the day, maybe I'm a flag bearer. Yeah, you swing as one party. First of all, and then we're delegates, and then we're party officers, and the delegates each other were small that Brabe for NPP. And so one our polling station, where the original 12 about your polling station chairman, polling station secretary, we got it here some worker, we also for the Kennedy, win. Because it's here, they are not. I am a party. On and over my campaign, right? Wow, the message the one conductor, no more beer.
So that's Charles Bisi. He is a key campaign member of the Kennedy Ohene Japan team, and he's been speaking there. He's been monitoring the exercise so far. Let's jump to the Ashanti region, Kwabri East. You know that earlier I reported that there's TNT sharing ongoing. Well, some delegates say they did not receive theirs. Let's hear them.
As a delegate, I don't know who tongue votes just for TNT. The truth must always be said. We put out in for Sika, I become the Amano. Onukwa Emfa, Siana 2023. Agric Minister, Nippon Sina Nemua, Sumo Boy, Fernand Tega, or Diva Panisika. Now, who evidence to that? Say, well, evidence. That's what delegates are at and discuss about the man. People Obiakaska, 10,004. And book never lie. And I don't know. Siana 2023. Agric Minister, you take up with one farmer, the 2 years, the whole 1,004 delegates. Why not be Agric Minister? What do you call it? East for Moyao. Obi Mamika's come out from the Kwabama. And the target of a partner, what this cannot be done. I think you may be over Tianka on Fragano, non for the Bancano, non for Scanama coordinators, Roman Chamaya, Omuchas Caramania, about to attend now what about it's all kinds of all right.
And I think the Electoral Commission has been fast about it. I came here some few minutes after 7 o'clock. The stage has been set. The agents for the various aspirants are also there. Everybody is writing. I was taken through the process in a very seamless manner. There are no obstacles. You can see the police also around, the regional operations commander, the municipal, police commander from Kwanta South. And I think the place is in order. The delegates who have come so far, nobody is showing any form of aggression. Each person is going to vote and then they vote and leave. So I think so far so good. NPP is going to set another benchmark for internal elections in Ghana. For those who sit somewhere and wish us to, we will never get there. Ken is a party person, Dr. Baumia is a party person, Dr. Brachampo is a party person, Dr. Duchum is a party person, and Komedia Japan is a party person. None of them want to wish NPP retrogress, and I think they have said that to their followers and their agents. A few minutes ago, we thought I was interacting with a certain gentleman. He has been campaigning up and down for Kennedy Japan, but we so shared laughter. And I think so far so good. NPP is setting another record. Everybody has gone round. The campaign has been conducted. I've been in Nkwanta South since Monday. And every day I go out to an electoral area, a police station. I get to speak to more than 50 delegates in a day. And from their expressions and some of the intelligence I also pick from some guys. I think that as far as Nkwanta South is concerned, the people feel that consistency should be repeated. And for that matter, Dr. Baumia will be going again. And I think it's going to be the same all over the country. So at the end of the day, we have the other 4 aspirants coming to support Dr. Baumia as we march forward for victory in 2020.
Sitting here in Nkwanta South has actually improved drastically, and I must commend the security officers in Nkwanta. I was amazed. I mean, looking at the stories that we were hearing before, I think thank God, so it's been a peaceful place. I've been here for the past 1.5 weeks, and so far I haven't heard any hint of, disturbances here. So I must commend the military and then the police officers and the national security, all the people that are doing work behind the scenes to make sure that peace I must commend all. Anything can happen, but I'm saying I've been to elections. Delegates even on the voting they will tell you whether you are winning or not. So far it's been good. All the delegates are saying there's no change. They are not going to change anybody apart from repeating the
Okay, so you saw the scenes from the party's headquarters. Engineer Kwabena Ejapon and his wife. Kwabena Ejapon is one of the aspirants who are eyeing the top job for the new patriotic party in this particular exercise. You also heard the former member of parliament for Nkwanta South. You also heard the former regional minister for the Otu region speaking about the exercise they've been monitoring so far and how it's going. Well, in studio, our producer has left us, but we've been joined by two able men. Yeah. You know that when one man leaves, now we have two more joining. So the equation is balanced. 2 women, 2 men. Michael Dunyina Mensah is the executive director for SEMPOA, and Musa Dankwa is the executive director for the Global Info Analytics. Today, we'll find out at the end of the day if the polls will not fail. Many say that, well, he was doing lotto staking.
Jana 1, Jana 2.
Well, the man who does Jana 1 and Jana 2 is here. Good morning. How are you? You are in white.
I just changed a bit. I was wearing smoke before. It was heavy on me.
Okay. And you opted for white.
White.
Quite a significant color.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Anyway, Michael, how are you? It's good to see you.
I'm doing great. Yeah. Very interesting day.
Yes, very interesting day.
I know. I mean,
we're going to see how it ends.
Eventually.
And they both have worked on surveys and polls with regard to this election. Global Info Analytics is projecting a 57% win for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, plus or minus 3%. SEMPOA has equally put him in the lead. They don't know if things will change. They are equally predicting that there's a possibility of a runoff. But Musa Dankwa says, forget, there's not going to be a runoff. What's his runoff? It's not even going to feature in this at all. But before we get into everything else, I mean, camps that the polls don't favor have accused you of deliberately skewing the numbers to psychologically work on the delegates to vote in favor of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Why is Global Info Analytics doing that?
It's only in Ghana that you do a poll, then it is seen as a psychological warfare on the voters or on the delegates. I would have loved that they go and read the role of opinion polls in any democracy, and I think they will understand that. But let me address that issue head on. Look, in a closely contested election where the gap is maybe within a margin of error, then you might think that the public opinion poll will have an impact. Even that, the impact will still be close, because when people want to decide, they will be divided between you and the other guy, because the gap is very close. When the gap is wide, those who are undecided, what the poll helps them to do is to understand the whole issues, all the issues, and all the directions. And then if they want help to decide where to go, They normally want to go where most people are.
Okay.
So the poll will not let them go to where most people are not.
So then you will agree with people who say that.
No. Let me end. The voice of the people is the voice of God.
That's true.
If the voices are here and the people want help, why would they go here? So we are just opening up the conversation. Let them see the picture.
Okay.
No, not everybody will go to where the most people are. Absolutely not.
Okay.
But it will be foolish for them not to know what is happening, for them to make blind decisions. Okay. Opinion polls bring everything out. Those who are happy will jubilate. Those who are behind will insult you. And that is normal. Even in America, when the poll don't go Trump's way, he insults them. So, am I different?
But does it also help those who may be on the losing side per the poll to re-examine their strategy with regard to what they are doing going to the polls?
Absolutely. But you see, most of them, they leave the work till late.
Okay.
Or they get posters who can't be brave to tell them what they are seeing. See, when you are in the team there, you become very comfortable. Things don't look good, and so with the kind of move. Oh, yes. So they tend to hide.
So they fund the egos of these
fund the egos. But when you know the truth, then you confront the issues head on. If you have 6 months to go, you can look at what do we do to get out of this polling situation. Who are the demographics that are becoming issues for us? How do we get them? Who should we use? What should be the message? What should be the means of communication to get to these people? These are the things the data will help you to do. Anybody who advises campaign without data, absolutely doing a garbage job.
Okay. But for you, you say that there's a likelihood of a runoff. In the last, let's say, 24 hours, have you picked up any signs of something different?
Well, so we haven't conducted any survey after that, but there are a few things I just wanted to make clear. I think that Musa Dankwa tried to water down the impact or the influence of his polls, or like opinion polls in general. Of course, I am of the thought that opinion polls are able to shape the direction of voters sometimes, because there are some people who are undecided, and it is common human attribute to want to join the winning side. So of course, the opinion polls do matter. But I think that as somebody who respects his work and respects his business and company, will not go out and churn negative or should I say wrong information or cooked data, because that can also impact
on his
your
credibility.
work and your future. So definitely he will not put all those the experience and everything at risk just to, he will definitely not do that. But of course they do inform where the voting patterns somehow. But there are two things that opinion polls do. You see, we tend to create the impression as if the main role of opinion poll is just to predict the outcome of the election. You see, at the start, some of the opinion polls are able to give you more information about the trends, about people's intentions, about the issues that are informing the voters. So once you're able to get a grasp of some of this information and even work on them, it is possible that you can overturn the prediction of an opinion poll if the people who actually take the polls really do work hard on what the polls are saying. Except maybe what we call the exit polls, right? Or the polls that are very close to the election date, where there's little you can do to change, then that one is different. But right into the beginning of the election, when opinion polls come, they're able to help the politicians to be able to tighten the loose ends and make certain changes. But coming back to your question as to whether this last minute anything can happen, yes, the reason why I think something can happen is that maybe his polls probably went deeper, but we had quite a significant number who said they were undecided. And once they are undecided, it means that that number can sway things a little bit. And then secondly, we had about 28% who were saying that they can change their vote. That's almost like 1/3, saying that they can change their vote at the last minute. It means that things can still be fluid.
So anything is possible then?
So depending on how you ask your questions, let's say, for example, what Musa Dankwa did, I don't know the line of questioning, but if there are some of them who at the last minute are saying that a whole 1/3 are saying that we can change our vote at the last minute, it means that things are still a bit fluid. So those who, the person leading is leading all right, but it means that nothing is cast in stone.
Quite interesting.
Just
yeah,
to add on to what he said, we did ask people whether they firmed their vote. How likely are you going to change your mind between when we last spoke to you and the election day? 9% said they are likely, not saying they will. So let's understand the language. They are likely to change their vote.
So it's either it's neither here. It's either yes or a no.
It means that they may depend upon what happens between the time we spoke to them and the election day.
But they tell you depending on what?
No. That's how I'm going. And in polling or in elections, the campaign or the candidate maintains steady flow of campaign till the end without scandal don't suffer. In America, they have what they call October surprise. It means that if the campaign goes through October without any revelation, without any shocks, the one leading in the poll most likely to win the election. But if there should be an October surprise, which is something that is not known to the public, but suddenly emerges, whether it emerges on the leading candidate, it would drag you down. If it emerges on the one challenging, also bring you down. So those are the times that are very critical. So those who are wavering, who are not fully committed, they are influenced by the last-minute things that happen in the campaign. And there are those who said, as for their vote is cast in stone. Those are committed people. And there are those who may be neutral. Those who are neutral also, we have to be very careful with them. It means they could change their mind as well. Now what we do is to analyze those category of voters. Those who say they may change their mind. What proportion of them is voting for candidate A, candidate B, candidate C? To see who is more vulnerable to a decline if he misbehaves in the campaign. And those who say neutral, these two categories, likely and neutral, if you misbehave in the campaign and they see that to be negative, they may react negatively towards your numbers. So it could cost you. That is why you must maintain a steady campaign from the day you declare, because there are people who are undecided, who want guidance. And if you misbehave, that doesn't help you in your polling data.
Okay, so we'll come back to you shortly. We need to go quickly to the Tamale Central constituency in the northern region to find out how the process has been so far. Brima Abdul Majid is our man on ground. Majid, what can you report at this time?
Yeah, looking at the concerning to better for the Democratic Party, like since yesterday have things going, you predict dinner just because like there is short. Again, vote for like experience the second by a change of this and then is and the change was going to mind. And this was this like no one will have like a courage to be thinking they are winning. And when we talk about marriage and voting started at 8 a.m. morning, things are ongoing well. And looking at the situation that is going, security personnel are making sure that whatever we do to maintain peace and there are some people who are there to obey the security, ensure that food live and the competition with their doing for to their election go on well and do like this let this people not mad until the afternoon. Then people are now so look at the queue we predict and when this and that is going to be over. When
okay, so there's Brima Abdul Majid there reporting from the Tamale Central constituency so far. the process has been smooth. And interestingly, it's been so across the board. But just minor incidents here and there. People, just about 5 people couldn't find their names in the voter roll. I think one person also couldn't find, but later it was rectified.
Yes.
The issue of money changing hands and people saying, well, I'm idiot.
Transportation for emphasis.
Okay. Well, yes, TNT, they call it, and then breakfast as well.
Some of the candidates have gone out of their way to serve the delegates breakfast. You know, they did a buffet, and so when you go, have what you think you would like. I mean, like I told you, you need to have something in your stomach to be able to whistle. So that's what is happening in some of these centers where the delegates are being fed by the various aspirants.
Mr. Dankwa, do you think those who say, well, depending on what, these things, I like the way you're laughing, these things will, for want of a better expression, push them to vote for a particular candidate?
Look, let's look at the general population. Their perception when it comes to this inducement. We've done some survey before the last election. When we asked them, what action would you take if you were offered money by a candidate? Would you take the money and not vote? Take the money and vote your own
candidate?
Or you take the money and switch to another candidate? Only 7% of the general voters said they would take the money and switch the vote from what they intend to do.
Only 7%?
Only 7%.
Okay.
Right?
So it means it's not a likelihood.
It has been normalized that you can take it and vote your mind. Delegates will take money from everybody. TNT, you can't say you will refuse it.
After all, it's TNT.
So when they give you the money, they all give. If they are all, but it differs in terms of the amount. But when the guy goes there, what they told us that they will use to evaluate who they should vote for, money wasn't one of them. Somebody who can win, 23%. Somebody who cares about the grassroots, 17%. 17%.
Okay.
Somebody who can unite the party, 16%. Trustworthy, I think 11%. So there were so many factors.
So primarily they're looking for a winnable candidate.
Yes, and the candidate that is humble, in fact, humble is 8%, and candidate who is a fighter, 2%, among other responses. And what we did was to look at the voting intentions of these people who were citing these qualities. To give a fair idea of whether the numbers you are seeing in the poll is backed by other data that you can triangulate. So look, they all take the money. It is not the we don't delegate. My own brother is a delegate.
Okay,
my brother is a delegate. He's voting today.
And these are some of the things that will influence.
No, we have been having that chat. So sometimes, look, we know what is happening, and he will not decline money from anybody. And it's their cocoa season. This happens once every how many years?
So that's where I wanted to go to.
So they will take the money, all right. But who do you think, does he think can win them the power? Is he the one who gave them big money?
Sometimes, yes.
No, I'm talking with data. So, look, you see, we're not going to say 100%. That's why it's proportional. There are people, but majority.
Okay. Mr. Danko, let me hold you there. So, in your short, is the Inspector General of Police, Christian Teteonu, currently at the Ododo constituency. Earlier, we reported that there were a few skirmishes there, the IGP's there, and the IGP has been going around the Greater Accra region, monitoring how the process has been going so far. So that's him in your short, interacting with his men, interacting with some delegates, ensuring that there's peace and order. The Ododo constituency is a particularly hotbed. Even in the general election, so it's understandable that the IGP will visit this constituency. So that's the IGP and his men there. Mr. Dankwa, you're making the point.
So look, I bring 2,000. He brings 2,000. He brings 2,000. Who would he vote for? He will pick the one that fits certain policies he's looking out for. Because they've all given the same amount.
With what he's looking.
Yes. So the money they will take, delegate will take the money. And then they will vote the way they think is good for them and the party. So that is why the other qualities.
If precedence is anything to go by, fear delegate.
Fear delegate. People have paid and they didn't win. Why? Was it money? No, they got the money all right, but somebody else won. So I think we should not be stretching too much the influence of the money. It's not like one side is giving the money, the other side are looking aloof. No, they all do the business. TNT.
But so far from our reports, 3 people have been giving out the cash out of the 5. So far from our reports, that's what we are gathering.
And those 3 people are those with the resources, isn't it?
Yes, and these are the first 3 actually. Yes. So on the ballots, number 1, number 2, number 3. Yes.
So it means the other 4 and 5 have no means to give TNT. But when they get some vote, they will get some vote. Of course they will. Yes. People will be voting based on their conscience. Because they believe that maybe Kopra Japan is the kind of person I want. He may have taken money from 1, 2, 3, but he voted for Kopra Japan. Wow. In his conscience, he believes that he fits the person that he's looking for to lead NPP. So, yes, money plays role, it will energize your team, but in the end of the day, since you're all giving, then the question is, hey, Majiha, who am I voting for? Then the qualities come into play. Use those criteria to make a decision. And that's what delegates will do.
Michael, you wanted to touch on the inducement.
Yes, I wanted to, largely, Musa is right with what he's saying. And speaking to that, of course, it is very obvious that it's not all the time that the inducements or the money does the work. But I want to slightly disagree a bit, especially with regards to the vote buying, because we seem to be downplaying it. First of all, it is very appalling that we should even be discussing this, because money shouldn't have even found its way into our voting processes. And for us to begin to normalize some of these things, you see, why couldn't the party itself just provide TNT to everybody who comes to vote if they want to move away or shy away from this type of behavior? Because what is strangling our nation, what is making our nation not to move forward, is because of the fact that politics, democracy, elections has become so expensive such that it becomes like a business entity instead of a social affair, such that people have to spend huge sums of money to get in there. So therefore, they become so indebted to the extent that they need to find ways to recoup. Look, let me just digress a little bit. This case of Kenoforiata that we have on our necks is just because of money in our politics, because it was very obvious that Kenoforiata was very instrumental in funding his cousin, who is Nana Akufo-Addo's campaign. Funded it so much that they even went for loans to fund the campaign. And when things got so bad that they even, about 80% of the MPs came together and said that, no, you see, we represent 80 MPs. That's not a small number. We represent a very considerable, and the Minister of Finance must go because we need to give our economy a fresh breathing. He boldly told them in the face that, where were you guys when he was looking for money to fund my campaign? So this issue of money in our elections is something that normally when we sit here, we should even be condemning it outrightly. But let's come to the reality. See, there are different types of vote buying. Some time ago, there was the one where you need to even go and vote and come and show the evidence and take your money.
In relation to that, in some of the centers, the executives take the phones of these individuals so that they go and vote. When they return, they give them a tag to be sure that that's your phone, and then they give them back.
Because they want to avoid that.
People don't have to take photos of their votes to go and prove that indeed I voted for you.
Yes, because there were times. I mean, I've observed an election where there's someone, they come before they come them in a particular room. You go and vote, come and show your evidence of voting, and then come back and take your money. And then there's this other aspect of the vote buying where you were saying that, everybody's giving, so it might not necessarily sway. You see, people are different. There are some people who, as a matter of principle, will do that, but some people are looking for the highest bidder. Because I have seen an election where somebody lost because the people will say that he didn't pay much. So they didn't vote. So I understand that, yes, the money does not really account for everything, but it accounts for a significant portion of, and in any ways, it shouldn't even exist in the first place. We need to even condemn that.
Unfortunately, there is demand and there is supply. For it to end, there has to be a consensus from both parties for this to end. It is eating deep into our politics, and until we decide as a people that we want it to end, it will not end, unfortunately.
Yes, now, look, interestingly, in elsewhere, it is people who fund politicians, you know, you have the qualities, they fund you to be able to go and stand for the elections. But it is only in this country that the one standing for the election will pay you to vote for them. It's very absurd. I don't understand it.
Well, we are still monitoring this election, the NPP's presidential primaries. We're coming to you live on GH1 television, also live on Star 103.5 FM. We're also live on Ultimate FM in Kumasi, Empire FM in Takrady, and our affiliates across the country. We're also live on our social media platforms. We've been covering this from the morning since the beginning of the votes. The voting is still ongoing. The party intends to be swift with this election. By 2 p.m., they expect to bring the voting process to an end. I'm sure, with the exception of areas where there might have been some delays or where you still have people in the queue to cast their ballots. But ahead of this election in question, some of the polls, as Global Info Analytics did put, you're pegging Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia to be winning 14 out of the 16 regions. The regions you peg, per the data, to go in favor of Kennedy Ohene Japan is just 2. Is this the Ashanti and Volta regions, are correct?
Central.
Sorry, Central and Volta regions. That's the 2 regions where you expect him to do well. You're also saying that even though Dr. Mahmoud may win, the numbers may not be as huge as they were in the previous election. How do I frame this properly? But what will be doing the trick for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia in these 14 constituencies, especially when his contenders have said that?
14 regions.
14, yes, his 4 other contestants, they keep pointing at his poor performance in the just ended election.
There is a question we asked the delegates about their support or agreement or disagreement with the notion that when you present the candidate for the second time, it helps the party win.
Okay.
And Bawumia has been citing Kufuor 2 times, and he won. Bawumia has been citing his own president, his own boss, Ronaldo, 3 times, and he won. And if you look at the NPP as a party, Yindim no free to take.
Sure.
When you stretch that, then they say he's been well marketed, right? And we believe that if you send him for the second time, he will do better than what he did last time. So all this gives you the ground reason why Bawumia is leading. And we all saw how Bawumia spent his time hammering on that. And we saw how vigorously Ken came back, debunking it. It was in the same kind of debunking that he went overboard with his that's it.
The liar.
Because of the what do you call it? Etubuahen situation, right? When we asked the delegate, 45% of them say that they agree that presenting him, well, in fact, we didn't even say Bawumia, a candidate, so it can be anybody.
Okay.
If he goes and he doesn't win second time, he will do better. So they believe in that notion. And the nature of NPP is such that they don't like changes, rapid changes. A conservative party tries to conserve what they know, right? So
and you say that the data doesn't support the assertion that they need a disruptor at this time.
Absolutely. The disruptions are normally echoed by younger people in the population.
Okay.
They want change, young people. Unfortunately for Kennedy, there are no younger people in NPP delegates. So the voice that is louder among the population that what came by better man won't change. That demography doesn't exist in a significant way in NPP.
Even with the enlarged delegate pool?
No, that has even increased the old age.
Yes, because some of the appointees
are former appointees.
Yes. And then former members of parliament.
It doesn't help in the younger demography. No young person has found his way in the album since the last album was prepared.
Okay.
And the album is the same. So that demography is telling you what these guys could do. Older people are more risk averse.
Okay.
And younger people are risk takers. Kennedy is first-time candidate. They could gamble and take a risk and present him. As to what happens, they can't tell.
Okay.
But at least Bawumia,
But this
they
will
are
also
saying
be
that
the second time of Kennedy. If you look at the numbers of 2023, anything to go by. I mean, he came in quite late, but he was able to pull some strings.
he benefited from Alan's exit.
Oh, okay.
If Alan had stayed, even though Alan didn't do well in superdelegate, and the superdelegate were quite a group of people who were really for the establishment, Alan couldn't have done well at all in that superdelegate, that is for sure. But Kennedy did a lot of work there, and if Alan had stayed, would have seen the same race we are seeing today, because Alan would not be weak candidate, like Brian too is not a weak candidate.
Okay.
Brian is stronger than all the previous candidates that have run in the NPP election, resources and everything. So it is the reason why Bawumia is not hitting 60 is because Brian is doing something.
Okay.
In the north, you can see Brian doing well in some regions, in the northern part of the country. In the eastern region, Brian is doing around 11%. A number that could have gone to who? Ken.
You say he's chipping away some of Ken's
everywhere Brian does well, Ken doesn't do as well as he did last time.
Okay.
So you have a different variable in this election. And also you've had a chance to present this candidate in the past. So now people have full pictures of who they are. They are doing proper assessment of this candidate. Look, among those who voted in the last election, Bawumia has retained 81% of those people. Ken has retained 81%. So,
Level playing field.
Level playing field.
Even though in terms of numerical value, they vary.
They vary. But percentage, we don't deal with absolute figures, percentages.
Okay, percentage ones, okay.
Among those who are Bawumia, who have abandoned him, about 9%. They've left him, they've gone to Ken. Among those who were Ken and have abandoned Ken, it is 11%. So Bawumia has +2 advantage among those who are defecting. Right? So the guy who's supposed to be losing has an advantage over you on cross defection. Brian has taken 6% from Bawumia and 5% from Kennedy. But among those who did not vote in the last election, those who didn't vote in the last election, Bawumia has 47% of their support. They didn't vote in the last election. Maybe they were sick, they've traveled, they didn't vote. But today, if they're coming to vote, they are saying they will vote for Bawumia 47%. Ken, 23%. What is the gap? More 24%. And about 27% said they are not disclosing. So on the balance of how they've already shown their voting pattern, who do you think the remaining will vote for?
Quite interesting. I'll come to you shortly, Michael. In Ayawasu East, we understand that some persons have been arrested for concealing body cams. The Electoral Commission officers have been addressing the press. Let's hear from them.
I don't know whoever gave it to them. I don't know where they are coming from. I don't know which of the candidates asked them to wear that, because this is the first time they are seeing this. Nobody come is a security thing. So normally security officials used to be wearing it, but this is coming from the party. So we are very surprised that they be asked to wear body cam. We have instructions that we are following, and it's not part of it. So I don't know. So that brought the scaffold that you just witnessed.
But they insist that they've been to other areas and they were wearing body cams.
That is there, but not yet. That is there because we've not been told that they should bring it. We're not accepting that. That is there, but not yet.
How many people are expected to cast their ballot?
615.
615. And so far, how many people?
About 300 plus. Almost half plus.
Apart from the scaffold that happened, how has the process been?
Very smooth. Like the witness, very smooth.
We just witnessed one person being whisked away. What did he do?
He was taking a picture of whoever he voted for, and it is not allowed. So he has been whisked to the police station. Yes, just to serve as an example. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so that's an Electoral Commission officer at Ayawasu East. There you have it. Some persons had concealed body cams. Another person also took a picture of his ballot and he was immediately apprehended. So that's some information there. But in Odo, I told you earlier that the IGP was touring and he's been speaking to the press as well.
Where you been so far? Yes. There's only misunderstanding about this queuing. Everybody wants to be attended to before he or she goes. But they should exercise patience. We have asked our men to put the barricades so that they go step by step. Those who will be in the queue, anytime after the 2 p.m., they will be allowed to vote. So they should not be creating any chaos over here. And I hope there's going to be understanding. We'll be able to solve the problem here, and it's left with discipline that is being managed. So I think so far it's okay. They are just worried about finishing early to go home. And that is the only problem. And it will be done. So the policemen will arrange it nicely for them so that they can finish and go. Thank you.
Okay, so that's the Inspector General of Police, Christian Tete. You're still watching and listening to our extensive coverage of the NPP presidential primaries. We're live in GH1 TV, we're live on Star FM, we're live on Empire, we're live on all our affiliates across the country. So please stay with us. In studio, I'm here with Nadiri Tete, Musa Dankwa, and Michael Donyina Mensah. Michael, you've seen that the things we've been talking about, especially with inducement, people think that, well, I still need to take pictures, I still need to go ahead and take pictures and show proof that I have voted.
Yeah, I've not been following too much, but I would be glad if you guys can correct me a little bit. I saw them setting up meal stations and a buffet at the polling stations. Like, is it set up by the party or it's like the individual candidates?
Yeah.
So maybe at the station you can have a meal station for one candidate and another meal station for another candidate. I want to be sure before I really pass my comment. Have you been following? I want to see how it's set up because I want to understand. Maybe Musa can share his thoughts. Like it looks like our democratic culture and elections, we are towing a direction that is not healthy, and the voices that are supposed to stand and really speak to some of these things, because there's nothing wrong with first of all, for each candidate to be providing transport to voters. I see it as an electoral sin, and to go beyond that and even set up a buffet point by candidates, not by the party.
Yes.
It's really interesting. I'm really very bothered, and if the Electoral Commission will watch on for some of these activities or habits to fester.
Because these are subtle ways of buying votes?
No, they are subtle ways. Because, first of all, these are needless. We should discourage some of these things, because the next time, we don't know, they will be sharing cloths or they'll be sharing...
Well, we've seen it in the
they
past.
We've seen television. They share ovens, they share chicken, they share rice.
During the voting process.
Then you just need the oil.
Just a few days to the voting process.
No, that's understood.
Okay, but you say on the day of the voting.
For them to set up a buffet stand, the Electoral Commission, because when it is election day, the area where you are voting is supposed to be some sort of a security zone.
Okay.
Understood. The only action that is required there is come and vote.
Come and vote and go.
But for them to set up visually, for people to see that, oh, maybe one candidate stand in terms of the food items they are serving is better than another candidate right during the voting process. This is something that I think we shouldn't
encourage.
Because as you said, these are subtle ways, but next time we don't know what it's going to be.
But the concern also is that, well, some of them, in Domkabinga, for instance, a number of them had to queue overnight. And so they are probably hungry. It's a way of telling them that, oh, the party still cherishes you. Even though I am contesting, or my team is contesting, but we still cherish you. We appreciate you for voting.
Is the party doing that?
No, these are candidate moves.
So I don't have a problem with the party, putting up certain structures to take care of their candidates who have come.
Delegates.
I don't even have a problem with the party giving every delegate transportation money. But to allow candidates independently to give candidates transportation money at their own discretion, their own amount, it is very shameful, and I think that the NPP as a party should start watching some of these things, because when you start sowing some of these seeds, you don't know in the future how things are going to turn around. And I am really, really very, very disappointed that this has been allowed to happen.
But it's something that has been happening over the years, even in the NDC primaries. You've seen that happen. How are we going to stop this? Is it going to be easy? Because we have allowed it to fester. Now it has grown wings to the extent that some delegates are demanding. In the Ashanti region, for instance, when we went there, some delegates complained that, well, go and tell this particular candidate that you did not give me, and I'm waiting for this particular TNT. Now it has gotten to the extent where delegates are demanding because they feel it is their bona fide right.
Our democracy, some people say, oh, our democracy is growing. I think that it's actually growing in the wrong direction. You know, cancer is growth, but it's very bad growth. So I really feel that our electoral reforms, recently, you know, we had the Constitutional Review Commission. You see, we shouldn't copy wholesale.
Okay.
At some point, we were even making some proposals that the EC, the laws of the EC has to be refined to wedge off some of these things. For example, when it comes to primaries, what I feel the ECs can do is to impose on the parties such that you give equal
playing field,
such that during primaries, you, the individual candidate, cannot go and hold your own rallies. It is the party that will organize the rally within the community or the district, and all the candidates will come up on stage and market themselves. That way, you make the elections cheaper. You reduce the inducement, you reduce the involvement of money, and then you help sanitize our democracy. But this direction that we are going, what is going to happen is that we are going to be getting fraudulent people, we are going to get businessmen, we are going to get all manner of charlatans entering into the political system. And you know what's going to happen? At some point, it is going to crash. Listen, this recent call for Ken and this recent noise that they are making all about Ken, I've been saying that it is telling us something. This particular election, I know that Musa has got his predictions right, but if any disruption happens, it means that we have to sit well as a country. Because I remember before the 2024 elections, there were some, I think his own survey, one of the reports I read, where young people were even clamoring for military rule.
Yes.
As an option. So at the moment, people are calling in for Ken not because they feel he's a presidential material or he has the qualities or because they see him like it's a try and error thing, because right now they are fed up with the political class and the suit because they are disappointing us so much. People who are very well educated, they say the politicians in Ghana are among some of the very well educated in the whole Africa. And then this is how our democracy looks like. This is really unfortunate.
Mr. Dankwa, can we ever move away from inducement?
It is a cultural thing as well. I mean, our culture is so corrupt that we do things and we justify it in the name of culture. But we need a serious reform, campaign financing reforms. It won't be easy, but we have to start from somewhere. And there must be an independent body that will police campaign financing and campaign activities going forward. I think there's some recommendation in the new reforms that Professor Prempe has in his team has proposed. Let's start it, and gradually we'll be able to make a bit of sense of what we are doing. But we can't leave it like that. It's not sustainable. It's going to end up leading us to elect criminals into government. People will fund them. Elsewhere in South America, you see cartels and cocaine dealers funding parliamentarians and presidential candidates. And we've seen how some of this have ended. So we don't want to get there. We can start in a small way to try to rein in on those things, but it will take a lot of effort, a lot of time.
Should these prophecies be encouraged in our body politics? Does it have any impact on how voters vote, on the voting party, on the decisions of voters?
You know, Ghana is a spiritual country, we call it. People believe in their prophets and men of God. And men of God also take advantage of that, make prophecies. And prophecies come in various forms and shapes. And for elections, it's either here or there. If you follow the sentiment, you'll be able to assess where the thing might be going. And sometimes what is on your mind, some take it to dream and dream about it. Some of them say they've been spoken to by angels and by God. But I think we should, as a nation that is developing, we should be more science-oriented than spiritual-oriented when it comes to some of these things. The things that really work with spiritual are emotional things, you know. But science is the same God that gave these human beings the knowledge, develop the science that we have. And when the men of God are sick, they don't resort to prayers. They
resort to science.
Science. So I think there's a limitation to everything that we do. But we shouldn't be clamoring too much prophecies in election. It's about the science of data, about the views of people, which may evolve over time. And prophecies...
Do these prophecies shape opinions?
I think that is what they believe. You see, the same way they think opinion poll shapes opinion and drives who wins. And I remember when we were doing the 2024 poll, that's what we were accused of, that we are trying to let Ghanaians vote a certain way. I mean, it is a belief that these politicians that we have, they've created the minds of people. And indeed, it shows that we are a country of... We claim we are educated, but we're not educated properly. Because in advanced democracy, polls have been there for 100 years.
Sure.
It informs them, they debate the issues, and they make informed decisions based on what they've learned and analyzed. And they make their own choices. Not because a pollster say that this guy is winning, they go there. It means we have a problem. If that is what we do, then if a pollster comes say this person is winning when he's losing, then people move there. But actually, the polls scientifically don't change much. Because in the last election, we said our margin of error was around 2%, right? And the actual results came within the margin of error. If the polls had changed mind, the gap between the actual vote and the polls would have been wider. Because the polls would have asked people to go a certain way, in a very big way. That didn't happen. That's evidence that, you see, scientific evidence, it's not about what people say. What is the evidence from the polling results that shows that people have swayed heavily using the polling data? The margin of error is 2%. And we got 54% as Muhammad's numbers, plus 2%, what do you get? 56%. If the polls had had impact on people, you would have got 60 or 65.
Michael?
Yes.
Before you give us your thoughts, we've been joined, my colleague Nadi Ditete has taken leave of us so that we'll have a political communications lecturer join us. Mohammed Tawfiq Adamo, he is a lecturer with EPSA. He lectures in political communications. He will tell us what the messages of these kind of 5 aspirants will do in the polls. I'll come to you, Tawfiq, but let Michael give us his thoughts.
Yes, so this is a very interesting issue. I believe in prophecy. I have been a beneficiary of prophecy, and I believe that prophecy works and is true. But prophecy has its place. You know, Musa said that is it Vox Populi, Vox Dei, the voice of the people is the voice of God.
It's the voice of God, yeah.
I believe that when it comes to the affairs of men, I know God to be someone who cannot make mistakes. So when it comes to voting and who is going to lead you, he leaves it to you so that when you choose the wrong leader, you deal with it. Because if God is going to choose our leader for us, then when we have a bad leader, then we should be blaming him. But I think that the role of prophecy is to go into the future and see what is going to happen. Those who are, trading in that know what they are benefiting from that. But coming to the broader issue of religion in our national affairs, I think that religion is causing more harm than good. And because of that, we're actually trying to work on an act. We actually submitted a proposal to the Constitutional Review Committee so that we should have a religious activities regulatory act that will really regulate the activities of pastors, imams, malams, because a lot of people are dying, a lot of people are being informed ignorantly, a lot of damage is being done to our society just because the religious space is unregulated.
Right.
For me, I think that in this particular issue, there shouldn't have been any matter of prophecies regarding this. Polls could have been very considered because there's a pathway to it. Now, what is even worse is that when these spiritual leaders or pastors, go out and then make these wrong prophecies, misinform people, you know, alarmingly put people in situations where they can get BP and they can, you know, just raise false hopes and things like that. And the prophecy does not come to pass, they still walk scot-free.
That's true. But you see, it is a spiritual exercise. So how do you apprehend them for a spiritual exercise? The law does not even allow it, because how do you prove it?
Law is when we agree that something is wrong, we don't tolerate it in our society, so we don't want it to happen. If we agree that, you understand, you know, I think that sometimes ago, this prophecy thing came about the IGP.
Yeah,
we can find
IGP.
space within our laws. You see, this we can even classify within the space of, you know, disseminating wrong information, because you have no evidence.
But Michael, you don't think that then it affects human rights, because then the human rights lawyers will come after you that, hey, this is a spiritual exercise, and there's a freedom to do that.
So the right to propagate lies. I mean, if it doesn't.
But what's the determinant for it being lies?
So once, that's what I'm saying, that once you see, once it's free form, then you don't allow it, because then people can exploit it. That's just basically what I'm saying. Because right now, at which point do we have the caveat that because when God is speaking to you, you alone hear it? You understand? So when you something that you alone heard, and you have no, even when you go to court, you have no you are not in a position to be able to provide proof.
Evidence.
Why do you go out to disseminate it to the whole world? That's my point. It's like me sitting there right now, something coming into my head, and just, okay, what's his name? Something Noah. No, there was Ebo Noah. I mean, how different is what he did with somebody telling you that, oh, this person is going to win, when at the end of the day he doesn't win, and why were you saying he was going to win, and inciting and alarming?
You don't think the scenarios are different? In the case of Ebo Noah, I know we're not discussing it Ebo Noah, but this is just matter. In the case of Ebo Noah, for instance, it was in the form of fear and panic. He was telling it explicitly that on this day the world is coming to an end. So all of you come and converge in this space.
Yeah, I use the fast fresh example, right?
Yes.
But
yes, I understand. But in this instance, a prophet says, or a pastor says, this person will win. I have seen it. You and I were not there, like they say.
Then I think we should now put the blame on the media, because when instead of hyping polls that have scientific basis, you choose to now hype prophecies which have no basis. Then we know where we are putting the blame now.
Right. Tawfiq, good morning to you. Oh well, it's afternoon, right? Good afternoon to you. You're welcome.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay, so I just want to contribute to
touch on
the. You see,
what we need to know is that Ghana as a democracy, or there's the need for us to understand the concept of liberalization and republic. When a country is when you have a liberal democracy, what it means is that there must be a sharp split between the state and the church or religion. It is very important for us to know that, so that when we are having a discourse such as this, which is purely scientific, as my brother is, has been talking about over some period of time now, there's the need for us, and that's when I will agree with my good friend here, the media. The media are always, you are expected to serve as watchdogs. You understand, or referees. You are educating and informing the public, and so the way you are going to channel the conversation, because you are also opinion shapers and opinion movers, as the media, and so the importance you play on the discourse that is going to shape public opinion. And so in the case of this election, if the media reportage is on prophecy, you are gradually, gravitating towards, something that is unscientific. And you are shaping public opinion into thinking that the election is about prophecy, who God has spoken to and who God has not spoken to. And the question I would always want to ask is that we've had conflicting prophecies, on our elections. And the question I ask myself is that how many gods are we serving? Is it the same God that prophesies to Pastor A differently and then prophesies to Pastor B differently? We have had conflicting, prophecies where some pastors are saying that Bawumia is going to win the elections. Others are saying Kennedy Aponte is going to win the elections. Others are also saying Brian, etc., without giving any concrete scientific basis for those claims. It is easy for someone to say that it's a prophecy or God has spoken to him. I mean, the person can easily go. But if someone like Musa Dankwa comes out with his, global info analytics to come and say that Bawumia is going to win, people like us who are academics are going to scrutinize it, are going to ask questions. Wow. And that is what we have done over the years. I personally, I have studied Musa Dankwa's, polls. I have looked at his data. I have looked at his methodology. And I can see, as a researcher myself, I can see where, he's drawing his conclusions from. And they are something that are replicable. You yourself, you can pick Musa Dankwa's data, his methodology, and then go out there and also conduct the same thing. Right. And I can assure you, if GH1 will give me the resources, or if Musa Dankwa would give me the resources to replicate what he has done, I'm absolutely sure that I'm going to end up with the same result that he has. But for the pastors or the prophets, how am I going to test that? So it is important as a watchdog role of the media to be able to give a dichotomy, between what is scientific and what is not scientific. Right. It is not to say that we don't believe in prophecies or we don't believe in religion. I'm an ardent Muslim. I believe in religion. I believe in prophecies as well. You understand? But I don't think that issues of prophecy are entirely accurate or correct for people to discuss them in the public space, because religion, in every liberal state, religion is a private matter and not a public matter. And so when you decide to make private matter a public matter, it creates confusion in the minds of the very people that you are trying to educate. Here in the media, that's what I'm referring to. So the media must also try to play their roles well, where to put emphasis, which voice to amplify and which not to amplify. And as an academic, I always say that let us all resort to the data, let us resort to science in trying to explain things. You understand? Yes. So that's my position on this matter.
Sure.
You see, with what you just said, I think Musa Dankwa has been following some polls and some political issues, mainly from US, because I hear him comment on that. I don't think if a renowned pastor in the US makes a prophecy about an election, it will make headlines in the US.
No, not at all.
No media house, they will not even pay attention to it.
Not at all.
Okay, I'll come back to you, Tofik. But Mr. Dankwa, have you conducted exit polls?
We've done it before, but not this one.
Not this one. Okay.
Delegates, we are not comfortable with them doing exit poll on the day. The margin of error will be so huge.
Okay. Should your polls not come to pass, would you be surprised?
Very, very surprised.
Why?
Look, scientific methodology tend to give you accurate results. Especially when you have randomly called people that you didn't target. You didn't know where the system will pick them from. Some you call them while you are on their farms, right? Some will tell you, oh, I'm in the village somewhere, call me in the evening, I'll be back. So these are the people who are going to vote today. And we've spoken to 10,000 of them over a period of 4 weeks. And this is what they've said to us. And usually, you see, I'll be very concerned if the margin of error is almost the same as the gap between the candidates. The margin of error we have for this headline poll, about 1.57%. And the gap between Bawumia 48% and Kennedy 25% is about 23%.
Yeah.
So if you divide 23 by the margin of error, it's 14 times.
That's
it will take ridiculous error, ridiculous mistake.
That's true.
That is science. If it is twice the margin of error, yeah, you can say anything can happen. 14.6% or 14.6 times the margin of error. It is a miracle that will cause Bawumia to lose today.
You mentioned the qualities that the delegates mentioned in your opinion poll. They talk about winnability. They talk about a unified. They talk about humility. What else did they talk about?
Somebody who cares about the grassroots. Somebody who can bring change.
Okay.
Somebody who can unite the party.
Can win the election.
Can win the election. Trustworthy, humble, a fighter, and other factors. Now, those who say a fighter, they represent 2% of the sample.
Okay. If they say a fighter, what do they mean?
Who could draw?
Okay. Okay.
Who could draw?
Okay.
Right? Not who picks a fight. I mean, somebody who
courageous,
that kind of thing. And then somebody who is humble, 8%. Look, 8%, which is humble, which normally defines Bawumia, it is like how many times? 4 times those who are saying fighter.
Yeah.
So it begins to tell you where the delegates tend to think who should lead us.
So it means that if the numbers are anything to go, it means that winnability, somebody who cares, and humility plays a key role, is it?
Yes. Yeah. And let me tell you one secret thing. We did analyze the way they were voting to see those who mentioned can win. Is Ken winning? Is Ken their preference? Right? When you triangulate, for somebody who can win, Bawumia is 47%. Ken, 24%. Can win. So most people believe that the can win candidate is Bawumia. When you come to humble, Bawumia is 67. Ken is 21. Wow. We don't dispute.
And humble was what percentage?
8%. Fighter, which was 2%. Ken is what? 62. Bawumia 25. So we all agree that when it comes to fighter character, it is Ken. Humility is Bawumia. So it provides you with some kind of validation that whatever they will tell you subsequently on the other factors, they are telling the truth.
Yeah.
And on all the other factors, Bawumia beats Kennedy. So on all these 8 factors, Bawumia leads in 7 out of the 8. It gives me comfort that my headline polls is correct.
Absolutely.
Taufik, I know Mr. Dankwa will have to leave us shortly, but you lecture on political communication. I know that obviously because you're an academic, you also believe in data and science. Political communication, in terms of these 5 aspirants, who has stood tall?
So in terms of communication, communicating their message, and I can say without a blink of an eye that Bawumia stands very tall.
Okay.
You know, and I'm not surprised that Musa Dankwa's polls, shows that.
Suggesting same.
Yeah, because Bawumia has been able to tell the delegates, the kind of person he is. He's been able to tell the delegate what he intends to do. And Bawumia, in one thing I find very much interesting about his campaign message is that he has designed, or whoever is in control or in charge of his campaign messages, they have been able to craft the message, to be responsive to the delegates, what they intend to do for the delegates, or what the delegates want. The delegates want someone who can win them power, and Bawumia has been able to deliver that message to them. The delegates want someone who can unite them. Bawumia's rhetoric on this campaign has been on unity. You can bear with me. There has been a lot of attacks on Bawumia's person. Recently, we saw a very popular one by one of the delegates denigrating Bawumia's person, etc. But Bawumia's composure, he's been able to compose himself, and that's the humility and the tenacity, the patience that that kind of leader. And I think that is the kind of leader Ghanaians want. Every country has a political culture. Every country. In politics, we have what we call political culture. Every country has political culture. Ghanaian, by nature, we want a leader, of typical of Bawumia's attitude or traits. And that's why the current President Mahama, these are some of the qualities that made him triumphant, in the elections that he has stood for. Professor Mills of blessed memory. Up till now, Ghanaians are making reference to him.
That's
not because of his policies, but because of his person, the kind of person that he is. And I can bet you, NPP wouldn't have won the 2020 election without the pairing with Bawumia, because Akufo-Addo over the years, the NDC has been very, very successful in painting Akufo-Addo as an arrogant person, you know, those kind of things. But when Bawumia came to the scene, and Bawumia sort of took over the campaign, and he gave a new image for the Akufo-Addo campaign, and those were some of the qualities people looked at to vote for him. And I'm seeing that happening, you know, in this primaries as well. If you compare all the delegates, fantastic individuals who have what it takes to rule. But the question is that Dr. Bawumia is, he's first among equals. He's first among equals in terms of his posture, his humility, and his message. Whilst others were busy attacking him, attacking his personality, he was busy selling his message to his delegates. And I'm sure his delegates have, and I'm not surprised that at the end of the day, Musa Danquah will be proved, will be vindicated. His polls will be vindicated, by the percentage. So I'm not surprised at all. I'm absolutely not surprised that at the end of the day, well, with the margin of error that we are talking, either plus or minus, I'm absolutely sure that Musa Danquah's, polls would be credible this time around too. Yeah.
So that we don't have an Ajana too. But let's hear from, I'll come to you. I know you have something to say, Michael. Kindly pardon me. Let's hear from former Energy Minister, who's also a chairman hopeful of the NPP, Boakye Ejiako. He's talking about vote buying. He says, well, it's not a preserve of one political party, especially the NPP. Let's hear him.
Well, I haven't seen the videos you're talking about, but I have heard and I know that in our politics, we've monetized the decision making. That's a very unfortunate evolution, not just in MPP, in our entire political spectrum in this country. Let us not hide the fact. MPP, money changes hands, NDC, money changes hands. In fact, the sad thing is that I've even heard that in some churches, when they are electing elders, money changes hands. That's a shame to all of us. It must stop. But I think that after today, we will have ample opportunity to look at the phenomenon and put in methods, checks and balances to curtail shameful practices. We don't want it. As a party and as a nation, it's not helpful. Because once money starts changing hands from bottom, it climbs all the way up and then feeds back down. That does not help the development of the party, because serving a party is an action of commitment and devotion. Once that is lost, the party is also lost. Building a nation is an act of sacrifice, devotion, and commitment. Once that is lost, your nation is also lost. And we as a people in this country must speak up and make sure that this is either eliminated or reduced to the barest minimum, or make people who indulge in it feel so guilty that it will be driven underground. Thank you.
So that's Boakye Ejiako. He's former Energy Minister. He's also a chairman hopeful for the NPP, talking about issues of vote buying. He says, well, it's not just the NPP that does it, but it's high time that they address it. You're still watching our continuous coverage of the NPP presidential primaries. We're live also on Star FM. We're live on Ultimate FM. We're live on Empire FM and also on Zeus FM and all other affiliates of ours. We're also streaming live on our social media platforms. Your comments are welcome, so please share with us your thoughts and comments about the presidential primaries. I'm sure that by now a number of areas, constituencies, polling centers might be nearing ending, because as at the time we went to some of our reporters earlier, you saw that A number of them had cast their ballots. Tofik, you want to respond to the issues of vote buying that he raised?
Yeah. So I just want to respond to what Boachi Ejakun said. You know, initially I said that every country has its own political culture. Now, in Ghana, one of our ways of saying thank you to people is when you give them
medase.
You give them gift.
A token.
And so it's part of our culture that has also found its way into our politics. Now, if we want to call it monetization, or we want to define it in politics as monetization, or an act of political corruption, then it is important for us to have a law on how to regulate some of these things. It is very, very important, because culturally, we express gratitude through tokenism. You know, when someone does something good to you and you want to give a token to the person, it's a way of saying thank you to the person. And so if, in this case, the politicians want to argue that they give out those tokens to the delegates as a way of saying thank you to them, they can easily make this, you know, argument. And it will be very, very difficult for you, you know, to counter it. And that's why I'm saying that every country has its own culture or has its own political culture. And so if elsewhere, like the advanced democracies in Europe and America, where token is not actually part of their culture, you know, giving out, you know, things, you know, just like that, it's not actually part of their culture. It is part of our, you know, culture. Even when you send a kid, you know, to go and buy something for you, when the kid comes back, you want to give something to the kid. There's a saying in Hausa that we call it. I forgot about it. I'll tell you when I remember. Even in the Hausa culture, when someone gives you something, or even good news, you know, there's something we call tukweichi. In Hausa, they call it tukweichi. If someone even delivers good news to you, to show that you appreciate what the person has done for you, you need to give what we call tukweichi. You need to give a gift as a sign of appreciation. And so these things find themselves within the political fiber of Africa. It is not only in Ghana that people give gifts. It's all over Africa, because it is part and parcel of our culture. And so there's the need for us to define it or redefine it, and if possible, make laws that would govern, you know, these practices. Yeah.
Yes. Mike.
Yeah, I have a few things too, but let me just start with what Prof said. I think that one thing we know about culture is that culture evolves.
I agree.
In the days of whatever, beheading, female genital, there are certain things we agree that, these things are wrong, so let's remove it from our culture. So I understand the point that he's trying to make, but let's not, you know, be comfortable enough and just conclude that, you know, it is part of our culture, so let's allow it. For all you know, like bearing gifts and giving tips is not only a culture that is, even in the West, those cultures are there. But then you have to be able to know the space in which those things are allowed. They intentionally decided not to allow certain things in certain areas because they know the devastating effects of it. Even they know that lobbying and funding of like political parties, people must fund them. They know the politicians cannot do without the funding. But in order to make, they made laws to streamline it and properly audit it. We are in a country where even political parties do not even declare their financial statements.
That's true.
So the thing is that we are just not doing the right things, and the EC must sit up. I am saying that the EC is doing a very poor job, and looking at the things that we are seeing, it means that the EC is actually not doing its work as it's supposed to do, because there are certain things that we can actually do to streamline some of these processes. But you asked a question that will Musa Dankwa be surprised if the election, like his prediction or his poll goes far off. I think that it will not even be his fault or his problem. I think that if that happens, I will be very surprised myself, because looking at the data that we collected, Dr. Bawumia needs probably less than half of the undecided voters to just cross his 50 and go. But Ken would need to probably consume almost all the undecided voters before he will near the 50. So I'll be very surprised.
Okay.
But after being surprised,
But you
now
think that there's a likelihood of a runoff?
No, in terms of data, we will leave because if you can say that, okay, if I add all the undecided to Ken, so that one, we leave it open. But it will be very, very difficult. But you can't say, oh, I'm closing that option. But it will be very, very difficult. But if this should happen, it means that there's something going on and some further research has to be done. It's not because a particular poll is wrong, but it looks like certain things, some things are happening that are unaccountable.
That were probably overlooked.
I have been saying that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is the last of a dying breed. The reason why I'm saying is the last of a dying breed, I attributed it to one of the research you did where the young people were clamoring for military rule. You see, the type of popularity Kennedy Japan has gained, bear in mind that he has gained more popularity among non-delegates than delegates. That's why his team is saying that Ghanaians are waiting for we the delegates to bring him so that they will vote. So his popularity is among the non-delegates. As to how that is going to spill over to the delegates for them to be able to see certain things, because I said somewhere that if we are looking for someone who is bold and someone who speaks his mind, Kennedy Japan will not be the first person to be or the first president to do that, even if he becomes president. We had Dr. Kwame Nkrumah who could speak his mind to imperialists. We had J.J. Rawlings who didn't fear or favor, and he would speak his mind. So speaking your mind does not mean that, but you have to do that within a particular space. So I see that if indeed, in the unlikely event that Kennedy Japan wins, it means that there's a disruption. And that disruption must be studied very carefully because it can have very detrimental implication on our national, our body politic, because it means that something can be happening and that thing might be undemocratic.
Mr. Dankwa.
I mean, just on the outcome, we have a few minutes. You see, I tend to give myself comfort in the sense that I asked the delegate that you, who do you think your friend delegates are voting for? Not you.
Your colleagues.
Your colleagues. We've been having a conversation with them. Who do you think they are voting for? 62% of the delegates think their colleagues are doing Baumia.
It's the neighbor effect.
Neighbor effect.
Yeah,
Right.
The neighbor effect.
Right.
32% think they are voting for Kennedy. 5% think they are voting for Brian. 1% for Educhum. So from neighbor's effect, I can see that these guys are telling me something. So there is more than 1, 2, 3 matrix that points to the same direction. So as a poster, when I sleep, I sleep.
Is that the reason for your white today, by the way? You said you have very good confidence.
I want to look more cheerful.
But Tawfiq, briefly before we go, will you also be surprised if Dr. Baumia does not win?
Oh, I'll be more than surprised. I mean, because you see, the data is so vivid that it is very difficult for someone like me who's an academic. You know, in research, there are two major components, in research. One has to do with findings, the findings in your research. When you conducted your research, what did you find? For example, in the case of Musa Dankwa, when he plays his phone calls, what did he get? What were the responses? Those were his findings. Now, the other component of research has to do with analysis or interpretation of the findings. How do you make sense out of the data that you have collected? Musa Dankwa is not the only person who has interpreted his data. In fact, there are some of the interpretation he has given to the data that I disagree with them, but that's another conversation altogether to have. But if you look at Musa Dankwa's interpretations of his data, and you look at other interpretations of the data, clearly Musa Dankwa, I'm telling you, will be vindicated.
If this happens, if Dr. Bawumia wins this particular primaries, is it going to disintegrate the party? Would it further deepen the cracks that we're seeing in the campaign?
Look, from data points, I can see.
Okay, why?
Because
people are saying that because he's a Muslim, he's unattractive, to Ghanaians. It's a very dangerous rhetoric that, some other people are making. And because I think that if NPP wants to develop and grow, have that kind of natural representation just as the NDs, then they need to forgo rhetoric and make the party appealing to each and every, each and everyone, in the country, whether you are from a minority group or from a majority group. Yeah.
Okay. Michael.
So I will just put the nail on the coffin because what he just said, NPP was seen as an account party. Yeah, they wanted to be nationalistic. They said we are now Buzia Dombo, tradition. And then you gave Akufo-Addo, Kufuor, all of them to more than one chance, and they come to the northerner and you say we wouldn't give you more than one chance. It will tell negatively on the party. Number two, we know the party to be a party of intellectuals. If you look at what NPP has stood for, even in 1992 they refused to join the drafting of the constitution because they couldn't sit down with market women to do. And today that party is saying that we don't want a PhD holder, we want to go for somebody who is using street sense. It means that then the party is really evolving. So it will be very interesting if things turn out. But let's just wait and see.
Okay. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I will take my leave. We'll take a break, but I will take my leave. A new team will take over. Musa Dankwa will also take his leave, but Michael and Tofik will still be here. My colleagues Joshua Kujumensa and Sewa Amiye Esquire will take over. Also bring you some social media reactions. Also bring you what the data is looking like. on the scientific board. So, but thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you very much. Michael Dubinamisa is the Executive Director for SEMPA. Musa Dankwa is the Executive Director for Global Info Analytics. Mohammed Tawfiq Adamo is a political communications lecturer with UPSA. And of course, my name is Lily Mohammed. Thank you very much. We're back shortly.
Credible, Voting will officially end. What that means is that we'll move to sorting, we'll now count, and in a few hours we'll get to know exactly who gets to lead the NPP into the 2028 general elections. Welcome to our comprehensive continuous coverage of the NPP's presidential primaries happening today across the various constituencies as well. And we do know since morning that it's been a relatively peaceful process. We've not had any serious issues recorded, aside some delegates who say, listen, Charlie, some money has to be released, and the money has not been released. Some have received their transportation. We've also seen some stands for breakfast for some of the delegates and from the supporters of two of the leading contenders. And that clearly tells you that the New Patriotic Party really is on the verge of electing its new leader. Now, this particular election is not just about a leader for the party. We are looking at the next possible president of the republic, because whoever gets to lead the NPP has a 50% chance of becoming president in 2028. So the delegates are not just going for a leader for a leader's sake, but then getting someone who can win an election for them in 2028, because they are very keen on that particular election. Well, I am Joshua Kojo Mensah, and I've been joined in studio by Tutua Danso and, of course, Ibrahim Al-Hassan, the head of our current affairs desk. He's been here with Lily Mohammed and Nadidi Tete, breaking it down for you. But guess what? We are also here now to help you further appreciate the process so far, get to look finally at the numbers, and then we would get into getting the results trooping from the various centers. Tutua, but what has been your monitoring of the process so far?
Well, like you rightly said, relatively it's been a very peaceful process, and this actually excites me because, you know, this is the 10th NPP's presidential primary since the party was formed in 1992, and a lot of dynamics have been at play. You know, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia actually is the 4th presidential candidate for the party, and he may or may not be the 5th. We just hope to see what happens, but I'm actually very excited. The process has been relatively smooth, beyond the fact that some people have complained about money issues, and I understand somebody has just dragged his wife out of a voting center in the Dodo constituency because he says that his wife has to be a priority and she doesn't have to join that long queue. But largely, it's been a very good process.
The wife is a priority. But let's get there and get to find out exactly what is happening on the grounds in Ododo, because earlier the IGP was also in the enclave. We are picking a lot of information from Ododo, but our man on the grounds, Yao Charles Odifo, is joining us to give us further updates. Odifo, so what can you report from Ododo?
All right, so Kojo Mensah, let me welcome our viewers and our listeners live from Ododo constituency here in the Ashiedu Keteke district. I think the election is being held at the Jamestown police station, and a total number of 1,314 delegates are expected to vote from this very center. But because of the number, we have 2 different police stations here. And this is the the presiding officer for both centers, that is in the person of Eric Ochre. So, Chief, good afternoon and welcome. Thank you for joining us live on TH1 TV Star and other affiliates. Hope everything is fine, sir.
Yeah, we are still managing.
All right, so we have less than an hour to, bring the election to a close pair, the guidelines from the political party, that's the NPP. So far, so good. How has the process been?
So far, like you also said, so far so good. We are hoping that by 2 we are able to process the remaining. If as at 2 p.m. there is still delegates in the queue, we will allow them to vote. So it means that the voting will not end at 2. Okay. And when everyone in the queue, so we'll let the police stand at the back of the last delegate when it is 2. Because now nobody is able to.
All right. Okay, so we are looking at the number of 1,314. And so as at now, can you, approximately give us a provisional number that has so far casted their votes?
We cast more than half, at least about 6%.
All right. Okay, so thank you very much, sir, as you said. So this is the presiding officer for, both polling centers here. That's A and B. But I have my beautiful women, mothers, and delegates here. me mama have baby aboko there. Na what to waba? Ade o trend there.
So bra champion sika, me san kan ye.
Ni sika se say.
700 obema ye delegates. Ye na more than ye no de sika sika bia, be me 700.
Ono na dey ba, what dey amo obi.
Amo obi no ni pa kon fam bra ye.
Enti ni pa be.
Opoku ni e champion.
Enti mo afra mo na mo afra.
Dwane ye nwom. Nti be bia kasa bi omu ntie ye no.
Se enche time ya so ye na to aba.
Fam me so mento.
Mo do ye say.
Ye dos.
Ah, ye zone ben.
Ye zone 20. 64. Enipa 24 pe no monsa kom sika. Ye ka obi ansan kan sika.
Ye aka be 30 minutes so.
Mento. Insane me.
Na nya aburo na mo so mwadi eye.
Pesi atomano na ya to aba manu na se wa pesi sika de adwane dia. Wunya
na sana esa ya manyo na ye no Ghana ha no se se ni sana esa ye.
Dabia ne ho pesi ka ne mra.
Enti ne nko ne de na aka na monje ya na afoforo na aka no.
Ba ye ne dia ba. Ana jamon de ne dia ba. Se aka brand ye.
Ana se brand ye ne se. Ana mo ma aka de no se se se.
Ana de 555 no.
555. O mo nyina doctor yo se du tum.
No.
Na engineer Kwamre Japan.
I know they know. Any part 3 penny second.
Okay, mama also kakrabe na. I know mo no so.
Kakrabe what can I say? Ye nyina ye NPP ma. Ye NPP ma fo a. Ye ne di da ye beto aba na ye penny fo. Honorable Kennedy Japan ye sa Canadian. Honorable Nana Baumia. Yes, I can dear. Brian, on a penny, yes, I can dear. Minion mo with home fuko and a buy. Anthony Abana said Brian or no tinny fuko, Abani ever to
did I really say no more than Nipamians and a more money pabako?
Ah, that be sent a baby. Get the baby, answer Pelubia or baby or pet. By the answer say, then any fish rune it, second to Mano. Said a bear,
come on when you be, and the Munina no son, I'm moving to it. No, someone say bow me at the upper. Okay. All right.
Any
all right, yo, thank you. So, Joshua, if you can hear me, that was some of the delegates who were complaining what is due them.
Yes, Odifo, can you hear me?
So they are not going to cast their vote.
Odifo, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yes, I want you to find out from them because it looks like they've taken money for the camp of Kennedy Japan from Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, but they are waiting for Brian before they vote. So who have they voted already and who did they vote for? Whose money are they waiting for to vote?
They haven't voted yet. They said they want to vote for Dr. Brian Echampo.
So why did they take the money from Kennedy's camp and that from Baumia? Just ask them for me why they decided to take from Kennedy and Baumia if they knew that they really wanted to vote for Brian Echampo.
They say no. I then a more change. Say Dr. Brian Echampo sick and by no they want to. And I'm saying that more chance and Maya. Famous for the almost the Abba. And as a Mudia for the all right, so Joshua. All right. So Joshua, they say no matter what, because they are going to vote for him, that is what they are expecting, and they are expecting his before they vote. Other than that, they are not going to cast that vote. But I have here the 2024 parliamentary candidate for Ododo constituency in the person of Honorable Manaf. Honorable, thank you very much. You are live on GH1 TV and Star. So far, you've been here since morning as I got here. How has the process been? And here's the case. Some of the zones in your constituencies are complaining they are not going to cast their vote. Transportation or something later given to them. How are you taking, that in?
My information since morning, everything has been come here. It has been free and fair. No,
you speak a little bit.
It has been free and fair, no confusion.
Okay.
We've set the pace already since 2024 election, and we are going to continue. We are going to have a peaceful primaries here. I'm not aware of any transportation issue, but I just give my attention to that. Actually, it's only 2 zones they are complaining of. They're not receiving transportation from Brian Champon coordinator. Actually, I've spoken with them. I've told them they should put everything aside and go and cast their vote. So we are still on and then we are talking to them.
All right, so some few minutes to 2. So in case, they don't join the queue, because per the Electoral Commission, the parties who, if you are in the queue before 2 p.m., you are going to be allowed. In case they are not in the queue, what happens then? Although they are here, but no, they are not in the queue.
I know after 2 p.m., since they are in the queue, the Electoral Commission will find a nice way to allow them to vote. Since
They've not joined the queue. They are just sitting.
As you can see, they are moving. Most of them have voted already. Only few people have not voted.
Okay.
Because of the transportation issue. And most of them have cast their ballot already.
All right. Okay, so thank you very much for your time, sir. All right, so this is the parliamentary candidate for the Ododo constituency in the last election 2024. And if you can see, the security has been very in order, very well. The Inspector General of Police, that is Christian Tete Yohonu, earlier passed by to check one or two things and the security arrangement here. So this is the security from the Ododo constituency. Since almost time for the closing of the polls, they are putting things in order. They are arranging to take position so that everything will be in order as they've started from the morning. So Joshua, this is a little bit that I can give from our listeners and our viewers from the Ododo constituency here in the Asiedu Keteke district in the Greater Accra region, whereby the election is being held at the Jamestown police station. Joshua.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Odifoya Charles, bringing us updates from Ododo. Quite interesting statistics we're getting from the people, the reactions from them. So they've taken 500 cities from the camp of Kennedy Japan, 500 cities from the camp of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, but some have refused to vote because they are waiting for an alleged 700 cities from the camp of Dr. Brian Echampon. They say they know that the money has been given to some two people, Opoku and the other one, and they are waiting.
Opoku and Echampon, wherever they are wanted in Ododo. And you heard them say that they are willing to vote for Brian Echampon, but until they get that heavy envelope, because among the three, the heaviest so far is Dr. And this is not the first time we are hearing this.
Absolutely.
It's been running through all the reports that the two have decided to cut their losses.
That's Dr. Yao
Seduchum
and then
Coordinator Japan. So the envelopes have not gotten to the delegates.
Hold your thoughts there, IB. Let's find out from Klote Kole. Let's get to understand if the situation is any different there. Khadija Idi is joining us from the Klote Kole constituency. Khadija, are people also waiting for an envelope supposedly from Brian Echampon before they cast their ballots? What's the situation on the grounds?
Well, situation on this part of the polling center is not as we have heard from Ododo constituency, because over here, police are making sure they are staying very, very vigilant, such that nobody is allowed to take or receive anything from anybody. Earlier, I saw someone trying to give someone, the man who tried to pull his wife away because he expected the wife to be given a priority treatment and was not given that. He was being given 100 cities to, move or even go in and vote, just to prevent him from going extra with what he was doing. But the police made sure that they don't allow such a thing to go on. And so the money was not received, or rather another taken. And so for here, everything is calm, as you are seeing. Everything is in order. Police are in order. As we speak now, about 90% of the expected 1,346 people expected to cast their vote have already voted. And so things are going on smoothly as it stands right now.
And in terms of the numbers, we know that we've got, 9 minutes for polls to officially close. How many? Do you know how many people have cast their ballots as it stands now?
Yes, so far, about 1,200 people have casted their votes out of the 1,346 expected to cast their votes.
Very well. Well, Khadija, thank you so much for the updates from Clote Kole, where we are told that indeed the process has been smooth so far, except for the man who says his wife should be given priority. Quite interesting. We'll be touching base with our other correspondents who are scattered across the various constituencies to get to understand exactly how the process is going. But we do know that in some 8 minutes, officially, polls will come to an end. But as is the case with all elections, once you are in the queue to vote, you won't be allowed to cast your ballot even after the 2 p.m. And so I'm wondering, for those who are in the Ododo constituency and say they are waiting for Opoku and then a Champon to bring their 700 before they cast their ballots, will they be disenfranchising themselves? We'll get to understand shortly as the clock ticks. By Brian, you were making the point about the fact that this is not just restricted to Ododo. We've heard reports from other places as well.
Yes, and I can tell you that there's no guarantee that these 2 delegates, indeed, if they get the Brian Champon envelope, are going to vote for him. They are holding on with their decision to vote and sending this message across, because that's the only message that can get that fat envelope to come. When it comes, they will make a determination as who they are voting for. It might not necessarily be Brian Champon, but with the message and the position they've taken, 2 have given the TNT out already. They are waiting for the 3rd one. And then they will vote where their heart lies. And I tell you this, and it cuts across, right? It doesn't necessarily mean that the bigger the envelope, the more guaranteed you are that you are getting the vote. But of course, it's a conversation that we've had to have every now and then when we have elections, whether internal election for parliamentary primaries or the selection of a flag bearer, or even elections in choosing leaders of political parties.
Interesting.
It is very, very disturbing, but that is our reality. What this means is that if the delegates are to go by voting for the highest bidder, then what will become of our democratic process? What becomes of our governance, right? But trust me, don't lose sight of the fact that these things hold sway on delegates. It's not everybody who will take your money and decide to vote against you. Others will be influenced by the fact that you give much more than everybody else, and then the voting will go in that direction. So the dynamics are quite interesting.
And that's the point too. I'll come to you, but then I want us to also not lose sight of the fact that this is also a cash-out season for delegates. Some people want to be delegates because of times like this, because this is when they also get from the leadership or the people who are contesting. Because mind you, after this, the next time they would probably get something like this is when they have to do the other elections within the party. Then it would be to the national elections. And that's why consistently civil society has raised concerns about monetizing our politics, monetization of our elections and all of these things, making it so expensive for people to even get into offices that are naturally meant for them to serve. And so when they get there, now they have the excuse to get on to do other things. We heard Kwame A+ when he came here on Friday. He said, as an MP, if you want to be an MP that supports people, you should be looking at spending over 200,000 a month. And how much is the salary of an MP?
Good question. That's less than that.
Anyways, we'll be assessing the data as well. Emmanuel Jamin is standing by, because this election is not just an election based on people's perceptions. We are looking at data, we are looking at prophecy. Where would what would the balance tilt towards? And I have said that tomorrow, there will be some churches that would have to change sermons because some predictions would not come true, because clearly only one person will emerge winner.
We need to be in those churches. Please, you said it, sir. Assign me to one of the churches.
Because I wonder what the title of the sermon would be from tomorrow.
God doesn't lie. And you vehemently say that, see, victory is here. Don't sleep, do this. Bema. That would be disastrous, But I just want to talk about the point you made about how the monetization of politics will affect democracy and independent thinking. It just takes me to the point that then the delegates do not really want power as they claim they do. Because if you say you want power and you want to choose somebody, in this case, Kennedy Japan, they say he's more firm and he can win the party power. But you want power, you want to be influenced by somebody's money. You're voting for Dr. Brian Champon. A lot of people do not believe that he can win the party power. How then, how thirsty are you then for that power? It's just like a money-making venture for you then. That's just how I see it.
Good question. And then this is what the political parties engage in, including the aspirants. Sometimes they map out the delegates in the zone. So if on this album we have 800, right? If your money gets to 500, plus or minus, you should be assured that maybe 400 will vote for you. You use that for a permutation. So chances are these two women might not get their 700 envelope, because when Brian Champol's team mapped out the constituency, they realized that there are others who might take the money, but their allegiance will lie elsewhere.
Right. Yeah.
So the envelope will not get there. And then there is this school of thought that you make it even. Everybody should get something. And that is the school of thought that Kennedy Japon and Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia have adopted. 500 across board. All the constituencies and voting centers we've gone to, it is 500 across board. If the message of winnability, humility, the system disruptor, the one to get the party the power, resonates with you, then the monetary consideration is evened out, because you got 500 from all of them. Then your choice will be informed by the party's interest, because the money is even. But then in comes one other party that gives you much more than what others have given you. Like I said, some delegates will make the determination that we take it, it's part of the system we are all running, and it's been part of the system we've been running for years. And I'm not sure tomorrow we will be able to do away with this unless we crumble the system we've been running, and that is the delegate system, where a few people, albeit the NPP has been able to expand the numbers now to over 211,000. So do a rough estimate and look at how much money.
No, because even if you peg it at 200,000, that is 100 million Ghana cedis.
Yes.
That's 200,000 by 500 for each delegate. That's
Exactly.
100 million Ghana cedis.
Good.
How many schools would that build? How many hospitals would that build? Yet these are monies that are going directly into the pockets of delegates who might not necessarily even vote for the candidate at all. And let me do the Brian Champon.
Yes, of course. The point is, the delegates equally know that what they are doing is probably seeking for an employment for people. They are seeking to at least help these aspirants attain visibility that will inure to their benefit, whether they win or not. But there are others who also think that the visibility, the marketability that we are looking at is not worth distributing these huge sums of money. So you don't hear
Dr.
you don't hear Dr. Osei Edichum's name. Politically, they have eliminated themselves. And I tell you this frankly and bluntly, that politically, the delegates would not even consider them.
But isn't that also indicative of the fact that in as much as we've talked so much about how we need to kick out monetization in our elections, it's really not going to happen anytime soon?
With the system we are running, it's not going to happen. Unless we crumble the system. There are three individuals in court seeking to crumble the system. And I'm talking about Christian Amakuni, my doctor, and then Dr. Nyaunya Utamakulu, and then Professor Frimpong Boateng, to say that every registered party member should be afforded the opportunity to vote. When that happens, it will not
be about money.
It will still be about money, but that's how they will go about it. It will not go to everybody.
Yeah.
They will map out the constituencies once again, the delegates once again, and influence as many of them as their resources can, and bank on the hope that they will return the favor and vote for them. But it will make it much more difficult.
Okay. This just
ladies and gentlemen, it's 2 p.m. So as it stands now, if you're delegating your home, you've not made your way to the any of the polling centers to cast your ballots, I beg, just stay at home. It's over for you. It is done officially. Polls have closed. And so those in the queues will be allowed to vote, but those who have not made their way yet clearly would not be a part of the process. So what is going to happen now is that for some areas where the numbers were not high, we should be expecting sorting happening any moment from now. The agents of the various contenders would be available. As is always done in every election, we'll see counting down and then results will start trickling in. But you know what? there is the data bit of it, because we've said that this election is about data and then prophecy, science and spirituality. Where do you lie? Some say they are in the middle. Some say we are strictly moving with the data. Musa Dankwa says he's banked his 7 years of polling on this particular election. He knows, and everything points to the fact that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia will carry the day. Prophet El Bernard says he's banked his altar on this. And so he has received the vision over 4 times, and he has declared a win for Kennedy Japan. And quite interesting, other prophets of God have also declared for other contenders. Unfortunately, no prophet mentioned Osei Duchum.
We probably didn't hear about it.
Oh, the prophecy. Well, so we'll be getting to the data bit of it, get to understand exactly, because the prophecy you already know, the data, some of which you are aware of, but let's break the figures down, because we promised you that what we are going to do on this coverage is to also break down the numbers so that you and I can get to appreciate exactly what they mean. For now, for the delegates, it wouldn't have any impact on them whatsoever because they've already made their decisions. But then, for you sitting at home, getting to understand, because I said earlier that this election is not just about getting the flag bearer for the NPP. It is also about getting a possible president for Ghana. And that is why you need to be interested in the data as well. The NDC says they've set up a coalition center to also do parallel coalition because they don't trust the NPP. They believe that the NPP would do some skirmishes here and there, and they would be combining the numbers to make sure that it does not, the NPP doesn't have a way to manipulate that. Emmanuel Kwekwe-Jabeng, he is standing by. He's got the data. He's been going through the data, the historical antecedents. We'll be looking at all of that. Ima, walk me through.
I didn't know that monitoring spirits could be fiscally present in our lives, but the NDC's Tanko Rashid computer has decided to elevate that in our mere mortal conversations. But speaking of the delegates and the amount of money that they are doling now, so I recall you mentioned 100 million Ghana cedis. And it brings to bear on Friday, was it Thursday? Yeah, Kwame Plus said that. He mentioned that a lot of dollars will be let go so that the cedi will come down. And surprisingly, from Friday morning, the cedi was performing relatively better. So it looks like he may be a prophet. Maybe that's part of the spirituality of this entire game. But as you have it, since morning, so now 2 p.m., polls officially closing around all of the 333 polling centers across the nation. Now, the voting centers were 277, and that includes the NPP HQ and then the various constituencies as we have it in this nation, 276. So we were expecting to see over 200,000 delegates today vote in the entire process. This is data that you already know. But we are going to navigate around the numbers because from now, as you were saying, Tanko Computers Monitoring Spirit is available. The EC is collating, the camps are collating, our Excel sheet as well is ready. And we are likely, and I don't want to be firm on it, we will project who is going to win this primaries. When I woke up in the morning, I had a vision. As to whether the vision comes to where you know in the evening, you know by evening. But these are the numbers we've been dealing with: 211,849. This is dotted across all the 16 regions in Ghana, as well the polling station center, the HQ, and then as well there is a number that we are missing here: over 800 people who are diasporans, who are not in the country. They are people who are with the NPP chapter, UK, Belgium, Switzerland. All of them are also voting in this particular primaries. You have the regional breakdown, as I mentioned to you earlier. What is interesting is that in Greater Accra, which has the highest number, in the last primary, when we get to the results, you'd see the difference between Ken and Bawumia was just a little over 2,000. And Bawumia won 14 regions. Ken won 2 regions. Now, in the region where he won, voter region, the difference between him and Bawumia was quite close. In the central region, the margin as well was quite close. I don't know what the narrative will be this time round, but when we get to the conversation part of this data element, we'll look at it. The delegates that we are witnessing now, this looks like an over 200% from 2007. They started off in 1992 with just a little over 1,000 people. 1996, still below 2,000. 1998, still below 2,000. 2007, then they entered the 2000 regions with 2,293. Now in 2003, it was an executive committee decision that Kufuor has done well. In 1996, he came close. In 2000, he won. Let's maintain him and see the momentum. So they decided that 2003, no presidential primaries. 2007, there was one. I'm sure many people will recall that one. And then there's 2010, 2014, 2023, and then 2026. The difference between 2023 and now is just a little over 10,000. You're seeing 204,000, and then we have 211,000 expected to vote today. This was the results in 2023. Ken with 37%, Bawumia with 61%. Surprisingly, in all the polls you have seen, I'm yet to see a 60% plus. I think the highest I've seen so far is around 52. 52. There is a certain one I've seen some, but I really don't rely on some figures. And I want the tried, tested, and proved over time. But this was the performance share in 2023, where Bawumia polled 118,000, Ken with 71,000. The interesting thing here was that both of them campaigned on the message, we are going to win power for the NPP, we are going to stay in government. Someone who was not close to the top had 71,000. And the one who was second in command had 118,000. Now both of you are out of government. You are both in opposition, no longer with anyone having a certain notion. Where we got to the term, I will give you a showdown. Now there is no showdown over the past 12 hours because you've not heard anyone making any fuss about someone using power to change the narrative. It was just a little over 30,000 votes difference. What would be the narrative now that polls are closing? If you are not in the queue, it means that you cannot vote. 118,000 as compared to 71,991. There is an element that fed into this and this that we'll look at. In all of these, Abusua, Francis Adenimo, they were really not strong contenders. But there is a third force, a certain Dr. Brian, a champion. Someone calls him Abetifi Bill Gates. There is a certain Brian who would enter the eastern votes that Bawumia had and the same votes that Ken had. So I wouldn't want to predict that someone will get 50, 20, 25, but I'm just saying that if this was their poll in 2023, that if you look at the influence of the eastern region, then you see that the narrative will change. This was in 2023. Focusing on the eastern region, Bawumia had the total valid votes for 20,000. If you take 20,000 out of the total votes that we are expecting now, that's left about 190,000 people. Bawumia had, of that 20,000, sorry, Dr. Bawumia, the titles are important, had 13,000. Ken had 6,794. In Dr. Bawumia's campaigning, there was a certain factor, Dr. Brian, a champion. What happens now that Brian is out and is on his own? Do we still see these numbers, or we are going to see a huge drop? I throw it to you, IB, Tutua,
That's the
and
question
Kojo.
that a lot of people will have to be answering. But on your screens currently, you can see that voting indeed has ended in some constituencies. We know of Wejagbawe, Kole, Klote, and we hear that in some areas the police have actually entered into the queues to prevent any other person from joining, because per the rules of engagement, after 2 p.m. when polls close, you are not supposed to join the queue. And so on your screens now, we can see some sorting of ballots underway. So 5 contenders would see the 5 contenders have their ballot papers sorted, after which counting would commence, and then from the various constituencies we'll get to understand exactly who is winning what. You see the police officer, he has blocked the camera because clearly he's trying to make sure that security, and you see, I like the fact that for this particular elections there is body cam. So they have body cams on them, so the police cannot say, I did not do this or I did that. You cannot accuse the police falsely because everything will be captured on camera. And that's the good thing about this particular movement we are seeing here with regards to the police deployment for this election. And I should say, kudos to the NPP. Largely, this has been incident-free. A lot of people said that, well, we are going to see a lot of ho-ha. But then it's not over yet, because we know that most of these incidents are recorded when the counting begins, and then one person feels that, well, I've been shortchanged, I've been this, then that's where usually we get all these challenges coming in. But if what has happened since morning is anything to go by, then we can say that, well, rest assured, we are unlikely to record any massive incidents in this. Oh, is that not our friend who was here yesterday? That's Cozy. Right,
yeah. on the bit of the body cam,
yes.
It is not just the security personnel that have it. We had an incident, I think, in Yawaso, East or Central constituency. Delegates are actually in body cams. And they said that they were asked to wear them because they have trust issues.
Of course,
Yeah, their sponsors have trust issues, so they should put on body cameras. Their phones might be seized, so when they go to vote, then they are able to capture where they are thumbprinting. That's illegal. That's something that ought to have been stopped. Yeah.
Right. So. That's what is happening now. Sorting is underway in Trobu, in Korle-Klote, and in other constituencies as well. And so as and when we start getting some figures being mentioned, trust us, this is where you get all the information on the grounds as they happen, not after they have happened. So as they happen, our men are on the grounds. We'll be bringing you live feed. We'll also be going to the Ashanti region, of course. There should be a lot of focus on that region, and I'm sure you also know why there's a lot of focus on the Ashanti region. We'll also be talking about the Greater Accra region a lot, because from the data Emma presented, quite a lot of votes were recorded in these areas, and we have a lot of delegates in the Greater Accra region as well. And so we'll get to appreciate how things would go. Remember that in the lead up to this particular election, we heard from some camps that said, well, along the coast, it's a done deal for Kennedy Japan. Kennedy Japan is going to win all the constituencies, all the regions on the coastline, and even in the northern part, he'll be doing well and all of that. Dr. Baumia's team has also said that, well, they are winning in quite a lot of regions. Well, the day of judgment is finally here. All the polls, all the predictions, all the prophecies, today is when we get to settle all of that. If Jesus hasn't come before 6 p.m., we'll get to know the details of those results. But that's the really crucial bit that we should know, that will get all the finality to the matter today. Tutua.
For IB. Yesterday, I spoke to him on radio. IB was very confident. We have actually nicknamed him the Professor of Political Science at EIB University. IB said that if Ken wins, it will be a political miracle.
Yeah.
But let's talk about the data is being presented, especially in the Eastern region. In 2023, Kennedy polled 6,794. In Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia polled 13,000.
Before you put this question to IB, let's go to Ayawaso Central. Evelyn Araba Edo is there for us, and she's joining us to give us some details of the situation there. Araba, we know that, yes, indeed, voting has ended. Talk to me about what is happening there. Hello, Araba. Well, Tutua, we'll make sure that we establish
at the end of the day. At the end of the day, 866 delegates have voted here out of the 981 delegates who were supposed to vote. The place has been calm so far. The only incident that occurred was about 15 minutes ago when a gentleman walked in to come and vote, but he was resisted by the agents of the Kennedy Japan's camp and Dr. Brian Champon's camp that his ID card does not reflect the name and the picture on the ballot paper, and so they would not allow him to vote. But aside that, they all agree, and then the gentleman in question also agreed and walked out. So, possibly not, the police have been very, very useful social media.
Thank you so much. We have a bit of challenge, and I'm sure that when we have a very clearer connection to you, we'll come back to you. But let's go to the Ashanti region. I told you that the Ashanti region is one of the regions that we should look out for in this particular election. And of course, it's the NPP. You don't need to even ask why. But let's get there now. Isaac Justice Bediako is joining me. Polls have closed. How is the Ashanti region responding? Isaac Justice Bediako, talk to me. Bediako, can you hear me? Well, looks like there's a lot of activity happening there. But let me come back to the studio where Tutua is posing questions. I remember in a certain elections there were questions that people had to answer. People were setting questions for their contenders and others. Right.
Brian is an entrant, and he is a powerhouse in the Eastern region. He's likely going to cause an upset. Yes. Dr. Mahmoud Bama may not be able to record the 30. Yesterday I mentioned it to you. Kennedy had 17,000 plus compared to Dr. Mahmoud Baumia's 19,000. Now he has powerhouses like Lord Kome, that's what she.
Yes.
In fact, I saw Lord Come's post yesterday on social media. He says he wants power.
Okay.
Exclamation mark.
Okay.
Looking at all of these elements in play,
Yes.
are you so confident by your assertion that if Ken wins, it will be a political miracle?
Exactly. So you look at data. So out of the 16 regions, Ken won 2.
Yes.
Where he won marginally. It's Greater Accra that he equally lost marginally. Aside Greater Accra, if you look at all the other regions, as Jabin has displayed, when Baumia won, he won with the commanding lead. Now, a little over 10,000 delegates have been added to the album. That should mean, and I told you yesterday, that Ken's vote should appreciate. It will definitely appreciate. Now, Brian Champon's entry means he's taking vote from both sides. If what Musa Dankwa said moments ago on this platform is anything to go by, he believes that Ken is taking more vote. Brian Champo is taking more vote from Ken than he is from Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, right? So yes, I expect Brian to do very well in the Eastern region. I expect him to do very well in the Ashanti region. But would that be monumental enough to affect the final outcome? That's where we'll be driving.
Well, food for thought question. Tutu, has your question been answered?
Yes, please.
Okay, so once that has been done, let's go to Menchia South. Isaac Justice Bidiako is standing by for us. Isaac, talk to me. What's happening currently? Bidiako, can you hear me? Well, talking about rubber bands, then you can be sure that sorting is still ongoing. And as and when we have a very clear connection to Bidiako, we will definitely go to him and get to understand exactly what's happening, especially in the Ashanti region, providing perspectives to the conversations that matter to you regarding the new patriotic party that seeks to elect its leader. Now, IB says if Ken wins, it will be a political miracle. Mind you, miracles are also part of politics. Miracles are part of it. So there's a prophecy aspect, there's a miracle aspect, then there's the data, and of course, the delegates. They will finally and ultimately get to choose who leads them. Right? Okay. Well, Isaac Justice Bidiako, let's try one more time. Isaac, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Fantastic. Talk to me. We know voting has ended in the election, but what is happening as we speak?
Well, I must say that voting has ended in the Ashanti region, all polling stations. And as we speak, I am reporting live from Menchia South constituency, St. Anne's, where the regional executives and the Menchia South constituency executive voted. And so here, the number of people delegates who voted in this election are over 600 people who came here to vote. But as at 4:40 p.m., a total of 564 people, delegates, turn up here to vote in this particular election. And as you can see from the graph, sorting has commenced under tight security. Behind me are a number of police personnel stationed just behind the ballot boxes where the sorting are going on. The people, there are barricades around here, so no one is allowed to enter into the inner perimeter to actually foment any trouble here. So everything is under tight security here. Observers are trying to have opportunity to watch what is going on. And we have the Menchia South constituency executives. They are also here monitoring what is going on. The Ashanti regional organizer in the presence of Francis, he is also here monitoring what is going on. So everything is in order in all the police stations that I went this morning to, there's not a single station where there has been an issue of either a late arrival of electoral materials or anybody trying to foment trouble in any of the polling station or in the constituencies. Everything has been cordial. It is only Drobonso where voting actually started late because the delegates are people who live in the various cottages as farmers, and so they did not come early. But my checks there indicates that exactly at 2 p.m. all the delegates have turned up there to vote. So everything is in order here in the Ashanti region. In all the police stations, sorting has commenced under tight security.
Results coming in so far, because we know that in some constituencies the numbers were not too high, so the expectation is that some results will be coming in. Have we picked up any info yet?
Well, in the Ashanti region, in all the constituencies where I have visited, the attendance is very high. There is no constituency that has recorded low attendance. Everything is in order as expected. And so, I mean, already the delegates themselves came out in their numbers because, of course, you know, there are some incentives that were given to them. Some in the Ashanti constituency in particular, the delegates, 3, told me that all the 3 aspirants, I mean the key ones, the person of Kennedy Ohene Japan, the person of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, Brian Champon, or they provided TNT for the delegates. Quite apart from that, they have also created special stand where you vote, they give you food, drink, water. And so all these special arrangements were made for delegates in some constituency just to motivate them so that they come out in their numbers to come and vote there. So in Ashanti region, everything is in order, just that expectations are high. Expectations are very high because everybody believes that they can win. I mean, it's only Dr. Oseya Adutrim and that of Engineer Kwabena Japan that their presence is not much felt in the number of police stations. But quite apart from that, the other candidates, you see them having multiple agents there, monitoring whatever. From time to time, they change their agents so that, I mean, they don't lose focus. So everything is in order in Ashanti. Of course, people were expectant that this elections is going to be do and die. Metro men will be fomenting trouble in various police stations, among others. But that the police did not actually give that opportunity, because before the election, they issued a statement in the Ashanti region. They made their intentions known that they are in charge of security and therefore they will not allow anyone to foment trouble in any of the police stations. And that has been the situation from the beginning up to now that sorting has commenced. And so any moment from now, counting will take place proper. Then we will know who has taken the lead in Ashanti region and in the constituency basis.
Thank you so much, and please, when the numbers just keep coming in through, when the numbers start coming through, let us know so that we get to also let our viewers know the provisional results from the various constituencies. Now, we'll be connecting shortly to Ododo. Very, very interesting dynamics there. I'm sure that a few minutes ago, you saw those 2 women who said that they were waiting for their envelope containing 700 Ghana cedis, supposedly from Brian Champon's camp, which has been, as it were, Opoku and Champon have, capitalized and have decided not to give them those envelopes. Now, information we are picking is that these 2 women and about 63 others could not vote. And that's a very interesting dynamic, but we'll confirm for you. That's the information we are picking up, that 65 delegates in the Ododo constituency. So I think it would not be bad if Kennedy Japan's team and Brian's team decide to go for their 500 cedis each from these women, because they did not vote at all. They couldn't vote because they were waiting for the 700 cedis from the camp of Brian. But we'll get back to Odifo Yao Charles, who is on the grounds for us, and get to really, really appreciate the context of that conversation and get to know the true facts as they are on the grounds. But we are told by Isaac Justice Bediakun that the process has been relatively smooth in the Ashanti region, no incidents whatsoever, and we're thankful for that. We hope that it continues, but the results have not started coming in as we speak yet.
Some have started.
Some have started,
in
yes.
the Ashanti region.
So, for instance, in Ayawaso East, both Dr. Yawoseduchu and then Community Japan had 0.
But why are they recording just those two?
No, I'm coming. I
No.
mean, you
So
count, they
in
count
Ayawaso
in
East,
that
yes.
regard, right?
Yes.
And then Brian Champon
60,
and then
Kennedy
Japan 46.
In Ayawaso
right.
East.
So they are now counting that of Dr. Mahmoud
Baumia.
Right.
Yes.
Interesting. Because you ended on the Ashanti region, but let me go back to Ivy. I mean, clearly.
So today you have a lot of questions for Ivy.
Yes,
Anyways.
I do. He's the professor of the EIB University. So, Ejabin just helped me with this data. In the Ashanti region, 2023, Kennedy Japan had 11,000 plus.
Exactly.
Dr. Mahmoud Baumia had 22,000 plus. Approximately.
That's more than double.
Approximately some 10,000 difference. But now you talk about the fact that Dr. Brian Champon has roots in the Ashanti region.
Yes, he does.
He may get some gains in there.
Exactly.
And there's Dr. Yawose Educhum.
Exactly.
What are the likely dynamics that will be at play in the Ashanti region?
Well, I will rate the influence of Brandon Champon in the Ashanti region way above that of Dr. Oseduchum. Unless you want to, unless you want to narrow me down to Bosom Train, where he serves as an MP.
Right.
Yes, he will get some appreciable numbers from there. But when it comes to the overall performance of Brian Champon and then Yawose Educhum, I think Brian will do well in Ashanti region than Educhum. But Brian will pick vote from Kennedy Japan. He will pick vote from Dr. Baumia.
But more from Kennedy, according to Mr. Danko.
Exactly. But then, would that be enough to create a deficit of more than 10,000, as you mentioned? So Baumia could then drop to the space of Kennedy or Japan? I don't think so. See, Ashanti region, look at the support base. You have Dr. Matukuku Prempe, still Baumia. You heard moments ago when you spoke to Osei Mensah-Bonsu, who mentioned that NPP does not need a scatterbrain as its leader. Still in the region.
Okay, Professor, hold on to that thought for me because I need to find out what happens to my two ladies in Odododo. Odifoya Charles is joining us from Odododo with some updates on that. Odifo, so it's past 2 p.m. The two women you spoke to earlier who mentioned they were waiting for their 700 CDs and so till that comes they would not vote. Talk to me about the situation there. Were they able to get into the queue before the 2 p.m. mark?
As you said correctly, I think the women we are talking about here, they are more than two. When you come to the Dododio constituency, we have it in zone. So they have from zone 1 to zone 21, and they are in zone 20. So now it's 2 p.m., but the women are still here. Let me get close to them, and I don't know what has happened so far. Let me ask them what has been the process and what has been the steps they've taken so far. It's true. They are not in the queue. Are they going to vote or what they are going to do now? So let me join them now. Mama, what you saying? All right. No, me no boy. They say I'm on the line. I'm queue so center A. One more point. They say I'm on to and I'm on the. No one was on time, babe. What they say, you're upon.
Young to know this kind of essay. It's your transcend. But this kind of a brain. It's team for Joe.
And team for Joe and any more Cassa.
I trying to say, oh, yes, Sankai, and I say, young Fedin and sending. They're descending and Sabacan and Congo today.
And Tim, they say I'm Municu and one more parking Yamano.
Your election yard. As long as your election yard,
and then I'm saying, what do I say?
Yeah, 65.
65. Which of the zone?
16, zone 20, zone 16.
All right. They say, I know, Q, no more when you're Monco Dimona Monco to it. Moya show us a mobato. And ask Canaka can better moje.
So the Met woman
now, the way that's not going to be a
now good of a panopeso good anymore.
Therefore,
never disappointed about.
all right, Marcus, I think me key no me share. All right, so Joshua, according to them, they are going to vote, but voting has, ended here. If you can see from the screens, this is the inner perimeter whereby the electoral officers are dismantling, the electoral materials that they, brought to vote. So let me try and get close to the presiding officer, that is in the person of Eric Ochre, and ask him, now that the voting has come to an end, these people claiming they are already in the inner perimeter or they are already here, but they were not in the queue, to ask them, is it possible? Or what will be the next step they are going to take from this? But the presiding officer is a little bit busy. I have here with the former parliamentary candidate in the person of Honorable Nilante Banaman. Let me try to get him and ask. So far, how has he seen the process? Is he okay? Honorable, you are live on GH1 TV.
Okay, let's finish with the count. I've told you already that everything has moved on very well.
Okay.
Everything has been smooth.
Okay.
Serene. So let's finish. Okay.
All right. Okay. All right. So that's Honorable Nilante Banaman that I spoke to earlier on. Let me, electoral presiding officer, presiding. Thanks very much for your time. You've done, a human's job. You've tried very well. There's this group of people that claim they are already in the yard, but they couldn't vote. Are they entitled to vote?
No. They were told that by 2 o'clock, if you are not in the queue, you cannot vote. So if you have come and you are staying outside conversing, it is not.
No, they say they have some transportation issues from some of the
But
candidates.
EC doesn't give transportation.
Oh, okay.
EC doesn't give transportation.
So they are not going to be allowed.
Voting has come to an end.
Voting
has come to an end.
All right. Okay. All right. So Joshua, from the Ododo constituency here, voting has officially come to an end, and sorting is about to start. So this is the Center B from the Ododo constituency in the Asiedu Keteke, live from Jamestown Police Station, and this Center A. So probably maybe the other women might receive the money, but vote in the line. So Joshua, that's what's happening here. So let me leave you now. In case anything happens again, I will join and give any update to our viewers and our listeners. Joshua.
So much for helping us appreciate and get some clarity. So those 65 women, from what we've heard from the EC official there, they are not going to vote. They will not be allowed to vote, even though they say they've received calls that they should go and vote. The money will be sent to them via mobile money. I think the party should look into things of this nature. People like this are really destroying the image of the party out there. Yes, delegates, you have to go out there and do what you have to do, vote and support. Like Tua said, if you really want your party to come back to power, if you are really interested in the well-being of your party, to be able to elect a leader, why are you allowing greed to come in the way? Because you've taken 1,000 Ghana cedis already. But because of 765 of you have decided not to vote. And who is that going to affect? It will not affect me because I'm not a card-bearing member. It will not affect Tuwa. It will not affect Ibrahim. But it would affect you, who is a card-bearing member of the party. Anyways, done with Ododo. They are not going to vote for, in this particular election. Some results are coming in. And like we promised you, we will be projecting results for you here on the show. But let's go to the Ayawaso Central Constituency. Evelyn Araba Edu is there for us. Evelyn, talk to me. What has happened so far?
Hi, Joshua Kojo-Mensah. So today has been a peaceful day. The process has gone on peacefully. However, we only recorded a little misunderstanding here in about 20 minutes ago, just when the election was about to, or the polls were about to close. That was when a gentleman came in, and then, according to the agents from the camp of the Honorable Kennedy Japan and the camp of Honorable Brian Champon, they said that the gentleman with the name Alex, who came in to vote, the card that he was holding does not reflect the picture and the name on their ballot papers. So they refused him from voting. But at the end of the day, all the agents and the gentleman, they came into an agreement, and then he walked out. Aside that, nothing has happened here. There's been no misunderstanding apart from that incident. And I can tell you that security has also been very good here. We have about 78 police personnel who are here, and the inner perimeter and then outside the perimeter, also ensuring that there's law and order here. Currently, as we speak, they are sorting out. If you can see on the screens, they are sorting out to see who got what in this very constituency here, Joshua Kojamesa.
When you have some results for us, Evelyn Araba Edu, thank you so much. But let's come back because there are some results that are trickling in. Ibrahim Alassan, you run us through some of those results, but and these are provisional results from Aguna West, Kennedy 311, Brian Echampon 143, Dr. Mahmudu Baumia 194, Dr. Yao Osei Duchum 14, Engineer Kwabne Japan 0. That's from Aguna West, provisional results from there.
Let me take you to Asante constituency. Kennedy Japan 26, Brian Echampon 114, 114. Ashanti region once again. Dr. Mahmoud Baumia 456, 456. Dr. Yao Osei Duchum 2, Engineer Kwabene J Japan 0. Let me repeat. Ken 26, Brian 114, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia 456, Dr. Yao Osei Duchum 2, and then Engineer Kwabene J Japan 0. If you just say so, Corey.
Okay. Still in the Ashanti region. I've just seen something from the MP for the Bosamifero constituency, and he says that Ken had 66, Dr. Brian Echampon 57, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia 352 in the Bosamifero constituency.
And this is from the MP.
This is from the MP himself.
This is also Ashanti region. Let's proceed.
Okay, let me take you to Asin Central. And 495, Dr. Brian Echampon, single 4. Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, 28. Dr. Yao Osei Duchum, 1. And then Kwabna Eje Japan, 1. That's from the Asin Central constituency.
Let's give them a pot of everything. So we're going up north now. Salaga South, Kennedy Japan 37, Brian Echampon 38, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia 207, and then Kwabene J Japan 1, Dr. Yao Osei Duchum 2.
Okay.
That's Salaga.
Well, let me stay there because the Yagaba Kubor constituency has a very interesting dynamic we're seeing here. In fact, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia got all the votes, the rest nothing. He got 379, the rest 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. That's from the Yagaba Kubor constituency.
Let me come down a bit, Sendu Kintampo South, where Kennedy Ohini Japan had 73, Dr. Brian Echampon 127, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia 463, Dr. Yao Osei Duchum 48, single 4, I beg your pardon, and Engineer Kwabene J Japan, single 1.
Down south, Kachi West, Kennedy Japan 74, Brian Echampon 77, Baumia 292, Yao Osei Duchum 8, Kwabene J Japan 8. That is Kachi West.
I think this is one place we've all been waiting for. That's the NPP headquarters. And the results say that Kwabene J Japan had 7, Dr. Yao Osei Duchum recorded 3, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia 308, Brian Echampon 3, and then Kennedy Ohini Japan 160 of the votes. You know, at this point, I just want to know what Ijamen's numbers are telling him, because it looks like Brian may be the second at the end of the contest.
Exactly, because we're seeing a lot of appreciation for Brian Echampon, even though he is a new entrant in this particular race. And it also goes to suggest and support the data that Musa Dankwa put out there, that Brian's votes will be drawing largely from Kennedy Ohene Japan's votes as compared to Dr. Baumia's votes. And we are seeing that. Well, we are told we need to cross over to Obed King Daglo now in the Wejagbawe constituency. Obed, talk to me. Do you have results for me? Well, we'll get back to Obed King Daglo to give us some updates from the constituency. So when we are connecting them, we'll make sure that we have their sound as well for you before we go to them. But let's come back and then do some more provisional results that we have received here. And mind you, these are provisional results. We cannot keep hammering on that enough for you. These are not EC confirmed results. These are the results that we are picking from the grounds. But we'll finally get the EC's declaration when it comes to the pink sheets. Remember, they are very important documents when it comes to times like this. And so the Mune constituency, I don't think we've done that.
No.
We've not done the Mion constituency. So in the Mion constituency, Kennedy Oyine Japan got 36 votes, Brian Champon 76, Dr. Mamudu Bawumia 369, Dr. Yose Duchum 3, Kwabena J. Japan 0, Sport ballots 2. Oh, Charlie, in this day and age. So Dr. Mamudu Bawumia wins in the Mion constituency provisionally. We'll keep emphasizing that for you as well.
So from the Mion, we can come to the Greater Accra region now, and this is the results coming in. Provisional results coming in from the Ayawaso East constituency. Kennedy Oyine Japan had 46 of the votes, Dr. Brian Champon 60, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia 421, Dr. Yawose Duchum 8, Engineer Kwabena J. Japan single 1.
Very well. So, Obed Kingaglo, we have his audio now and his visuals as well. Obed, talk to me. What's happening on the ground?
Right, so Joshua Kojo-Mensah, as you see in the shot here in the Wejak-Bawe constituency, voting has officially ended and sorting and counting is underway. But I have in my shot some people already jubilating because they are picking indication that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is taking the lead because of the numbers in terms of the sorting process. Let me engage some of them, the indication they are getting from the grounds. Mpacho, then I go to see here.
Yeah, you say still Bawumia, we are maintaining the Bawumia. BNB. Why not person can change you? You're changing. What are you doing every year? What's the info be consenting? You're more from la. I don't know about it. Oh, you're digital man. Digital man. Obi what the mobile mobility. Obi what the mobility. I'm be any demand. I improve about 400 people drop. Bawumia. Oh, you to iska. If you bank, ever to accounts more mobile, no you. When they buy. First now, who for taxi? Then the workers taxi me kwa. Digital man say you do baby aba. Who kwa bad dress. Papa no the baby fee. No no break. No the baby fee. When they buy.
Now, how do you know he has won? Because the
yeah, you him say dena. No.
Okay, who call on me who say what share the cost of her? Who say Bawumia winning?
Oh, say almost say about what almost say in a lives no. And I agent was signal. I just said I door so baby pa. Now the whole thing is Nama last 4 years I will lose a hand a bribi na course so. Now course on say your transport no my be big drum in the bay and be mama for the bufu and mutitiano. This time around here, Noma, just to say no may. And as a more country, a share, say, young I share, son, I don't know, or more good for more country, and as I say, what we need with Jagbawi, constance.
Yeah, that's it. And so, Joshua, that's supporters of Dr. Babum Bawumia who are picking indication that looking at the sorting, they are seeing that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia's ballot papers are more than any other candidate, indicating that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is winning. Let me still talk to some of them. They're picking indication about the numbers. Tell me, can you confirm the numbers? What are you picking?
Yeah, I'm picking so far the pay that correction has been done. And per my analysis, it's like Bawumia has taken the lead.
I heard some numbers being mentioned. What was the number?
Yeah, for example, if you look at Ofasa IRB, for example, Ken had 121, Brian 108, Bawumia is 335. And if you look at NPP headquarters, for example, Bawumia has won over there. When you go to Aggressive, Bawumia is taking a lead. Mion Council, Bawumia is leading. And other places. So in the indication, NPP is retaining. We are being consistent. We want to maintain our candidate so that we can win 2028 election.
Let me still talk to some people who are still here and who are saying that for them, they also believe that until the whole ballot is counted, they will not believe that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia has taken the lead. Memakwaba. Who can say Kennedy Japan ebe winning?
Onwa no winning. You want 24/7. Allah wala onwa no winning.
Adena wokasa.
Oh, that be Kennedy says obakunya no so no. Why say Trump no it's on your penasem or your play they go be able to do they play kawele only a second Trump African Trump
right that was it. So we are seeing that very soon the numbers will be mentioned and we can give you official figures here at the Wejak-Bawe constituency. Yamakwaba GH1 TV. And they ballot papers no. What indication are you picking?
Me say Afena yeah counted said the work but other various centers no Afena results no eba. So I say Yakai B yeah who say honorable Ken enya 100 and something 90 something. Afena Yakai number 2 so there. So Yankai so you be na I hope say ni nyina beba no ana ebetimi hu nua why dey why we ne betimi sure say honorable Ken obewe ni because dodo na asema no mo kan say yemfa ne mra say yamfa honorable Ken ama che say onya de mo beto aba ntim nim say nkofo asema mo kan no ato NPP fo ni delegate ni trim enti ye bewie no na honorable Ken why we ni.
All right, but and so those are some supporters of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. That jubilation is about to begin because I see some women jubilating and having fun over here. Let me try and talk to some of them and find out why they are jubilating. But why are you jubilating?
Our candidate has won. That is Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. He deserves to become our president.
What are the figures? What figures do you hear?
We don't know yet, but we could see that Bawumia have won. So that makes us very happy. So he is winning. That's 3. Bawus. We are winning hands down.
Thank you very much. Let's talk to some of them and find out what indication they are getting over here this evening. Bacho Marco by my GH1 TV.
Yeah.
What indication are you picking? Why are you in a joyous mood?
The way they are counting and how we are seeing, they are still counting our candidate, Dr. Bawumia, and they are still counting. It's so that even the margin will be big. That's why we are still jubilating.
And you are saying that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is winning.
Yes. And our agents are signaling us, meaning he has taken everything.
All right. Thank you very much for talking to us. There are more people here. Bacho, and then who's in Japan? And then what?
Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, Omunina qualified. Now, see about Panidi. What is a visa with Timifa? It's here, Yajitum, Untiasio, Abem.
All right, so those are some joyous people here who are suggesting that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is taking the lead. Let me still talk to some of them. You are saying that you want someone who can represent the NPP, and you think that which candidate is that?
I think Brian Champion, okay, though they are saying Bawumia has won, okay, within the NPP, but we are looking inside the future as to which candidate can give us power 2028. And as I stand here, I believe strongly Dr. Brian Champion is the best candidate that when we present 2028 can fetch us power. Because we should look at the economy now. Look at the economy now. Look at the price of fuel. Look at the price, the dollar. And these are some of Bawumia's campaign messages. And now, if you are supposed to represent Bawumia, what kind of message is he going to give to the Ghanaians? Do you understand? So I think the best candidate is Brian Champion, and there will be a runoff.
Right. That's a fair reportage we are having over here. Some candidates of Brian Champion who, although are not happy because of the numbers trickling in, they are saying that looking into the future, Dr. Brian Champion is the best candidate for the country. Madam, now number 3. Then what's your number 3?
Oh, media Bawumia on number 3. Me and Flavi Bashira Zakari, me and Magaja of Wejak Bawi. Na me Jinoma Bawumia. Because Bawumia the name of Bebriaba. Dictalization at the buyer. What to feel to me to light? What to feel to me to Usu? Ain't it Bawumia for number 3? Media number 3.
Let me get into the women who are still in a joyous mood and having fun over here. That Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is taking the lead, and so the party has begun here at the Wejak constituency. Though official result has not been disclosed, these women are excited, singing songs that it has happened. So Joshua, that is the atmosphere here at the Wejak constituency.
So that's Obed Kingaglo in Wejak. But let's go to the Ashanti region. Isaac Justice Bidiako is there to give us some results coming in. Isaac, walk me through the figures you have so far.
Well, so far, let's say that counting is over. Now the electoral officers are now declaring the result. Let's listen to them.
Enipa etim beto aba eye enei. Eye 572.
So 572 delegates today came to cast their vote here at the St. Anne's voting center. The data that I have here currently indicates that Kennedy Ohene Ejapon had 65 votes. Kwabena Ajay Ejapon had 3. Aduchum had 0. Let's listen to the officer.
Percentage turnout 88.1%. Now, 88.1% no. Say na omoto omoma no ekoye. Enipa ejina ase ento omo so aba no enum. De odi kan ewo abaton krata nhihye no so no. Eye yenua panyini Ken Ohene Ejapon. Emadodo onya ye 65 aduosia enum. De otosumienu yenua panyin Brian Echampon. Onu sunya emadodo 51 aduonum baako. Yenua panyin Mudu Baumia a otosumiensa. Onu sunya emano 453 aha 9 aduonum miensa. The otoso and 9 yenua panyin yaw osai aduchum. Obia anto abano na je say onya 0 votes. Ana the ochatwo kra wa baton krata nhihye no so no. Eye yenua panyin Kwabena Ajay Ejapon. Onu so nya emano miensa 3. Enti total valid vote cast 572. There were no rejected ballots. Enti yedi abatwo no ekọ na wieye no. And by the power vested in me as a returning officer and the presiding officer for today's elections, I therefore announce that these are the results each of the candidates obtained. Thank you very much. And we want to.
So this is the outcome of the Malaysia South constituency elections results that was declared by the electoral officer here. We have the constituency organizer of the NPP for Malaysia South. Alaji, when I was expecting say ebe ewo constituency ha.
Oh, me did say menua. My expectation abem. Essence ye Jumaden. Once election ekui, obi ane ne insert as a politician. Be a word interest, but your interest in a bigger than individual interest. Our interest in say a bebe modiana peja Dr. Mahmoud Bomian enumu nyam ewo menshia. No GDS said menshia fo nyina ni atoaba no. Yes how at the sredi I pese de to Dr. Mahmoud Bomian nti say ya de pa. Say na be ya dachi ekwa ni numu a ye de ya de sredi ko tu ni numu a ye ho nchire ye mre na wa ye apedi amai.
Say ye hwe figures na e ba ye na last election omo e contest ye no obi anu ha onya about 30 is only Canada Japan and onya 77 ewo ha and then about to onya 56 or 51 sorry 51. It means that the votes not drop out by difference by 11 or 12. Good. After that you share Brian vote obenya about onya 50 plus. So 50 plus no onya no. Why vote and a drop here?
Oh, me did say. Oha. Election ekoi difference bi wom. Previous election no. Now former executive from Monto Abanibi. Oba regional former regional officers no Monto Abanibi. Now you quite amend your constitution last year at trade fair. Party no and wisdom. What former officers almost several party no. Since 1996 up to date, the Omo Beka Electoral College no home. Oba regional, the almost several regional since 1996. Eben neya because you don't mark Electoral College in Chama Electoral College in expanded and Brian factor no to the home. Upon say constituency no more about Baumia and in the factor. relativity this Manchia South. In Tenyam was say previous election de Bomoyano and Brian Bekahono, Brian to match vote in Bicacra. The larger you can say a vote to the Brian Factano, a played a major route. Now, Mubia Mio constituency organizer, meaning and a mutu and the campaign Muyina. Nambi de me expect to say Brian, what me anya M 50. What me M 50. Abem what me 51. Back in the poem, I make a monocorential. Your uncle Phobia no multi constituency. Your MP, a certain identity win now, will be a new fair. And the fact I know Alan Factor. Metimaka bibiti say a room. Krobo Dumasi or no Mametie. Or na Alan Yini, make us or Mametia, so that's all. Factor ni na wo. Or Mameti constituency. I know what fee NPP no still that's all. For one, a can crom for you. And say, at a page in Atakakra. Some crofona, factor no. And tell him what say BBC by. But the conclusion is say, the Yajumadin. Madame Poisse. Any MP about for who are Yina, the Dukubo, Yemi Yajumadin. Fesika Samon so Brian by Yesika Sama, Nimamu Yadimai. But Napo factor, a woman she has out today. Until the kingdom come.
Thank you very much. So that is Alhaji Abuba, the constituency organizer for MPP in Manchia South, telling us that yes, indeed they have won this particular constituency by the camp of the Dr. the camp of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. However, the factor of Brian Achampong has affected their votes because he has pulled about 50 votes from the votes that they got in the last election. And so that is little concern. However, the gap is still there, and they are confident that at the end of coalition, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia would be declared as the MPP's flag bearer for election 2028. But I have the MP for the Manchia South constituency. Let's try to see if we can, well, he's not ready to speak to us. But, I mean, as you can see, he's equally excited. I mean, shaking hands with the people that he campaigned with in this constituency. This is Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh's constituency. And so they all own some kind of, alliance to him. They support him wherever he belongs to. That is where they also move to. And so that is why we are witnessing what we are seeing here. And so we'll move to different constituency to look at what is happening there. But jubilation has started in Kumasi. Supporters of Dr. Matthew Opoku supporters of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia are on the street jubilating because the figures that are coming looks good for them.
All right, so you're still watching our continuous coverage of the NPP's presidential primaries, and where we are now is basically results trickling in. Mind you, we've got the EC making some declarations in some constituencies, but officially we are yet to get the official results from all the constituencies. And so the results we're putting out there currently are provisional results that our correspondents have picked from the grounds after counting, and we'll get to hear from the Electoral Commission shortly on those results. But let's run you through some of the figures that have come through. the Fantiakwa South NPP presidential primary final results. For Dr. Baumia, 304. For Kennedy Japan, 102. Dr. Brian Champong, 43. Dr. Duchum, 0. And Kwabne Japan, 2. That's for Fantiakwa South constituency. Bwakwa South, Kennedy Japan, 35. Brian, 76. Dr. Baumia, 457. Kwabne Japan, 0. Rejected 2. Okay, I see a Trump there, but a Trump should definitely be Dr. Educhum, also with 0 votes in the Bwakwa South constituency. So earlier, Tutua and Ibrahim Al-Hassan were here, but now we've been joined by Sewa and me here. Council, welcome.
Thank you very much, Joshua. So, yeah, the results are still coming in. You run them already through some of the figures.
Yes.
But we have this certified results from the Pandai constituency.
Definitely.
And the total number of votes in that constituency was about 764. Not about, 764.
Yeah.
Out of that, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia got 613. Dr. Brian Champon, 113. Kennedy Ohinie Japan, 31. And Kwabne Japan, 1. Dr. Yao Osei Educhum. Do you know what the results that I actually want to see?
Where?
I want to see the results from Dr. Educhum's constituency. Busum, yes. I want to see how he's doing there. And very interesting. Ayawaso Central, 981 delegates. Total ballots cast, 886. Baumia got 582. Kennedy, 203. Brian Champon, 93. Kwabne J, 2. And Dr. Yawe Duchum, 5. Rejected, 1.
Right, so before you go to some others, let me take you to Bantama, where Kennedy Japan, 293, Dr. Brian Champon, 49, Dr. Baumia, 454, Dr. Yosei Duchum, 2, Kwabne Japan, 0, sport ballots, 2, and total votes cast, 801. That's the Bantama constituency. Now, certified results from the EC for New Japan South, Dr. Baumia, 594, Kennedy Japan 268, Brian Champon 104, Dr. Duchum 3, Kwabne Japan 0. That's from the New Japan South constituency as well. But so earlier,
Old Tafo,
yes.
sorry, let me quickly
Right.
run Old Tafo.
Please
That's Vincent Asafwa's constituency.
Yeah.
So for Old Tafo, Dr. Baumia got 439 votes. Kennedy Japan 138. Brian Champon 84, and Dr. Yao Duchum 4, and Kwabne J none. Nobody voted. Are you surprised with the numbers that Brian is getting?
No, I'm not surprised.
Did you expect more?
I expected Brian to do more. In fact, when people were talking about, I looked at the data that Musa Dankwa had put out earlier, where he said that indeed we're going to see Dr. Brian Champon draw votes from Kennedy Champon more, Kennedy Japan more than Dr. Baumia. And looking at, in fact, hearing from the grounds how things were going in terms of how even Dr. Brian Champon's camp were reaching out to the people. Even in terms of the finances, we're told he was given more to the delegates and all of that. And we say that, listen, people will take your money and it does not necessarily change much. But then some people also get influenced by these things and say, oh, if he's able to do this as his first time even joining the race, then he could do more. So why not give him the opportunity? So I'm not surprised at all at his performance in some areas where indeed he's even doing well than Kennedy Japan in some constituencies per the results we are seeing.
You know, speaking of constituencies that he must have done better, I'm looking at the certified results from the Buem constituency in the Oti region, right?
Right.
And this is the closest that I've seen Dr. Brian Champon come close to do with Dr. Baumia.
Yeah.
So Dr. Baumia in the Buem constituency gets 228 votes, 228, and Dr. Brian Champon gets 208.
Wow. So like a 20 vote difference.
Yeah, Kennedy Japan gets 89 votes. Dr. Yause Duchum gets 4. Engineer Kwabne Japan, nothing. So this at least shows that, you know, he didn't do so bad at all. No. At least in that constituency is the closest that I've seen.
Yeah.
A Futu constituency. Ken, that's Efutu is the minority leaders constituency. Yeah. Ken had 644. And Brian had 32, Dr. Bawumia 79. And you know, I have seen many people say, read many people say that depending on how the elections go today, there might be a major shift in Parliament. I really hoped that, you know, Ejabeng had a microphone to speak to that, because if Dr. Bawumia wins, and in the minority leaders constituency, Dr. Bawumia couldn't even get 100 votes. Yeah. 644, that's the highest votes that Ken has gotten so far that we have seen, we are aware of. 644 for Ken. It just sends a very loud message that the minority leader was probably for Ken. Because if the minority leader was campaigning for Dr. Bawumia, it wasn't possible, or it can be possible for him to get, what, 79 votes? Brian got 32 votes, Dr. Duchum got none, and Kwabena J got 2 votes in the Efutu constituency.
And you cannot underplay the influence of Afenyo-Markin in that constituency.
In that region.
Not just the constituency.
In the central region, I will be surprised if you know, he didn't do well in the central region, because that's home for him. Absolutely. You know, just like up north, we've seen results where Ken got nothing at all, you know, but at least here he's gotten some. But in the Futu constituency, it's true, because I saw results from Asin Central, and Dr. Bawumia didn't do so bad, well, even though, I mean, he didn't win. I didn't expect him to win, but
the margin.
The margin, yes. Yeah. Jomoro constituency. That's the constituency of the Deputy Transport Minister. Dr. Bawumia got 615 votes. Kennedy got 237. Dr. Brian Champon 189. Total vote cast was 1,048. That's for the Jomoro constituency.
Let me take you to Kojo Ponkuma's constituency of Fansia Rebi.
Right.
Kennedy Japan 121, Dr. Brian Champon 108, and Dr. Bawumia 335 coming in from the Ofansia Yoruba constituency. Takrady, for instance, Dr. Bawumia 462, Kennedy Japan 96, Brian Champon 61, Kwabena J Japan 1, and Dr. Duchum 0. The Fia constituency, Dr. Bawumia got 343, Kennedy 63, and then Brian Champon 72. So Brian does better in Fia than Kennedy Japan, as he also does in the Ayawaso East constituency as well. He beat Kennedy Japan there as well. And okay, we've done Bantama, we've done Asin North as well. So if you have any further results?
Yes, I do. So I have Amenfi East constituency. Total delegates is 1,166, and out of that, the total votes cast was 1,058. Dr. Bawumia got 581 of those votes. Ken got 315. Dr. Brian Champon got 155. Dr. Duchum got 1. Kwabena J got 2. Is it that Dr. Duchum didn't campaign well enough, or, you know, I mean, we knew that the contest was between the two, Dr. Bawumia and Ken.
Now he appears to be among the 3.
I don't necessarily agree, to be very honest. In some areas, you can argue that. But Dr. Brian Champon is doing better than I expected him to do.
Exactly.
To be very honest, you know, I didn't expect the kind of numbers that I am seeing in certain constituencies. In the Awin constituency, for instance, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia gets 430 votes. Ken gets 320 votes, and Dr. Brian Champon gets 114 votes.
That's a lot.
Yes.
And it reminds me of the conversation I had with Pius Hajide here, where he talked about the fact that, well, they're not making too much noise, but the truth of the matter is that Dr. Brian Champon is touching base with the delegates, those who matter, those who would be the kingmakers for today. And over the period, he's been focused on doing that, touching base with the delegates and then sharing his vision with them. And so I'm not too surprised that we're getting people buy into the vision of Dr. Brian Champon as against Kennedy, as against Dr. Say Educhum and Engineer Kwabena Agyapong, because they seem to have very little impact in terms of these particular elections. Because look at Ayawaso Central, and this also brings me to the fore. It reminds me of the conversation that we had earlier, where we saw Tim Kennedy talk about the fact that Greater Accra region and some other regions along the coast will definitely fall to Ken. But I'm not seeing that falling. All I can see now is the central region. Ken is doing very well in the central region as expected. But along the coast, especially in Accra, it doesn't look that way.
Which of Ken's campaign team members said that Dr. Ken was going to win in all the coastal regions? I think it was Sticker. Yes, it was Sticker who said that. Yes, it was Sticker who said that.
That is what they had been saying.
But that's not what's happening, right?
Exactly.
So in Ayawaso Central, these are certified results. And clearly, Dr. Bawumia is leading. From I see that Emmanuel is doing a lot of maths and putting a lot of things together.
We would project.
Because we definitely will project. I don't think that our results will be so different from what Musa Dankwa has been predicting this whole time, that Dr. Bawumia is going to win the election. But we wait to see what's going to happen. But as it stands, these are the results that we have coming in.
So Ablekuma West, for instance.
You have those?
Yes. Ablekuma West, Kennedy Agyapong 221, Brian Champon 50, Dr. Bawumia 181, Dr. Educhum 1, Kwabena Agyapong 0, rejected 9. That's at polling station 1, Ablekuma West constituency. Polling station 2, we'll get the results from there shortly, and then we'll put both together and get to understand exactly what the total results would be for that particular constituency. We've also run through quite a number of Amenfi West. Yes, we've mentioned the figures there. Brian 159, Kennedy Agyapong 147, 467 for Dr. Bawumia, Dr. Educhum 8, Kwabena Agyapong 1 and 2 rejected. So we are getting more results coming in, and as and when we are able to do that, but evaluate Jumuro Jura, Ken Agyapong 140, Brian 85, and Dr. Bawumia 360. So what we are seeing now is a trend of Kennedy doing so well in the central region, but when we go to the western region,
that's expected, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's no different. But
I'm sure that Ken would have really dealt with it if they didn't vote for him in the central region.
But the western region figures, Greater Accra, I'm yet to see figures from the Volta region.
Yeah.
Because there've also been that projection that Kennedy would win the Volta region because of quite a number of things that he has said about the Volta region as well. But we'll get into that conversation for you shortly. Quickly.
You know, interestingly, the results that you just run through.
Ablekuma West.
Ablekuma West. We have one of the people who wanted to represent that seat here with us in the studio, Ronnie. Ronnie, good afternoon. Thank you very much for joining us. How are you? I know that you're monitoring the results. Yes. Which camp are you? Bawumia or Ken?
I'm NPP camp.
Oh, but of course, that's what you all say. But you and I know that you belong to a camp.
I actually don't.
You don't?
Yes.
But who do you think will be the best person to lead your party?
I mean, like I said initially, whoever the delegates decide.
You're not a delegate yourself.
Yes, I'm not a delegate. I don't have a vote.
But I mean, beyond who the delegates decide, you have been a student of politics for a very long time. In fact, you're a politician, right? Which of these candidates do you think will be able to take power back from the NDC?
I think familiarity in marketing is important. So clearly, we have presented Alhaji Mahmood Bawumia before. So obviously, it makes more sense to repeat the candidate. History shows that when NPP repeats its candidate, we get election success. So clearly, if you're going by that tangent, then it makes more sense to present.
Okay. Joshua, run us through the Ablekuma Central results again.
Ablekuma West, yes.
Sorry. So what were the results?
From polling station 1, Kennedy Agyapong 221, Dr. Brian Champon 50, Dr. Bawumia 181, Dr. Educhum 1, Kwabena Agyapong 0, and 9 votes were rejected. That's from
Dr. Bawumia got what?
181. Kennedy got 221.
So Kennedy won in your constituency?
No, that's polling
station 1.
We're total of 1,200.
Exactly.
Okay.
So So we'll get results from polling station 2.
Yeah, but I mean, polling station 1.
Exactly.
So at polling station 1, Dr. Ken won.
Okay. If from history, 4 years ago,
right,
polling station 1 normally represents the coastal lines. The
right.
Shabu, the Bebu, the Glefe. Ken seems to be very strong there.
Right.
So I'm not surprised that the polling station 1 results have shown that Ken has won again. Yes.
Okay, but you're sure that polling station 2 will go in Dr. Bawumia's favor?
It is dicey. It's
We'll get the results soon because we're told that counting is almost wrapping up for polling station 2. So once that is done, we'll get the details and then we'll do the addition.
Did you campaign though?
I campaigned for unity.
In the constituency?
Yes. I told them whatever candidate they want to vote for, they should go ahead.
So when you stood on the platform, that's what you told them?
Yes.
Vote for unity?
Vote for unity. Because I genuinely believe, picking a side in the NPP deepens the crack. I don't believe in public declaration for a candidate.
So which of these candidates do you think can unite the party? Because as it stands, your party is very divided.
Yes. I think if you're looking at who can unite the party, on paper, it made sense to bring Dr. Brian Achampong because he was preaching that, look, the DNB supporters will never support Ken, the Ken supporters will never support DNB. So choose me and I'll bring both factions together. Now we have a case where it's likely to be Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia winning. So he has more work to do in terms of bringing the Kennedy supporters on board. I don't think he'll have any challenges bringing the Dr. Brian supporters, but I think more work needs to be done to bring the Ken supporters on board.
Okay, but I know that you've been monitoring the results, and he's here. We've been putting some of the results out. Are you surprised by the numbers that Dr. Brian Achampong is getting?
I'm not really surprised with the numbers he's getting because it looked as if he was winning from the Ken base. And also,
why do you think that's the case?
I think he ran a very good campaign. I think in terms of logistics and support, he gave more than both candidates. And in this game, it plays a key role. And I also believe that he seems to be doing well in the eastern region. Ken seems to also be doing well in the central region. Volta, the few results that I've gotten, Brian has actually done decent in Volta region as well, in OT region. But it's very scattered across board, so it's very hard to predict.
Yeah.
I just got one as well, but I don't know if it's Tema Central constituency.
Well, we don't know where you're getting your results from, so
I'm getting it from the strong room.
From the strong room.
But Sewa, you mentioned, we talked earlier about the performance of the candidates in the minority leaders constituency.
Right.
Guess what? Now let me take you to Nsawama Dwejiri, where Kennedy Japan polled 147 votes, Dr. Brian Achampong 89, Dr. Bawumia 707.
No surprises. Well, Deputy Minority Leader, Chief Whip.
The whip is there. Frank Anodompreh.
Yes.
So Anodompreh's constituency, Educhum 2 and Kwabena Japan 1. Total votes 946, and out of that, Dr. Bawumia got 707. Wejak Bawe, Dr. Bawumia.
I think that before you do the Wejak Bawe, I think that Anodompreh's position, or call it a camp, has always been known, right? Okay. He hasn't necessarily hidden where he belongs or who he supports. It is the minority leader who has been silent, even though many say they know where he belongs. But so no surprises there.
How about Jerry's constituency?
Who?
Jerry Ahmed.
What do you have?
He also took an independent stance.
Yes. Kennedy Japan 371, Dr. Bawumia 550, Brian 193, Dr. Educhum 6, Kwabena Japan 1.
Just like Ronnie said, I think that Dr. Brian Achampong did run a very good campaign. Didn't make a lot of noise, even though there were a few, issues here and there. But he did, because the numbers that are coming in.
There's also another very important factor why Dr. Brian is doing so well. He was the only candidate who went round twice.
Right.
He went around the first time, then he was able to go around again. None of the other candidates were able to go around twice.
Joshua was saying something, I don't know if I can say it on air, or I don't even know if it was said on air, that Dr. Bawumia could pair Dr. Brian. Did you say that on air?
Yes.
Could pair Dr. Brian, and it will be a very good match because there's a unifier there. I mean, he hasn't gone before. People haven't seen him in this light. Yeah. And then there's Dr. Bawumia. If he wins, do you agree? Do you think it will be a perfect match too?
I think it will be a fantastic match. I think Brian will bring a lot of useful Librans on board. I think Brian has the logistics and financial support to boost the campaign for Dr. Bawumia. So I think bringing Brian on board will make a good pairing for the two.
But will he?
it's early days.
but so the reason why I said that, looking at the figures that he's able to pull, now this is his first attempt, and look at the figures he's bringing on board. Clearly, it tells you that there is a certain momentum on the part of Dr. Brian Acheampong. Now, like Ronnie said, relatively younger, so he brings a lot of youthful exuberance as well, and he cuts across in terms of even looking at people who belong to a certain level. Now, this is someone that the business community can rally behind. This is someone that can bring on board the young people. He has the Gen Z vibe as well to rally in the young ones. So I believe strongly that, listen, if I am to basically advise Dr. Bawumia now, I'll tell Dr. Bawumia, among the considerations, put Brian there. Speak to Brian. If possible, a Bawumia Brian ticket would be maybe a ticket that can take over and break a certain cycle that we've yet to see in this country. Because from 1992, it's been 8 years for every single party that won an election. And now we have the NDC in power for the next 4 years till 2028. Now, if there is anything that can have said that, I would say it would be a Bawumia Brian ticket. And I aside that, and I've heard that people have also said that, well, Dr. Matthew Poku Prempeh has not given up yet. It's likely Dr. Bawumia would repeat that. I would strongly advise against that. And that's my personal opinion, absolutely personal, that I believe that Dr. Brian Acheampong as running mate to Dr. Bawumia would be. But, so let's cross over to Boko Central now. Let's get the results from there. Simon Atubri is there, and he's joining us. Simon, talk to me. What's the results from Boko Central? Hello, Simon. Okay, so while Simon prepares, let me bring you results from Medina, polling station 2. Ken polled 256, Dr. Brian Acheampong 79, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia 394, Dr. Duchum 2, Kwabena Acheampong 1. So in Medina constituency, polling station 2, Dr. Bawumia clearly in the lead. We'll get results from polling station 1, and then we'll have a proper appreciation of where we stand in terms of the constituency itself. Dom Kwabena, we also have results coming in from there. Yeah.
So, you're interested in Dom Kwabena? Oh, you've got the results as well. So these are certified results from Dom Kwabena, by the way. Ken got 530 votes. Dr. Brian Acheampong 240. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia 900 votes. Dr. Yaosei Duchum 22. And Kwabena Acheampong 3. You know, Dom Kwabena is interesting because I mean, we all know why Dom Kwabena is interesting in this regard, right? Because Ken ordinarily should have done or probably won that constituency because of, Adwoa Safo. But I mean, we all know what's the interview that she granted and said that if Ken won, it will be a block to her political career. And even that statement, right? I feel like people misunderstood what she meant, but I mean, this is Ghana. We always misunderstand people.
Right.
But yeah, those are the results from
Let's go to
Kwabena.
Boko. Atubugri is joining us with details from there. Simon, talk to me. What are the results we have from there?
Okay, voting has ended very peacefully, and then the outcome is here. And the Acheampong polled 142, Brian 87, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia had 443, Odichum 4, and Acheampong 3, rejected 5. Total vote at 678.
Well, Simon, we are not getting you clearly. If you could just repeat the numbers for me.
I said 10, 142. Brian Acheampong 87. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia 443. Odichum 4. And Acheampong 3, rejected 5.
Very well.
Total valid vote cast.
Fantastic.
678.
Right.
Total registered 823.
Okay. And so what's the mood currently in the area?
It's very peaceful. It's very peaceful. And since delegates have since dispatched their various homes, and then everything is very calm.
Okay.
So Joshua, if you're done,
yes, done with that.
We have results, so far based on 83 polling centers that we have gathered, and very shortly Emmanuel will be coming here to do a proper presentation of that.
Yeah.
There are about 333 polling centers, right? Out of that, 83 out of that puts Dr. Bawumia in a very comfortable lead, followed, well, there's actually, followed by Kennedy Japan and then Dr. Brian Champon. And then I'm going to ask you, Ronnie, you were a member of the party. So people like Dr. Duchum, Engineer Japan, is it that they didn't campaign, or they did campaign, but you think that it's probably not time yet for them to be seen?
I think they did not campaign, because most constituencies, what they did was they met the constituency executives, which is about 17. But in every constituency, you're looking at about 600, 500 plus delegates. So they never went round to meet the delegates. So the delegates never heard their message. So if you only campaign to the 17 executives, then clearly the rest of the delegates are not going to hear your message. So the reason why they're not getting votes is NPP is a traditional party. We're very conservative. If they know you, they know you. If they don't know you, they're not willing to give you a chance. And even though they are a household name, when it comes to delegate election, to the voters, they don't really play a pivotal role. So that is the reason why we're seeing the kind of numbers they're getting. Their resources was nowhere near the other candidates. Their financial strength was nowhere near the other candidates. So it's clearly showing from the results that's coming through. But I mean, Educhum did win his constituency. Huge. That's the results I have.
Because you were looking forward to that.
Yes,
he actually won his constituency.
We haven't received it from our correspondent.
I can tell you're not taking my party's results.
No, not that. But I mean, I want to declare results that when there's an issue, I can hold myself responsible for, and my producer, not problem. You, because I can't come after you.
Okay, no
But
problem.
we have results from the Korle-Klottey constituency. The total votes cast was 1,237. Out of that, Kennedy Japan 392. Dr. Brian Champon 114, Dr. Bawumia 729, Dr. Duchum 1, and Kwabena J 0.
You know, Ronnie mentions that the two, Engineer Kwabena Japan and then Dr. Osei Duchum, perhaps did not campaign and they did not send their message down there. I don't know if that's really the case, because when you listen to the delegates, they also say that, well, Omenchia. Because consistently, they've said that, they've heard from the three, but as for the two, nothing from them.
I don't think it's really about Omenchia. I think clearly, if you don't engage them, Untiminchia. So clearly, for you to pay, you must come and engage the delegates, and they never engage the delegates.
Right.
So is it because they knew they weren't going to win? So then, why go through all of?
I genuinely believe so.
So if you know you're not going to win, why don't you throw your weight behind the likely, candidates to win? Because Engineer Japan in 2023 was solidly behind Dr. Bawumia. He was campaigning with him, with him.
Yes.
Why then do you decide to chart a path when you know that you're not going to win?
I think recognition. In politics, everyone believes they have a desire to achieve the highest peak. And Kwabena Japan possibly believes that he deserves to also be given the shot as the flag bearer. I mean, the core traditional party members, everybody kept saying, look, if you look at the 5 candidates, Kwabena is someone technically should be miles ahead, looking at his history, where he's coming from.
Right.
But unfortunately, he doesn't have the resources. And now politics is becoming a game of resources. So unfortunately for him, since he doesn't have the resources, he couldn't engage the delegates. Therefore, he couldn't cheer, as you say.
Is that why Dr. Brian is doing so well? Because he has the resources?
Yes, he's doing well, not just because he has the resources, because he had a good message as well of unity.
Right.
And I think that message sank into a lot of the delegates, and he went round twice. Familiarity, repeating your messages, engaging the delegates is also very key. So for me, the fact that he went round twice in such a short space of time goes to show that this is somebody that can do well nationally.
Okay.
And he went to the Boku zones.
Fantastic. Well, Ronnie, let's hold thoughts there and let's go to Techiman South. Hamzata Idris is joining us with results from Techiman South. Hamzata, thank you so much for joining us. So talk to me. What figures do we have?
So in the Techiman South municipality, Kennedy Ohene Japan had 132. Brian A. Champon also had 154. Dr. Mahmoud Baumia also had 1,047. And Aduchum had 8. And Kwabena Japon had 1. So throughout the voting procedure here, everything was calm. Nothing went on wrong here. And the police earlier in their interview with us told us that they have deployed 825 police across the region to monitor the process of the election and to see to it that nothing happened. And truly to their words, so far what I've witnessed, everything was on point and they have lived here safely without encountering any danger.
Thank you so much. And so we know that in Techiman South, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia is also in the lead or has won that particular constituency from the reports we're getting from our correspondent on the grounds. Quite a number of provisional results also coming through, but the indication we are getting, right.
Introduce or welcome Atiki Yakubu. He's a member of the NPP communications team. Mr. Yakubu, you're welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thank you to the viewers too. And it's been an exciting election. I was listening to Ronnie, and I was just listening to some of the presentation that was being made. What we fail to understand has to do with issues from the previous elections. All right, there are certain constituencies that Ken did very, very well in the last election, but this time Ken is not doing well in those constituencies. The factors could be one.
Which constituencies are these?
Constituencies like Bosume Freho, Dame Kwabenya, Fomena. I mean, it's a shocker because I thought that those constituencies was going to appreciate, but he's not doing good. Because when you listen to the basis for Ken's campaign from his loyalists, what they do tell you is that in the last election, because there was a whipping system in place for DMB, that is why he was able to win. Now you are back in opposition. There's no whipping system. He's no more the vice president. He's just a candidate. Where was the whipping system? So you expect that they were building on that hope that whipping system is no more. So they will to make them do good. It will make them do better because we had almost all ministers, almost all CEOs following DMB. Now there are no more CEOs. You cannot whip them in line. Now everybody has to struggle and get their candidate to be elected. Now you get into an election and right from the onset, everybody thought it was going to be Ken and DMB. But the shocker was Brian coming into the race. Reason why you had a lot of protest votes in the last election, which also moved into the general election, was because of apathy. So you had some people who thought that people were enjoying more than the others. So you had them moving to Ken's side because Ken was playing the card of, I'm coming to make sure that everybody gets satisfied. Now, Brian also comes into the race, all right? Then he begins to pull from the people who also feels like the system wasn't right, but then we also do not like Ken. It could be because of certain utterances. It could be some of the post-primaries utterances. It could be because of some of the utterances that he made during the campaign. It could be because of maybe some people around him. Ronnie knows what I'm talking about. At times, the candidate might not be the problem, but people around him were all factors that made Brian a stronger candidate. So it is more like those who voted for DMB the last time. If you even check the post from Musa Dankwa, those who voted for DMB the last time, you see almost all of them still sticking with the candidate. Then you have people who voted for Ken now shifting to Brian. Because this is a group of people who are just looking for a change. So if you are going to see, when Ken comes, whatever he said against Baumia is going to be used against him, then okay, why don't we shift to Brian? So that's how you see Brian also doing very well. Let me give you a local scenario that happened in Akwetia. In the second primaries between Amasi and Ennis. You know, in the 2020 election, there was a skirt and blouse. In the 2024, before the 2024 election, that's the primaries, part of Ennis' campaign message, his loyal, he didn't say it, was going around delegates telling them that if you do not vote for me this time and you vote for this person, I'm also going to do you dirty. So fear is a big factor. And that's one thing that has also helped Brian's campaign. The fear that when you vote for Ken, Bawumia's people will also do whatever, I mean, they will do whatever you guys did to him. And it was something that was on social media, it was in commentary. So if I'm that person who is not a hardliner for DMB or a hardliner for Ken, I'll shift to Brian.
Right.
So that's part of the analysis. We should be looking at the incident that happened in the last election. But another shocker for me too is that constituencies like English, Amanfo, Wejagbawe, Domekwa Benya, where we had a lot of apathy, so our people didn't vote. Right? That was a rebel against the system. You have them now voting massively for Bawumia.
Yeah.
So it means that something is changing. Like I always tell people, in opposition, we are all hungry. Nobody's fighting for anything. Hunger will unite us. And that's what I think we are seeing. I'm also not surprised that Bawumia is being elected again. Because NPP is the only party that when you go to an election, all right, you don't blame the flag bearer or the presidential candidate you presented. You blame the structures. Conspiracy executive didn't do well, police executive didn't do well. So, okay, then let's just go back to the constitution. Let's make amendment like we just recently did last year. Right, so we've done the amendment. But nobody is saying, I mean, majority are saying, let us stick with the presidential candidate that we presented the last time. It happened with the Kupado in 2008, Kupado in 2012, and the Kupado in 2014. I mean, 2014 primaries.
Yes.
I mean, he kept on appreciating his vote till he reached somewhere like 94%. That is on one of your screen. So we have to just interrogate why we always don't blame the presidential candidate, but we go back to blame the structures. that is an interesting point. Of course, I was thinking that after Bawumia lost the 2024 election, there was going to be a change. But then, someone close to me, within 2 weeks, told me that, look, in NPP, you will have people now going back. You will have people eventually going back to Bawumia again. The person was straight said, we are going to have people going back to Bawumia because everybody was in uncertainty. What's going to happen?
Right.
Should he be dropped? What are the issues? Then eventually, we still get people now amass again to go support him.
Okay.
So I think we should check the psyche of the MP delegates too.
As well.
But yeah.
Quite interesting. But you know that in Ododo, some 65 of the delegates did not vote because they said they had received money from Ken and Bawumia, but they were waiting for Brian. And the money did not come. So they were waiting inside and it was 2 p.m. Now they couldn't join the queue to go and vote. And I think the party should take an action against the 65 of them. Ronnie.
It's very difficult in such scenarios. Let me give you a classic example. 4 years ago, Kennedy also experienced the same thing. When you're not part of the system and you're coming in from outside, normally when the establishment candidate is contesting, he gets the constitutional executives, the coordinators, they work as a team, they're able to move logistics easily and logistic. When you're from the outside of the box, even getting reps to represent you is very difficult. Brian had a lot of challenges across the country. For myself, my constituency, Brian's coordinator, he was probably one of the youngest coordinators. He was like 31 years old. And most of his team members were the youth. Because it's very difficult when you don't have the constituent executives and other established people following you. So that's the challenge the Brian team were having in some constituencies. Right. So it wasn't that they couldn't share, but they couldn't get the proper structures to engage everybody.
But the women mentioned the names of the people who had the money.
Yes.
They mentioned Opoku and the champ, and they said they should bring their money.
Okay, what was happening was that, what was happening, for the first time in this contest, a lot of the candidates gave instructions that the money and the logistics should be shared across board. But that notice came in very late, at the last hour. People had already done profiling. The people had already decided that as soon as he's following this person, so we are not going to give him anything. So there was a lot of profiling done across board.
You know what?
I think that on the issue of the profiling, the rule was go give money to everybody.
Yes.
But
for the
you
transportation.
people, you know, Joshua, you know why I'm smiling? Because see the ease with which they are talking about go give money to everybody. Tomorrow when the winners have been declared, or the winner, they will come and now say, you know, we need to talk about the money issue in our politics. But you are here saying, you know, the rule was give the money to everybody,
the money go.
and it should cut across.
Yeah.
You are giving them money for what?
Transportation.
Transport.
And feeding.
And the way they are so quick to tell us it's transportation. The person listening to the constituency.
So why exactly? They are in the constituency. You are giving them transportation for what?
Or 500 Ghana cedis.
Let's take
How much transportation?
500 cities.
500 cities.
Oh, please.
You don't know me. I
No,
don't know the
mentioned
amount.
it. Oh, the
I
500.
But you people set up like breakfast, spots.
Not everywhere.
So, not everywhere.
Not everywhere.
But you still gave those who had the breakfast stations money for food.
No. Every constituency and the dynamic. I cannot speak for the whole country, but
Right.
majority of the places.
I have very interesting results coming in
Exactly.
from one of the very stern supporters of Kennedy Japan. And that is the Ishiaeso constituency.
Sticker.
Stickers constituency. In that constituency, Dr. Baumia won. So Dr. Baumia got 379. Kennedy Japan got 321. The gap wasn't too wide, but he still won. It tells us something about our voters now, right? So even when you say so much about a certain or a certain candidate, even in that constituency, you may not be able to win for that candidate. Yeah. In Techiman South, Dr. Baumia got 1,047 votes, as against Kennedy Japan's 132 votes, and Dr. Brian Champon's 154 votes.
Quite interesting results coming in there. For many people, it's not surprising, but for others, it's a huge blow. So, for instance, in Daboya Mankarigu constituency, Kennedy Japan 12, Brian 64, Dr. Baumia 325, Yaosei Duchum 4, Kwabene Japan 0, rejected ballots 5. In Sherpone, Kennedy Japan 19, Brian 11, Dr. Baumia 423, Dr. Duchum 0, Eje Japan 0, rejected votes 1. Bono region, provisional results from Banda, Baumia 167, Kennedy 46, Brian 66. So those are some of the results also coming in. In fact, once you're looking at the results, another one comes and throws it out of gear. Swami A. We have the results from Swami A also coming in. So from the pink sheets, you realize that Kennedy Japan 170, Brian Champon 63, Dr. Baumia 212, Yaosei Duchum 2, Kwabene Japan 2, total votes cast 441, total rejected 1. So valid votes 449 and then rejected 1, total votes 450. That's from Swami A. And we'll get from other polling centers as well. Afenyo North, Kennedy Japan 110, Brian 78, Dr. Baumia 426, Yaosei Duchum 1, Kennedy Japan 1, so Kwabene Japan 1. So it tells us that clearly Dr. Baumia is making inroads in the Ashanti region as expected, or as has been projected by Musa Dankwa and others as well. So from Menchia South, we have Kennedy Japan 65, Brian Echampon 51, Dr. Baumia 453, Yaosei Duchum 0, Kwabene Japan 3, and that's from Menchia South.
Okay, I have results from the Asokwa constituency. Dr. Baumia 424, Kennedy Japan 250, Brian Echampon 161, Dr. Yaosei Duchum 11, and Kwabene Japan 3. So it appears from the results that we have so far that in the Ashanti region, Dr. Baumia won.
Clearly.
And in the Western region as well. Central region, Dr. Baumia, not really. No, actually.
I'm not sure he was even expected Central region to fall for him.
Yes, I got some results from the Volta region. And in the Volta region, interestingly, Brian is doing well. Brian is... No, I
who won the Central region?
Who?
Brian?
In the Central region? No, but right now we're talking about the Volta region. Yes, in the Volta region. So I have results from Ronnie. Not that I don't believe your results.
You want a source you can hold accountable.
Exactly. So I'm seeing results from Agotime. Is that what you have too, Ronnie? So Agotime in the Volta region, Dr. Baumia 104, Kennedy Japan 29, Dr. Brian Champon 243. What do you think is accounting for this, though? Why is because you have said that when you are a new person entering the system, it's usually a bit difficult for you to penetrate.
Yes.
Why is he then doing so well in a place like Volta?
Dr. Brian?
Yes.
It's a very, very, very simple answer. Brian is doing very well in the Volta region because he spoke their language.
Oh.
Yes. And when you want to reach out to somebody, you speak their language. He went on the platforms and spoke away throughout. And I knew that would make a difference.
Wow. Will we ever get away with this tribal politics?
The same way we can never get away with it.
I don't call that tribal.
What do
But
you
for
call
me,
it?
it's like a crossover. I mean, this is the first time a formidable candidate is coming from our stronghold and Ashanti region, going to the NDC stronghold, and he's speaking the language.
Is Brian Ashanti? I thought it's Eastern.
It's Eastern, but he's mixed. So
So it's Akan.
He's Akan.
He's
So
Akan.
he speaks Tree, he speaks Ewe, he speaks Ga. So he's very.
You know, then I'm more inclined to, agree with Joshua's proposal that
fact, this is-
Dr. Baumia and a Brian team will be fantastic.
It will
because
be.
imagine that, because Dr. Baumia himself, I'm not sure can speak.
No, he speaks a bit of Ghana.
Even the Ga, I'm not sure it's very,
Yes, even
is
the
very,
Chief.
yes, even the chiefs. But imagine that he has Dr. Brian to back him up. What do you think?
Yeah, we've not picked Atik's thoughts on that.
As a party communicator.
You see, you cannot link this election to the next 6 months, next 4 months, what is going to happen in the party. All right, that would be as being.
But whoever wins
wins
this, they are choosing the person because they believe that he can get them power in 2028.
No, the fact that you do well in the presidential primaries doesn't mean that you would be accepted generally.
But if there's someone that can help you push that barrier or block that barrier, you still think it won't do anything?
In our party, right, we look at the permutation, what the person is also bringing on.
What he's trying to say is, we need to go through a reconciliation first.
Right.
Because obviously Dr. Brian also said some stuff which may be seen negative against the eventual winner. So
right.
obviously we need to go through a reconciliation processes. Once we go through reconciliation processes, let's not also forget that the great Napo himself has delivered his constituency massively for Dr. Mahmoud.
Well, he's
that's
not
all. The permutation.
So then he's not he didn't deliver.
We will have
There's a member of parliament there.
But
So
then you see, when you look at Domi Kwabena, when you look at Domi Kwabena, you look at the results where DMB had 900, Ken had 500. What most people forget is the fact that there's normally a member of parliament. Where there's no member of parliament, there's parliamentary candidates. There's those who try to contest to become members of parliament. So Mike Kwe is in that constituency.
Yes.
Adwa Safo is in that constituency. Kenneth too is in that constituency. All three people were campaigning for Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia. So therefore, clearly, a lot of dynamics in those constituencies and their followers can come together for the candidates. So we always have to look at who the parliamentary candidates are supporting, who the constituency chairman and the youth organizers are also supporting. So it's not everywhere that the MP has influence. In Shire, so we saw a classic case where Stika did not win, not because maybe he's not strong, but there are other people who are probably lacing their boots to contest him.
Okay, I have results from the Kwadaso constituency. Kennedy Japan 149, Brian 40, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia 274, and Yao Duchum 2, Kwabene Japan 1.
You know, we brought you results from Medina A, now from Medina B. Kennedy Ohene Japan 256, Brian Champon 79, Mahmoud Bawumia Doctor 394, Dr. Yawase Duchum 2, Kwabene Jane Japan 1, total votes, valid votes 732, rejected 0, and so Medina, we can say confidently, has fallen to Dr. Bawumia.
But I think the last time Ken won Medina.
Yeah.
What do you think
changed?
Yes.
I think you see, when you are campaigning to delegates, right, one thing that is also very important is to, politics is psychological. We are dealing with people's brain, all right. They are now in opposition. Their biggest fear, they are my West.
How was it? Just believe my results, so there's no problem.
So their biggest fear is losing the 2028 election. So that fear of what if we don't take Bawumia there, all right, and we bring the new person? We don't know how it's going to end. So that message of consistency that was started by my good friend from the Bosme Prem constituency, the MP from Bosme Asafo really went down. I think they all picked it up and they were all hitting with the consistency that this candidate has been there. We also have track record of presenting candidates over the period. Like we don't easily change them till the person wins. So why don't you take the person there again? Because now they are in opposition. What they are looking for is power. When you give them power, now you can talk about jobs. When you talk about jobs without the power, a strategy for the power, then it becomes a problem.
Right.
So I think that was a bit of a mishap within the Ken's campaign. You're talking about jobs, but you don't have power. It's like we are both hungry, but you're promising me food. So you give them the strategy for power first, then you talk about jobs.
Okay, so we have results of 211 polling centers out of 333 polling centers. And with that, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is leading with 69,548 votes, which makes 56.80% of the total votes so far, followed by Kennedy Ejapong with 22.13%, and then Dr. Brian Champon with 19.21%. Now, I'm bringing this because, so that's it on the screen now. I'm bringing this to you because I want us to quickly look at Musa Dankwa's prediction. So Musa Dankwa said, and Musa Dankwa is not the only one who did a poll, right? There was APL as well, Africa Policy Lens poll. As of January 27, 2026 said Dr. Bawumia was going to lead with 61%. And Global Info Analytics said Dr. Bawumia was going to lead with, so that's it, with 57%. The Conrad, that one. Yes, said that Dr. Bawumia was going to lead with 67.8%. And the last poll, is it the Senpoa?
Yeah.
Said that Dr. Bawumia was, so it was said that it was going to be a runoff. So Dr. Bawumia 42% and all that. Look.
Well, we have results from Station B, Ablekuma West.
Okay.
Kennedy Japan 217, Brian 59, Dr. Bawumia 304, Eluchum 0, Kwabena Japan 0, rejected 6. Now I need to do the tabulation and add that to A, and then. DMB has one. His one.
You mean in polling center B or the entire? Did you campaign?
In polling center A, right? The difference was 40. Now Dr. Bawumia has closed it in B with about 100. So it's a DMB win.
And Ronnie, you didn't campaign
for unity.
For unity. Okay. Let me. So based on what we have just showed you. The results that we just projected on the screen, and if we can have that back, which is the 211 results from 211 polling centers out of 333, you see that Dr. Bawumia is in a comfortable lead, as has been predicted all this while.
Yeah.
Ronnie, you wanted to contest. In fact, you tried contesting. Yeah. And I'm sure that in the process, you got a lot of prophecies, met with pastors who told you that, you were going to win, I'm sure. Yeah. As a member of the NPP, you're both members of the NPP, how do you deal with these prophecies? Because Joshua says tomorrow he wants to go to Spirit Life Church. We haven't said who has won yet.
No, but I just want to go there.
We want to go there and experience what?
And experience service.
So how do you take some of these prophecies, Ronnie? I'll start with you.
I think when it comes to religion, it's a personal choice. I personally am not someone who believes in prophecies. I'm a staunch Catholic.
Okay.
And Catholic, our faith is very different from these prophecies.
Charismatic ones.
So I think it's a personal choice within that individual. I don't think the party as itself would take a decision based on prophecy.
But even though you don't belong to the Ken camp, look, even here, as journalists, at some points we're beginning to analyze the prophecy and see what if this thing could actually.
It became a battle of prophecies.
Right. As against data, and I spoke with someone who has a very close relationship with Musa Dankwa, and I asked, is he afraid? Because what if it goes the way of the prophecy, then what's going to happen? And he said, no, Musa Dankwa is actually not afraid at all. Yeah. He is very, very, and he keeps sending more data to back his argument and his claim. as a member of the party as well, did you think, because I know that you support someone, don't you?
Oh yeah.
You do who?
I support DMB. It's not in the party.
No, you support DMB.
It's not in the party.
Ronnie,
I hear there are only two neutrals, Ronnie and Senyo.
Ronnie is not a neutral. Ronnie is not a neutral.
He knows the accent. He's a neutral. I've been seeing him.
You mean
I would say I haven't seen him declare for anybody. So
but you know where he's more inclined to, right?
We'll talk about it outside. We'll talk about it outside.
And so yes, you were saying about the prophecy, yeah.
So I'm a Muslim, so I'm trying to be careful not to speak in a way that will seem a bit condescending, or it will seem as if I'm ravishing someone's faith, or trying to explain somebody's faith to him or her, but I do understand a bit of religion. My advice to men of God is, I think they will have to stay out of this, because it happened with Reverend Kusi Boateng in the 2024 elections, and I think things have not been the same again, because let's say if he comes out tomorrow and says that this person is going to win, people are going to have doubt about what he's saying. Taking the issue of El Bernard and Walasi, all right, whether we like it or not, whether Walasi did his own research, whether he picked from Musa Dankwa, or he had a vision, or it was a prophecy, at the end of the day, he is the person who is going to get more followership in his church this Sunday, whether we like it or not. I do not believe in prophecies. That is from my side. I do not believe in prophecy, but I do believe in visions of people. There are differences. Prophecy is God speaking with people. And vision is somebody also sleeping, having a dream and saying that I think this one will come to pass. Let me work towards it. Or I think this one will go to Ronnie. Let me work against Ronnie to lose it. They are all visions. Like I said, my understanding of them is different. I wouldn't like to delve so much into it. I will leave it to the spiritual people who also start their spiritual conversations and banters against each other from Sunday going. But for us, members of NPP, we've gone for a very peaceful presidential primaries that some prophets even said that we are going to shoot ourselves, kill ourselves, we're going to be the bloodiest ever. I think this one was even peaceful than the 2023 one. When you take the acrimonious campaign out, D-Day operations has been different, because as at 1 a.m. I was in the eastern region. I got to Accra around 2 a.m. Went back to the eastern region around 6. Then came to Greater Accra, did some constituencies, and went back to the mountains. Then I came back to Accra again. I think it's been peaceful so far, and that is what we need. You see, it is easy to organize after elections in opposition than in power, because in power, people feel like government large. If you want me to keep quiet, you have to settle me with government largesse. But now I have nothing to give you. But has nothing to give you. If Ken had won, he also has nothing to give you. All that they could give you is to talk to you nicely and tell you that let's come on board and win together. Like I told people, and I keep telling people, I said, hunger will unite the NPP.
That's a good one. Okay, so quite a number of things. And still talking about the prophecies. You know, yesterday one of the prophets also put out there that he sees blood coming out from the mouth of one of the contenders.
Wow.
So we should be preparing. One former MP being beaten to a pulp. It looks like none of that happened. I'm sure that he intervened and he interceded on behalf, and that's why we didn't see any of that happen here. But let me take you to Anyaso Utum, because we have. But tomorrow, please. Bosses should assign me. I want to visit Spirit Live. I want to join.
Tomorrow is your off day. You can do whatever you choose to do with it. You can actually do a live report from the church, and we will be happy to watch.
No, do you know why I'm interested in this? Because Musa Dankwa said he had put his 7-year polling experience on the line.
Well, the pastor too said
he had put his altar.
20
on the line.
years on the line.
And that's why I want to be there.
He's going to have 27 years of being a prophet, right, on the line.
Of getting prophecies right on the line.
Wow. You know, yesterday on the show, I asked the guests, you know, that in 2024, Prophet El Bernard did prophesy that NDC was going to win the election and win the presidential and even win in parliament as well. That was a true prediction, a right prediction. Well, one of them said that even we knew that NDC was going to win.
Who did not know?
The NPP didn't know.
We knew everybody knew they were going to lose, but of course they can't tell their followers that we are losing.
Before the election day that you were going to lose or you could lose.
Even months before the election. We are following the point. We also do our research.
So you knew that you had performed so poorly that you were going to lose? Is that what it is?
We knew that the Ghanaian populace have been poisoned against us. So they were not going to believe whatever you're going to say.
But you did well.
We did well.
But their minds had been poisoned.
Yes, by the NDC.
And you couldn't unpoison it.
I think we had one thing that we all agreed to is that we had a weak communication unit. We both agreed to that.
Have you strengthened it now?
No, we haven't.
But you were a party communicator, so you were weak too.
Or let's say a communication unit.
That's why now they say they would have to.
It's part of restructuring.
This is why we're electing our flag bearer early.
Okay, so Ronnie, I mean, I can understand a lot of people knowing and expecting NPP to have lost the general election. But in Parliament, I don't think that you all were prepared for the shock that came, especially certain seats. So you didn't know that one at least.
No.
But the man of God prophesied it, and it came to pass. You still don't believe it. I mean, we haven't gotten all 333 polling centers. You don't think that anything could change?
At this stage, in terms of the results?
Yeah.
It is finished. It is definitely finished. I mean, it's definitely finished. I mean, I don't see anything changing. You know, MPP, there's a pattern we normally vote. So looking at a pattern, it gives you a clear indication who's going to win.
We need Emmanuel to come and do a trend analysis. I mean, between what Kennedy got last in 2023 in certain regions and certain areas, so we do a comparison.
Yeah, because
as whether some of his votes have declined.
Exactly. I'm waiting for Ayawaso West Woman.
Yes. Right.
He won there
in
2023. Hands down. I want to see the results from there. But guess what? The results are in.
Okay.
Kennedy Japan 243, Brian 162, Dr. Baumia 836, Dr. Duchum 5. Someone said A. Kwabne Japan 1. So the women who were waiting for Brian's money before they voted for him, the results are in now.
I think and was close the last primaries.
Yeah. Now it's a yawning gap. Yeah. We're talking about almost 600 difference between Dr. Baumia and Kennedy Japan. Yeah, huge, really huge from Ododo coming in. Anyaso Utum also, Kennedy 432, Brian 280. Brian is surprisingly doing so well for me.
To be very honest, I agree with you.
Dr. Baumia 638, he put everybody to rest. Educhum 2, Engineer Japan 3, rejected 3, and that's from the Anyaso Utum constituency.
I want us to look at this, okay? I want us to assess the candidates in various capacities, and so I want us to start with their campaign messages. Dr. Baumia's campaign also focused very heavily on continuity, experience, and unity.
Absolutely.
Then there was Dr. Ohine Japan, who kept talking about change, fresh direction, grassroots energy. He campaigned heavily on his job creation record. He said he would showcase leadership and bring his business acumen and products during his tours.
Yeah, so please hold that thought for me. We'll come back to that.
Okay.
But guess what?
Tell me.
Calvin Powell is in the office of Kennedy Japan.
Right.
So let's cross over and get to find out from him exactly what the mood is. Calvin, thank you so much for joining us. Clearly, the results have started trickling in. What is the mood in the campaign office of Kennedy or Kennedy Japan?
Well, Joshua, the mood here is quite calm. There is no that of high excitement. I can ascribe it to the trickling of the result until I speak to Kwate. I wanted to engage Kwate with a spokesperson of the Ken campaign team, but he says I should hold on for now. He'll get back to me. But 5 minutes ago, the former MP for Tema West, Natoshi, entered to have some tete-a-tete with Mr. Kennedy Japan, who has been here for the past 2 hours and waiting for the result. They have a coalition center at the top where they are getting the results across the country. The impression here is kind of down. The energy is down, as I can see, but we are still waiting to see what a brief that they'll give to the media. So we will also convey same to our viewers.
Well, but Calvin, have you sighted Kwesi Kwarteng anywhere around?
Yeah, Kwesi Kwarteng is around. I approached him for an interview, but he said I should give him some time. He will get back to me.
Okay.
Not quite long. When Natoshi arrived, he came out to escort her to meet Mr. Kennedy at Japan. So we are still waiting for him to put himself together, and whatever they have for us to be put on air
Calvin,
for our viewers to be abreast.
Right, Calvin, what of the Member of Parliament for Nhyia, Stephen Amoah, Dr. Stephen Amoah? Sticker.
Well, I haven't cited him yet.
Okay.
I learned he's been here for some time now, but I'm here to see him in person.
Okay, but clearly it looks like very little activity is happening around the place. You do not even see supporters around. And you have said that things are a bit down there. Is it that they realize that clearly things are not going perhaps the way they expected them to go?
I'm tempted to agree with you because the numbers here are quite low, and even if you observe the facial expression of those that are here, you realize that I wouldn't say mourning, but it looks like there's no form of excitement on the face of the few people here.
Well, Calvin, thank you. Thank you so much for giving us updates. And shortly, we'll also be bringing you some mood, sights and sounds from the office of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia regards the same election and the results that have started trickling in. And we'll get to know. Maybe we'll hear from the NDC as well, because they say they have been doing some parallel collation. They are monitoring the NPP because they don't trust them.
Do you know what I saw? I saw a post that said that the NDC doesn't want NPP to rig their own elections, so they are monitoring.
You don't need anything from them.
No, but they could be using that to, strengthen their own or put their systems
their own
in.
issues are coming,
So they want to learn from you guys, isn't it? But it's not a bad thing to do.
Yeah,
Why
it's democracy. They say do not allow the NDC to destroy the NPP to destroy our democracy. But so you were drawing some analysis even way before we had to go to the office of Kennedy Japan.
Yes, so I was asking us to look at the candidates in various capacities, and I wanted us to start off with their campaign messages on the ground. I don't know, however, if it contributed to their win in any way, because it appeared that all 5 of them were preaching unity because the party is clearly divided. I just found out yesterday that you were waiting to elect a flag bearer before you do your introspection. Is that what it is?
Yes.
So as it stands, you don't really know why you lost.
Well, the Michael Quay report tells us why we lost.
Why? Why are you not making that report public?
Well, I mean, I don't think everything needs to come out to the public. I'm sure the GS came out and spoke and released some excerpts of the report. So it's an internal issue we have to solve it in-house. So the idea is this time around, normally we start from the polling station, but we decided to do top-down approach. It's not really a top-down approach, it's only a top-down approach in terms of electing the flag bearer first. Now we have the flag bearer, we're going to start from the bottom. We're going to go from the polling station, the coordinator level, the constituency level, regional and national. So that is what we're looking at doing to strengthen the base of the party.
Absolutely. Well, Ronnie, thank you so much for coming. I think also thank you so much for coming. We'll be getting more analysis for you, but from the 211 polling centers, as you can see on your screens, these are the projections that we are making here based on results that we have received. And that puts clearly Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia at about some 56.80%, and he leading the pack. Kennedy Japan in second place with 22.13%, which a total vote of 27,097. And we're looking at Dr. Brian Champong, who is also at 23,560. Now, the interesting bit is that it looks pretty close between Dr. Brian Champong and Kennedy Japan, because Dr. Brian Champong, we are looking at some 19.21%, of the votes. Dr. Yawase Duchun with 1,345 votes so far. And remember, these are provisional results we're talking to you about. 1.1% of the total votes cast so far in 211 out of the 333 polling centers. Engineer Kwabena Japan, 277 so far. And the sad part is that rejected ballots, 660, which happens to be even more than votes that some, in fact, Engineer Kwabena Japan had polled so far. But then, like we said, provisional results coming in from 211 out of 333 polling centers. We promised you that we were going to do the projection here. And like we did for the 2024 elections, the figures were the same. I wouldn't even say similar. We had the same figures. And so that's what we're going to do here for you today. And that's the reason why you need to stick and stay with us, because here we bring you nothing but the best in analysis. Also touch base with our correspondents on the grounds who will be bringing us some more data with regards to the results we'll be getting from the polling centers. We know that we have 333 polling centers across the country. But one thing we've always said so far is that the NPP has indeed delivered this particular election very peacefully, devoid of any form of, incidents, because throughout the day, we've not heard of any challenge here or there. Yes, some minor issues, but they did not even last. They were easily dealt with. And that's the kind of democracy we want to see here. But Ronnie, let me pick your final words. I'll take your final words as we make way for the next team.
I think it's been overall a good exercise for the party. We've shown that we're a democratic party. Mm-hmm. It's been peaceful. I have not heard of any violence across the whole country. The delegates have spoken. It is time for us to reconcile. It is time for us to come together as a party, get everyone behind the flag bearer of the party, rally the base, build a formidable foundation, and get ready to take power from the NDC.
Absolutely. So it is possible in 2028?
1,000,000%.
Okay, Atik.
I think so far it's been peaceful, and our fear as a party was the suspicion that there will be violence across the polling stations. That was our fear. It wasn't about the winner, because assuming you go to an election and there are incidents of violence across the polling stations, what it means is that it's going to be very hard for you to bring people on board. It's going to be very hard for you to unite people. Now we've gone for an election. We know the winner. It was a peaceful election, and in fact, almost all the aspirants were asked during the polling stage that what is your view about the process so far. They all said it was fair. Yeah. In terms of the album where there were problems, I mean, they did a display. People were able to choose where they think there's a problem and all that, because those people who voted in 2023 also had some addition, including new TESCOM presidents and also that of former executives.
Yes.
They were also allowed to vote. All right, so that's been the new addition. Where people had reservations about them, they pinpointed, and those people were also taken out. Even though some of them, I do have some reservation with, especially with the TESCOM, because the procedure in which some of them are elected, it becomes a problem, because the institutions that people don't vie for positions for years. Somebody decides to, somebody says that you are just appointed, so you have to be taken out. So far, it has been peaceful, and this peace will give us that kind of environment for us to be united.
It's a huge sigh of relief for the NPP, because this was the number one headache.
Yeah,
now it's been cleared. But Ronnie, should Abusua West be expecting you again?
Yes, definitely. 100%.
So 2028, we should probably see Ronnie.
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. We're waiting for that. Ronnie, thank you. Atik, thank you so much for coming. And so yes, some more results coming in. Ronnie is excited because Abusua West is done. Now we have the final figures. They have thrown their weight solidly behind Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. But let me take you to Abetifi, Brian the Champion's constituency. It's a total Charlie proper showdown. In fact, so Kennedy Ohene Japan had 16 votes, Sweet 16. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia 37 military 37. 37 for Dr. Bawumia. Yawase Duchun 0, Kwabena Japan 0, and guess what? Brian the Champion 665. Abetifi. That's a statement made.
massive.
Yes, Yagaba Kubari. 0-0. Dr. Baumia 390 something. Yagaba Kubari. And then, so Brian Champon has submitted.
What about Wale Wale?
I don't
99%.
We'll get the details from Wale Wale as well.
No,
but then,
I mean
the figures
all had single numbers.
Of course.
Yeah.
I mean, for Blake West, Kennedy had 438.
Yeah.
He had to go over it.
438. Baumia had 485, and Brian had 1.
That was close, though.
Very close.
Very close. Very close. But then, in Abetifi, Brian has told us why he is the Elon Musk of Abetifi. Cemented is in the 665 as against 16 for Kennedy Ohene Japan, 37 for Dr. Baumia, and then 004 the other two. Quite interesting figures coming. Oh, okay. So there's always been. So we don't have the total figures now, but then congratulatory messages have already started coming in. The Ashanti Regional Secretariat, they are wishing Dr. Baumia, they are congratulating him. Chamahun to me. Wow. Chamahun to
me. He's not even waiting for the official declaration.
He's congratulating Dr. Mahmoud Baumia and thanking him for their resounding victory. Let me bring you results from Yilo Krobo. Kennedy Ohene Japan 156, Brian Echampon 386. So Brian again doing wonders there. Dr. Baumia 276, Yawse Duchum 3, Kwabneje Japan 3 in the Yilo Krobo constituency. So many fallen for Brian Echampon. And when we saw the difference, in fact, when you look on your screens now, the difference between Brian and, of course, Kennedy Ohene Japan, we are looking at a little over 4,000, about 4,000 votes. But with the figures coming in, it tells us that that gap is likely to close a lot better, or a lot more with more results that come in. So it depends on the regions as well, of course. Exactly. So we'll be getting the details from there. Stay tuned. Keep being with us. We've got more for you. In fact, it's a continuous coverage of the NPP's 2026 presidential primaries. Ronnie and, of course, Atik joining us for this part. We'll be getting more guests. Michael Donyina Mensah for Sempoa. Now, they had some polls out there before the elections. They projected a Baumia win, but they told us that clearly it's not going to be a walk in the park like that because of the Ken and, of course, Dr. Brian Echampon influence. Now, we've seen how the results are going. Michael Donyina Mensah will be joining us on the set, and then we can break down the numbers as well and get to do the analysis for you as well. And earlier, you recall that we were joined in studio. Michael Donyina Mensah earlier was here with Mohammed Tawfiq Adamu. Well, he would also be joining us on the show. He's a political communications lecturer at UPSA and leading member of GAP-F. We'll get to know more from him, especially looking at the results that have come in so far. So more results trickling in as we would have Tawfiq and Michael Donyina Mensah joining us. Quite a lot of celebrations as well. In the Okre constituency, for instance, Kennedy Japan 164, Brian 169, and Dr. Baumia 162. So Brian wins Okre in the eastern region as well. Brian, yeah, a lot of surprises coming in. And I'm sure that a lot of people did not expect this level of influence in terms of the results coming in for Dr. Brian Echampon. Okay, so we've gone through the Medina constituency. We've looked at both A and B. And we've also explored Yilo Krobo as well. And let me read to you the message from Chamahun to me. Signing on behalf of the Ashanti Regional Secretariat of the NPP. And he says that, I wish to congratulate His Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Baumia on his victory in the New Patriotic Party flag by election. But Chairman, to me, wait, the elections have not been called. It's not been declared yet. EC has not declared. But he says this has been a difficult period for our party, especially after the outcome of the 2024 general elections. But this process has shown that the NPP remains a strong, democratic and united political family capable of reorganizing and preparing for the future. It goes on and to say that the NPP will rise again together. That's Chairman to me, congratulating Dr. Mahmoud Baumia. Michael, but he signed it. Yes, it's signed. Bernard Enchibo Isiakon, aka Untumi, Ashanti Regional Chairman, New Patriotic Party. So he's already called it a victory for Dr. Bawumia. But Tofik and Michael, welcome back on the show. You were here in the morning when we were looking at how the process was going so far and also doing the analysis. Now the results have started coming in. Let me start with you, Michael. Any surprises there for you?
I'm surprised though. You know, I said that I'll be very surprised if Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia doesn't win. Because when we had our polls, I mean, he had 42% with a 8-point clear lead ahead of Ken. And then all he needed to do was to get probably just a little less than half of the undecided voters, and he would cross his 50.
Yeah.
But Ken needed to work more to be able to, expand, especially within the undecided voters. But what is surprising is the Dr. Brian Echampon's factor. I think that I was telling him off camera that I believe that maybe from the first week of January, when we ended our data collection till now, some things have happened. Because if you look at all the polls that came out, none of them gave Dr. Brian Echampong that amount of numbers. And for me, from the grave, we knew that Dr. Brian Echampong was going to this election not to win, but to make a statement. And I can't mention the name, but one of his team members just told me that they will buy the votes. You see, when we're talking about vote buying, when you look at me this way, I feel very bad because throughout the conversation the whole day, even on TV, you see delegates saying that one person has not brought their money. It looks like we are selling something, and I said in the morning, it is really very unfortunate and appalling, and it is high time that we begin to nip some of these things in the bud. For example, how can individual candidates mount places to be serving breakfast at polling stations? Why couldn't the party just do that for all the delegates who come? So yes, I'm indeed surprised, but I'm not surprised because Dr. Bawumia is winning. I'm only surprised that the dynamics of the elections are changing a little bit. I think that Ken might have done something wrong between the first week of January and now to be able to dip this way, even below what he got in the last election.
Yeah. Okay. Tariq.
We are here again.
Exactly.
For God and country.
And I'm sure you have also seen the results, and he says he's a bit surprised. Any surprises for you?
Well, I'm not surprised, especially with the kind of performance Bawumia is pulling. The fact that almost all pollsters and analysts, all the data indicates that Bawumia was going to win the elections, and nobody has disputed that. My good friend here hasn't also disputed it himself. Now the surprise has to do with the competition or the contest between Brian and Kennedy. Of course, a lot of people have also said Musa Danquest's polls, predicted that Brian is going to take from Kennedy's numbers, and we are seeing it. Quite a chase for his man, quite a race between the two. Brian as an underdog. This is Brian's first time.
Yeah.
And if you look at the kind of numbers Brian is pulling, I would not be as an academic. I think I would have to find out from Brian and his campaign team how they were able to pull this out. I mean, as first timers, for them to be able to pull this out. But when it comes to monetization or tokenism in our politics, I think it's not only Brian who has done that or who does that. Almost all of them, not only NPP, NDC, all of them, they buy the votes, sort of. That has been the trend. But at the end of the day, delegates themselves have their own conscience, and sometimes before you even bring the money, they've already made up their mind on whom to vote for, and they feel that this is the time for them to also get the money. And I've heard the candidate themselves have said many times that when they bring the money, take it. When they give you the money, take it, but vote against them. So the candidate themselves, they know that the monies will flow. But personally, I do not think that these monies are the things that are changing the vote.
Okay.
I think that delegates have their own conscience, but they just feel that this is the time for them to also benefit or to get something from the delegates. And so they accept it all right, but I don't think that those gifts are the things that are
They call it transportation.
Yes. I don't think those are the things that are, changing the minds of delegates into voting for them.
Michael, you say you disagree, but doesn't the result reflect that? Because, for instance, we realized that people were given monies. In fact, from all that we've heard, Brian's camp seems to have allegedly given more than the other camps. Yet he didn't get the votes than Dr. Bawumia, who relatively, we are told, gave less.
And you see, the fact is that when you even look at the numbers that are coming, in areas where Bawumia is leading, the gap is very, very wide.
Yeah.
In fact, when you even combine Brian and Ken's vote together, Kennedy Japan is still making it. Areas where we know are, for example, Akan dominated, and you see the figures that are coming. I mean, it's quite, surprising for Mahmoud Bawumia against Kennedy and Brian. And so if Brian is paying more, then why is it not translating into votes?
Okay.
If he's paying more, why is it not translating into votes?
Right. So that's Mohammed Tawfiq Adamu, political communications lecturer at UPSA, and then of course the executive director for Sempua, Michael Donyamensa, who cannot wait to have his bite again.
Because this vote buying thing.
Right.
See, then what's the purpose of even giving the money in the first place?
They say it's transportation to get them to move from their homes to come to the polling centers to pay to vote.
You see, this money in politics, money in our democracy, was introduced by NPP. NDC as a culture never had that. They only learned that behavior from the NPP. And they seem to be going too far with some of these things. How couldn't they have made arrangements to make sure that each delegate receives... if you look at the history of the NPP, from where we came from, if you look at even the cadres, who are original cadres, if you look at even their behavior, money in our politics was something that was heavily spoken against. I think 1996, when the NPP was having their primaries. Since that time, vote buying was even a thing. Vote buying was a thing from all that period till now. And I'm saying that we see
and that's
this thing,
enough conclusion that they introduced it or they started it.
I know that this might sound like a legal interrogation from...
No, it's not. I mean, it's not that, yes, but you cannot make such a claim.
And I'm sure that the MPP will have a lot of questions to ask you. But Michael, let me diffuse that. Michael?
Hold on. No, I will not. Because I thought that
And
you
so,
actually had facts.
you know what? We'll go and come back to this.
But
we need to go to Asokwa.
Come on. I will not bite. But
let's go to Asokwa.
Okay.
Hold on a second.
Isaac Justice Bediako, he's joined us live from Asokwa there. And Justice Bediako, where are you exactly? And talk to me about what is happening.
Well, I must say that as we speak now, collation at the various constituencies is over. And so they've moved to the secretariat of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia at the Asokwa. I mean, here is his campaign secretariat in the Ashanti region. And as you can see, his campaign coordinators are very busy putting the figures together. And they are telling me that at the moment, they are leading with over 10,000 votes in the Ashanti region. And so jubilation has already started. You can see some of the people branded with powder, meaning that it looks good for them in the Ashanti region. And so we have the NPP's Ashanti Regional Secretary in the person of lawyer Kwame Adom Apia. Lawyer, you had a very stressful day.
Yes, it was very stressful, but we've not finished yet. We are still working on our results. And I hope that by the close of the day, victory will be ours.
If you look at how your people are excited, areas that you didn't envisage that you will win. For example, in Sheheso constituency, the sticker factor was very huge there. In the morning when I went there, they were telling me that it doesn't look good for them. But at the end of the collation, they won there with about 30 votes or so difference.
Yes, Nshiayeso, Ejoso, Nsuta, Aguna. Initially, we were not expecting to gain the margins that we've already won here, and it's very good news for us. Nshiayeso, we thought that the MP has influence over there, but we've beaten him to it. Nsuta, we've beaten her to it. Aguna, we've beaten her to it. We've lost two constituencies. Ahafano Southeast and Bosomtwe, which is for Bosomtwe is understandable. But Ahafano Southeast, I'll give the credit to the certain MP.
Thank you very much. So that's the Ashanti Regional Secretary of the NPP in the person of lawyer Kwame Adomapia. This gentleman has been very busy behind the computer putting the figures together. What do you have for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia in the Ashanti region so far as these elections are concerned?
Well, thank you very much. Well, so far this election is concerned, as you clearly see, we were very busy putting, data and numbers together. And now, by the grace of God, Ashanti region, we've been able to, the provisional results that so far we have is quite good, as we were expecting it, as it is. Yeah, it's quite good. Looking at the euphorias and the enthusiasm, the last time when, as soon as DMB left, we all saw how the various contestants came here and also campaigning. I mean, it has been very peaceful election. But at the end of the day, DMB has gotten it all right, as it is, yeah. Ashanti region, delegates are spoken, and this is what we have seen it over here. Yeah, so far now, we have the provisional result, as now we are going to collating it at the regional level.
Looking at the figures, now you have all the pink sheets from the 47 constituencies. If we look at the figures that your candidate, Bawumia, got in this constituency, what kind of percentage are you going to give yourself? The difference in terms of margin between you and Kennedy Ejapong?
Well, for now, what we have are provisional results. Is 60%, yeah, 59-60%, which is quite good. Well, looking at the number of votes that Brian took from Ashanti region, Ken also took, Osei also took. You know, we have 3 solid Ashantis here. In fact, all the contestants, they have their roots from Ashanti. Kennedy Ejapong, Brian Champong, Osei Oduchum, and Kwabena Ejapong. You could clearly see that all the 4 contestants are from Ashanti region. Yet, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia emerged the winner, that is 60+%. That is the provisional result that we've had so far. So we strongly believe that Ashanti has spoken, and we have given the nod to DMB. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So that is one of the coordinators actually working on data for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Honorable, you are live on GH1. Tell us your name and.
I'm Honorable Augustine Collinson Timmy.
You played a very key role in Dr. Bawumia's campaign across the country, Ashanti in particular. Looking at the data that is available now, has it met your expectation?
Yes, of course. Of course, we're expecting a higher figure, looking at the work that's been done so far. And then looking at the way people accept a message. But then I must say that the result is not disappointing. It's very encouraging. It's good. Now, from the result that has come so far, we are not yet done. But the figures moves around 57 to 59% Ashanti, short of certain percentage relative to 2023. But on the whole, it's not bad.
Meaning that in the Ashanti region, the votes that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia got in the last election, he is not going to get the same votes. You have dropped about 3 or 4% votes.
Yes, that is the anticipation. And looking at the figures now, it ranges between 57 to 59%, a little less than 60%. But last year we had about 64 plus. But that one, the brine factor played a significant role in most of the rural communities and all that. But I must say that looking at the level of campaign and the competition from the ends of Brian, from the ends of Kennedy, and our own ends, together with what Aduchum factor and all that, it's not bad. I think it's good. It shows the resilience of Bawumia's force in Ashanti region.
So that's Honorable Collins in team, former member of parliament for Afenyo North, Akumadan in particular. That's what people know him for, Akumadan, the MP for Akumadan, telling us that, I mean, even though his candidates that he worked for as a coordinator for the Ashanti votes has dropped a little of about 3%. However, he is satisfied with it because 4 of the candidates seems to have a solid route from the Ashanti region. So it was more like home match. That yet his candidate was able to actually make significant impact in the Ashanti region. Now let's look at some constituencies where we felt like it was no-go area for you. Constituency like Ejiso. What did the magic for you in Ejiso? Because it was all like you were going to lose hands down.
Indeed, I did not see it that way, even though the people were making a lot of noise. But then the kind of strategy that we map up, touching base with all the grassroots, the electoral area coordinated, all that, even though the force was strong, but then we're very optimistic that we're going to come out successfully. Indeed, places like Asante Achem South too, it's also Asante Achem South and then the Bosumpi, were not very comfortable initial stages because of the Aduchum factor and all that. But in the end, we haven't performed badly at all.
Now, people are talking about unity. In this election, a lot of things were said, verbal abuse, among other things. How are you going to unify yourself to go into election 2028? How are you going to do this?
Yes, you agree with me that this is about the 9th time that we are going through such presidential elections. In almost all of them, the tension has been. But then at the end of the